Guo Xiaobei looked at Han Yang admiringly. Han Yang frowned and told him to pick up the gun. Guo Xiaobei retrieved his long spear. Seeing that the zombie on Han Yang's side was already dead, Han Yang used a short knife. The blade was silver and shone when brandished. Han Yang's knife technique was strange and forced the zombie back. Guo Xiaobei opened his mouth wide. For the first time, he saw a zombie retreat. Han Yang asked him to help. He immediately brandished his long spear and attacked. Soon, Guo Xiaobei found that Han Yang had a bad temper and poor character. He was used as bait. All the hatred was drawn to him. He tried hard to hold on. Watching Han Yang's knife circle around the zombie's neck and getting closer and closer to the target. After Xingfang finished the battle, their side was also resolved. Guo Xiaobei was so tired that he collapsed. Looking at Han Yang cutting open the zombie's head and taking out an orange brain nucleus, Guo Xiaobei was stunned. The brain nuclei he received were all white. The brain nuclei of evolved zombies were yellow. But the one in Han Yang's hand was a bright orange. Could this not be an ordinary evolved zombie? What surprised him even more was that Han Yang also knew the existence of brain nuclei. Guo Xiaobei was puzzled by Han Yang's behavior, especially after seeing Han Yang put away the brain nucleus. He wanted to take a look at that orange brain nucleus. But in the end, he gave up because Han Yang seemed unapproachable. Han Yang saved Guo Xiaobei's life. Guo Xiaobei thanked him gratefully. But Han Yang didn't respond and directly returned to the car. Xingfang was concerned about Guo Xiaobei's condition. Guo Xiaobei said that he was just a little exhausted. Brother Su and others didn't have the habit of taking brain nuclei. So they didn't realize the existence of brain nuclei. Guo Xiaobei took the opportunity to take a missed brain nucleus. He didn't need to cut open the zombie's head like Han Yang. He could just wave his hand and take the brain nucleus. The next day, all those who participated in the battle got up late. Brother Su also got up late. He told everyone to eat quickly and continue the journey. They were only one day's journey away from the place guided by the government. But the zombies on the road were getting more and more difficult to deal with. The original zombies were easy to kill. But among the zombies they encountered now, nearly one-third were not easy to deal with. In addition to different strength and speed, the skulls had also become harder. Zombies that could originally be dealt with by one person now required 2 or more people. The number of people in Brother Su's team was decreasing. Originally there were more than 20 people. Plus the people absorbed on the way, there were about 30 people. But the recent number of casualties and infected people had reduced the team's number to less than 20. Brother Su was having a headache because of this. Too many people meant large consumption of food. Too few people meant that when encountering a powerful team, there wasn't enough strength to protect the food. He had been urging the team to speed up. He even cooked meals in advance and took turns eating on the road to shorten the travel time. Finally, the convoy arrived at City L in the darkness. Soldiers were guarding at the city gate. The guns in their hands made everyone both longing and fearful. The soldiers at the city gate were responsible for managing the gate and monitoring zombies. After entering the city, Brother Su and the others found that this was not a base. Or rather, the base was not the whole city. There were still zombies in City L. Danger still existed. The newly built high walls relatively blocked the massive entry of zombies from the outside. The real base was located in the suburbs. The periphery was a steel fence. There was a layer of brick wall outside the base. In some places, it was damaged, revealing the steel fence inside. This used to be a military restricted area. Entry and exit were prohibited on the 2 surrounding streets. After the virus outbreak, this became the country's survival base and began to accept survivors. After the survivors entered the base, they found that it was very large, no less than a small city. Every survivor who entered needed to be inspected and make contributions, such as food or useful items. In addition, they also had to accept the management of the base and abide by the regulations of the base. The conditions inside the base were good and the facilities were complete. But entering didn't mean a stable life. Survivors needed to accept the tasks of the base and exchange work points for food, daily necessities, and rent. Unless one could bring enough supplies for a lifetime, everyone had to work. But except for people like Guo Xiaobei who had cheats, who could bring enough things for a lifetime? Brother Su led everyone into City L. After a simple inspection by the soldiers at the gate, they were allowed to enter. City L had a dense population due to the secret base. But after the zombie virus outbreak, most of the population turned into zombies. The base received the remaining survivors and began to encircle and suppress zombies. Although there are still zombies in City L, the number is much less than outside. Teams that join City L can freely choose a place to live in the city without paying any fees, but the base does not provide assistance. In the city, one can either enter the base and donate supplies to obtain protection, or survive on their own in the city. The government provides certain protection. Brother Su led everyone to find a temporary residence outside the city. He arranged people to patrol and check if there were any remaining zombies nearby. At night, everyone gathered to discuss future plans. There were different opinions on whether to stay in the city or enter the survival base. The girls wanted to enter the base and were willing to work in exchange for safety. But Brother Su was unwilling to donate supplies. These supplies were obtained at the cost of everyone's lives. Others had different opinions. When a girl proposed to go to the survival base, Brother Su's mistress responded contemptuously and told her to find supplies by herself as the ticket to join. Guo Xiaobei and Xing Feng discussed the two choices. Xing Feng thought the survival base was safer, but Guo Xiaobei didn't want to enter the base. He didn't want to live a life of exchanging labor for food. Nor did he want to be tested every day. Most importantly, he was a zombie. Once detected, he might be shot. Brother Su finally decided to stay in the city and send a team of people to look for food every day. Those who wanted to leave could go, but they couldn't take any supplies. The girls were sad about this. Although Xing Feng wanted to send his sister to the survival base, he didn't have any supplies. Guo Xiaobei suggested settling down first and slowly looking for supplies. Due to the good situation in City L, Xing Feng and others temporarily gave up the idea of leaving the team. Brother Su brought a lot of food, but more needed to be found. The three main forces of Xing Feng, Guo Xiaobei, and Han Yang would send 2 people out every day. They would take a few brothers to look for food in the city, and the other one would stay behind. Although City L was small, many things had not been completely looted. At first, Guo Xiaobei and them made good progress and transported back a lot of supplies. Of course, Guo Xiaobei also secretly put a lot of things into his system. When acting with Xing Feng, Guo Xiaobei could easily send him away to facilitate his own actions. But there would always be times when it was Xing Feng's turn to stay behind. At this time, he had to act with Han Yang. Han Yang talked little but had sharp eyes. Guo Xiaobei always felt that the other party was staring at him. But when he turned around, Han Yang seemed to be looking elsewhere. Guo Xiaobei was uneasy. Did Han Yang discover his zombie identity? Guo Xiaobei and Xing Feng decided to send Tian Tian to the survival base because the facilities inside the base were complete and relatively safe. They planned to continue killing zombies outside the base and accumulate brain nuclei to ensure Tian Tian's life inside the base. There were many brain nuclei in Guo Xiaobei's system package. But he couldn't take them all out because he wasn't a savior and didn't want to bring trouble to himself because of a momentary act of kindness. They discussed that Xing Feng was responsible for sending Tian Tian into the base, while Guo Xiaobei continued to kill zombies outside. Outside the base, they encountered Han Yang. He seemed to be suspicious of Guo Xiaobei but didn't take any action. Guo Xiaobei tried his best to avoid acting alone with Han Yang to avoid exposing his secret. As time passed, the resources in their place gradually dried up, and water also became a problem. Although life in the survival base was hard, at least there was water, electricity, and food supply. Brother Su's team began to have internal strife. Some members began to secretly accumulate brain nuclei and prepare to escape. Finally, Brother Su left with some loyal subordinates and supplies, leaving the others behind. The members of the team began to struggle for their own survival and even had fights. Guo Xiaobei and Xing Feng decided to take Tian Tian and Jin Feichen away. When they came to the gate of the base, they found that there were many people in line. Xing Feng and Tian Tian waited in the cold wind. Guo Xiaobei went to find clothes to keep them warm. Guo Xiaobei found a military green cotton coat in a civilian house. He dirtied the coat to make it look less conspicuous. When he was about to leave, he unexpectedly ran into Han Yang. Han Yang's appearance surprised and nervous Guo Xiaobei. He didn't know why Han Yang was here, nor did he know if Han Yang had discovered his secret. Guo Xiaobei tried to hide his panic, but the uneasiness in his heart was hard to calm down. Guo Xiaobei's address of Lord Han to Han Yang was originally his private joke. Unexpectedly, he accidentally let it slip in front of Han Yang once. At that time, Han Yang just stared at him silently. After that, Guo Xiaobei didn't dare to call him by his name directly anymore. Instead, he addressed him as Lord Han to avoid Han Yang's displeasure. Others tried to imitate this address, but they were all stopped by Han Yang's cold and stern eyes. Han Yang asked if the coat in Guo Xiaobei's hand was found. Guo Xiaobei nervously answered yes and tried to leave but was blocked by Han Yang. Han Yang asked to find a coat too but didn't move, making Guo Xiaobei feel uneasy. Guo Xiaobei tried to leave through the narrow space but was pulled by Han Yang. Han Yang's behavior made Guo Xiaobei feel scared. He always felt that Han Yang's gaze could see through him. Han Yang didn't speak and started to unbutton Guo Xiaobei's clothes, making Guo Xiaobei extremely shocked. Instinctively, he wanted to resist, but he didn't dare to move because of Han Yang's deterrence. Han Yang continued to act and reached into Guo Xiaobei's chest. This made Guo Xiaobei feel nervous. Han Yang's touch seemed to be looking for something. His behavior made Guo Xiaobei feel confused and scared. Han Yang's indifference and strength made Guo Xiaobei not dare to resist at all and could only let him do as he pleased. The interaction between Guo Xiaobei and Han Yang was full of tension and uncertainty. Han Yang's indifference and direct behavior made Guo Xiaobei feel uneasy, but he also realized that Han Yang might be suspicious of his identity. Han Yang's exploration finally didn't find that Guo Xiaobei was a zombie, which made Guo Xiaobei breathe a sigh of relief. Han Yang's interest in Guo Xiaobei seemed to be only limited to whether he was an ability user or a zombie. Once confirming that Guo Xiaobei was neither, Han Yang lost interest. Guo Xiaobei took the opportunity to tidy up his clothes and secretly rejoiced in his heart. Guo Xiaobei gave the found coat to Xing Feng and asked him to give it to Tian Tian to show his concern. He chose to wait by the wall instead of directly joining the team, which showed his independence and trust in Xing Feng. Jin Feichen's appearance provided an opportunity for Guo Xiaobei. He decided to give her some brain nuclei so that she could also enter the base. This move was not only out of concern for Jin Feichen but also to ensure that Tian Tian had someone to take care of in the base. Guo Xiaobei's decision reflected his kindness and sense of responsibility for team members. Although Jin Feichen expressed that she wanted to stay and fight together, Guo Xiaobei still insisted that she enter the base, thinking that this was a safer choice. His behavior may also be influenced by his realistic assessment of the current world situation, realizing that in this world, survival is more important than fighting. Finally, Guo Xiaobei and Xing Feng helped Jin Feichen join the team together. Although this caused dissatisfaction among other people in line, this scene showed the difficult choices and sacrifices people made for survival in the post-apocalyptic environment. Guo Xiaobei was stunned by Han Yang's words. He didn't expect Han Yang to ask him so directly if he liked him. Guo Xiaobei felt embarrassed. He knew his face was red, but he tried to explain that it wasn't because he liked Han Yang but because of the misunderstanding between them. Han Yang seemed satisfied with Guo Xiaobei's reaction. He approached Guo Xiaobei and was almost touching his nose. Guo Xiaobei tried to explain that his face was red because it was hot. Although it was the cold winter in the 12th lunar month, his excuse seemed somewhat absurd. Han Yang didn't seem to intend to let Guo Xiaobei go. He continued to tease Guo Xiaobei, making him feel even more uncomfortable. Guo Xiaobei wanted to refute, but he also knew Han Yang's strength. He didn't want to cause conflict for no reason. Guo Xiaobei's mood was complicated. He felt both embarrassed and helpless. He knew that Han Yang might just be joking, but he couldn't completely relax. He decided not to continue this topic but to shift his attention so as not to make himself more embarrassed. Han Yang looked at Guo Xiaobei's reaction and seemed to find it even more interesting. He might realize that Guo Xiaobei didn't really have feelings for him, but he seemed to enjoy seeing Guo Xiaobei's reaction. Han Yang's behavior made Guo Xiaobei feel confused. He wasn't sure of Han Yang's true intention. In this post-apocalyptic world, the relationship between Guo Xiaobei and Han Yang became more complicated. Their interaction was full of uncertainty. Guo Xiaobei didn't know if Han Yang really suspected him or how their relationship would develop. Xingfang's loud roar silenced the complaining voices in the team. His tough appearance made others dare not have any objections. After Guo Xiaobei sent Jin Feichen to Xingfang's side, he silently returned to the corner and sat down. His feeling for Jin Feichen was a bit strange, but he couldn't tell exactly what it was. Han Yang's appearance and teasing made Guo Xiaobei feel surprised and embarrassed. He didn't expect Han Yang to joke that he had a crush on himself. Guo Xiaobei hurriedly denied it, but Han Yang's approach made him feel uncomfortable, and his cheeks involuntarily turned red. Han Yang seemed to find such Guo Xiaobei very interesting and continued to tease him until Guo Xiaobei found an excuse to leave. Guo Xiaobei walked to Xingfang's side and secretly decided in his heart to stay away from Han Yang in the future. Both Xingfang and Guo Xiaobei were feeling complicated about the upcoming separation. Although Xingfang looked tough on the outside, he was reluctant to part with his sister Tian Tian. Tian Tian felt uneasy and sad because she realized that her brother Xingfang didn't plan to enter the base with her. Her eyes were swollen from crying. Although Xingfang loves and spoils his sister, when facing his crying sister, he is at a loss and doesn't know how to comfort her. This scene made Guo Xiaobei feel a little sympathetic, but he also realized that every family had its own helplessness and challenges in the face of the apocalypse. They could only try their best to adapt to this collapsing world and find ways to survive. Jin Feichen's comfort gradually calmed Tian Tian's emotions. Seeing this scene, Guo Xiaobei felt sympathetic for Xingfang's helplessness and reluctance. Before Jin Feichen and Tian Tian were about to enter the base, Xingfang pulled Jin Feichen aside, carefully gave instructions, and divided his brain nuclei between the two of them to ensure that they had certain guarantees in the base. Guo Xiaobei understood Xingfang's approach. They had a good relationship with Jin Feichen. Moreover, Jin Feichen claimed to know ancient martial arts, which made them more willing to help her. If the two girls Jin Feichen and Tian Tian had no self-defense ability in the base, they would face many difficulties. Jin Feichen's self-defense ability made Xingfang and Guo Xiaobei feel relieved to let her take care of Tian Tian. Apart from being used for Tian Tian's entrance fee, there were not many brain nuclei left on Xingfang. He kept about 10 for himself to buy water and food. Although brain nuclei were precious, they couldn't be directly used to satisfy hunger. After noticing that Jin Feichen and Tian Tian entered the testing room, Guo Xiaobei took the dejected Xingfang to the external sales point of supplies. Seeing Xingfang's concern for his sister, he decided to check the information of the external sales point of supplies by himself first. The big sign at the external sales point of supplies listed the prices of various supplies, mainly using primary brain nuclei as the pricing unit. The prices of the most basic food and water were clear. Although not as abundant as before the apocalypse, it was already rare in the current environment. These supplies were an important guarantee for the survival of people who had just entered the base. Although the base supplied food, newcomers often lost a lot of supplies. Therefore, they were usually unwilling to easily consume this food and hoped to save resources to maintain their lives. And people who struggled outside killed zombies and accumulated brain nuclei in order to enter the base and live a better life. Guo Xiaobei didn't have such concerns. He had never considered entering the base. For him, brain nuclei had no great use except for exchanging survival points. He had a large number of primary brain nuclei and even some secondary brain nuclei. Seeing the various foods listed at the external sales point of supplies, Guo Xiaobei couldn't help but start imagining their deliciousness. Xingfang was more concerned about actual needs. He carefully studied various weapons but didn't buy any in the end because he needed to keep brain nuclei for emergencies. He only bought some steamed buns. Although these buns were just ordinary cabbage fillings, they were already tempting enough for Xingfang. Guo Xiaobei was much more extravagant. He unhesitatingly ordered all the food he wanted to eat, completely ignoring the consumption of brain nuclei. His behavior shocked Xingfang because Guo Xiaobei spent 25 brain nuclei to buy a large amount of food, which made Xingfang feel incredulous and even a little angry. Han Yang's appearance surprised Guo Xiaobei a little. He took the food bag from Guo Xiaobei's hand, looked at the contents inside, and then returned it to Guo Xiaobei. He didn't seem surprised by Guo Xiaobei's extravagant behavior. Guo Xiaobei's behavior may stem from his different understanding of the value of brain nuclei and his different plans for the future. He may think that instead of accumulating brain nuclei, it's better to enjoy the present, especially in this apocalyptic environment full of uncertainties. And Xingfang pays more attention to long-term planning and the stability of survival. This difference is particularly evident in their attitudes towards resources. Guo Xiaobei felt embarrassed. Han Yang's action made him feel uncomfortable, especially in front of Xingfang. Han Yang seemed to be enjoying this sense of control, while Guo Xiaobei was trying to keep calm. Xingfang had a good impression of Han Yang and thought he was a powerful and reliable partner. Xingfang had always hoped that Han Yang could join them. Although Han Yang didn't clearly indicate it, Xingfang still had hope. Xingfang noticed Han Yang's attention to Guo Xiaobei and even considered asking Guo Xiaobei to persuade Han Yang to join, but Guo Xiaobei was not enthusiastic about it. Han Yang's appearance made Xingfang feel at ease. He saw that Han Yang had also bought something and thought that Han Yang might not plan to enter the base either. This increased the possibility of their cooperation. Xingfang enthusiastically invited Han Yang to have dinner together. Han Yang agreed, which made Guo Xiaobei feel helpless because he was worried that Han Yang would have designs on his delicious food. Han Yang bought some items. Guo Xiaobei was curious about what was inside, but Han Yang just mysteriously hinted that it would be revealed later. Han Yang's banter made Guo Xiaobei feel panicked. And Han Yang laughed because of this, which made Xingfang feel curious. Xingfang didn't notice the small movements between Han Yang and Guo Xiaobei. He was just curious about Han Yang's sudden laughter. Han Yang used a simple joke to deal with Xingfang's inquiry, but Xingfang obviously felt a little disappointed by this indifferent answer. Guo Xiaobei tried to change the topic and suggested finding a place to eat first. At the same time, he proposed that he remembered some jokes and tried to ease the atmosphere. His suggestion was responded to by Xingfang. They began to look for a suitable place to eat while looking forward to Guo Xiaobei sharing his jokes. Guo Xiaobei tried to change the topic and suggested finding a place to eat first. At the same time, he proposed that he remembered some jokes and tried to ease the atmosphere. His suggestion was responded to by Xingfang. They began to look for a suitable place to eat while looking forward to Guo Xiaobei sharing his jokes. Xingfang hurriedly quickened his pace, worried that his steamed buns would get cold. Han Yang cast a meaningful look at Guo Xiaobei, as if saying that Guo Xiaobei's protection of Xingfang was a bit excessive. Guo Xiaobei glared back at Han Yang, expressing his dissatisfaction with Han Yang's bullying. Han Yang was amused by Guo Xiaobei's reaction. Instead of continuing to tease him, he followed Xingfang to find a place to eat. They found a house in a deeper alley. In this way, if there were zombies, they would have time to prepare. Han Yang showed an unfathomable smile to Guo Xiaobei where Xingfang couldn't see. And Guo Xiaobei felt embarrassed and angry because the house they were in was the place where Han Yang had improper behavior towards him in the afternoon. The house was very empty, but the furniture was intact and there was no smell of zombies or corpses. The three of them were very satisfied with this temporary residence. Xingfang wiped the table clean. Guo Xiaobei tidied up the living room, hoping to create some atmosphere. Han Yang walked around the house, chose the master bedroom as his own room, and put away the group photo on the bedside. Xingfang prepared the table and divided the steamed buns into 3 portions. Guo Xiaobei found that the food he bought hadn't been taken out. Xingfang explained that those foods could be saved for later. Guo Xiaobei insisted on taking them out to celebrate. Xingfang had to agree. Guo Xiaobei distributed the food to the 3 of them. Although Xingfang wanted to be frugal, under Guo Xiaobei's insistence, he also accepted it. They started to eat. Although Xingfang was a little dissatisfied with Guo Xiaobei's extravagant behavior, he finally accepted Gui Xiaobei's arrangement and enjoyed this special dinner together. Han Yang looked at the food in front of him and was shocked. He didn't expect Gui Xiaobei to prepare so much. Xing Fang was also surprised by Gui Xiaobei's appetite and thought that he hadn't been full for a long time. Gui Xiaobei lowered his head in embarrassment and realized that he had indeed prepared a bit too much. Han Yang took out the drinks and apples he bought. This surprised both Gui Xiaobei and Xing Fang because these were rare items in the apocalypse. Gui Xiaobei even joked that Han Yang was more prodigal than him. Although Xing Fang thought in his heart that Han Yang's approach was a bit wasteful, he didn't dare to say it directly like he did to Gui Xiaobei. He knew that Han Yang's temper was not as easy to get along with as Gui Xiaobei's. When Han Yang heard what Gui Xiaobei said, he gave him a warning look. Only when Gui Xiaobei lowered his head to show that he admitted his mistake did Han Yang withdraw his gaze satisfactorily. Xing Fang ate buns and beef heartily, while Gui Xiaobei was at a loss as to how to start with the large piece of beef. Han Yang noticed this and took the initiative to cut the beef into small pieces for him. But Gui Xiaobei was a bit hesitant. Han Yang noticed Gui Xiaobei's hesitation and his face darkened. Gui Xiaobei stammered and asked Han Yang if the knife he used to cut beef was also the knife used to cut zombies. Han Yang frankly admitted it. This made Xing Fang almost spit out the bun in his mouth. Only then did he realize that Han Yang's knife might not be clean. This little episode made the atmosphere a bit awkward, but it also showed the difficulty of their lives in this apocalyptic world. Even enjoying a simple meal may be full of risks and uncertainties. Han Yang was dissatisfied with Gui Xiaobei's hesitation. Only when Gui Xiaobei ate the beef awkwardly did he continue to eat his own food satisfactorily. The beef tasted very good. Gui Xiaobei also forgot his previous concerns and was immersed in the delicious food. Xing Fang ate quickly. He proposed a toast for the establishment of the team. But neither Han Yang nor Gui Xiaobei responded. Han Yang questioned when he had said that he would join their team. This made Xing Fang feel confused. He tried to persuade Han Yang, emphasizing that although he was not a true disciple of the ancient martial arts school, he was constantly improving his abilities. Han Yang didn't take Xing Fang's words seriously. What he cared more about was the leadership in the team. Xing Fang had no ambition and lacked leadership skills. So he was willing to let Han Yang have the final say. Han Yang turned to Gui Xiaobei and asked if he welcomed him to join. Gui Xiaobei was not willing in his heart. But under Han Yang's pressure, he reluctantly expressed his welcome. Han Yang was suspicious of Gui Xiaobei's attitude and asked him to smile. Although Gui Xiaobei was reluctant in his heart, he still forced a smile. Xing Fang felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, so he lowered his head and continued to eat. Thinking in his heart that the relationship between these two people might not be as good as he had imagined. Han Yang was satisfied with Gui Xiaobei's smile and began to drink his drink. After the meal, the three began to choose rooms. Han Yang had already chosen. He leaned against the wall and observed Xing Fang and Gui Xiaobei busy. This little episode showed the delicate relationship within the team and Han Yang's influence in it. Although Gui Xiaobei had reservations about Han Yang's joining, he still had to accept this reality. Gui Xiaobei and Xing Fang faced the problem of accommodation. Han Yang had already chosen the master bedroom. They needed to decide how to allocate the remaining bedroom and study. Although the study had an iron guardrail, there was no bed. This made Gui Xiaobei a bit hesitant. Xing Fang took the initiative to propose that he could sleep on the floor in the study. He said that he was physically strong and didn't need a bed. He took the bedding and was about to settle down in the study. Gui Xiaobei felt a little embarrassed about this and wanted to refuse, but Xing Fang insisted. At this time, Han Yang interrupted and proposed that Gui Xiaobei could share the double bed in the master bedroom with himself, but there was a sense of condescension in his tone. Gui Xiaobei was unwilling to accept Han Yang's condescension in his heart. He decided to move a bed to the study with Xing Fang and refused Han Yang's proposal. Han Yang felt displeased. He didn't understand why Gui Xiaobei didn't accept his kindness. He decided in his heart to teach Gui Xiaobei a lesson. He lay on the bed dissatisfied and soon fell into a deep sleep, not noticing the commotion of Gui Xiaobei and Xing Fang moving the bed. Wu Xiaobei and Xing Fang finally moved the bed to the study and spread the bedding. They found that Han Yang was no longer in the living room and realized that he might have rested. This day was indeed tiring for Han Yang. From the battle in the morning to the waiting in the afternoon, he was so tired that he didn't notice the movements around him. The accommodation problem of the three was finally resolved, but the relationship between Han Yang and Wu Xiaobei seemed a bit delicate. Han Yang's dissatisfaction and Wu Xiaobei's insistence foreshadowed that there might be some friction between them. And Xing Fang played the role of mediator and tried his best to maintain the harmony of the team. Wu Xiaobei found that Han Yang had already fallen asleep in his own room. He helped Han Yang take off his shoes, cover him with a quilt, and then left quietly. Although Han Yang seemed a little dissatisfied with Wu Xiaobei on the surface, deep down he was secretly pleased with Wu Xiaobei's concern. The next day, all three got up early. After getting ready, they started a new day. They heated up the leftover food from yesterday. After a simple meal, they set off to kill zombies outside the city. They knew that as long as they worked hard, they could save up brain nuclei. As the captain, Han Yang led Xing Fang and Wu Xiaobei to set off. They soon encountered zombies and started fighting. Xing Fang and Wu Xiaobei cooperated tacitly, while Han Yang dealt with it alone, showing his powerful strength. After Xing Fang and Wu Xiaobei solved an evolved zombie, they praised each other's tacit understanding. Their strength and speed complemented each other, enabling them to kill zombies efficiently. Although Han Yang was powerful, his independent combat also made him seem a bit isolated. Wu Xiaobei noticed Han Yang's behavior and decided in his heart not to eat anything cut by that knife of Han Yang's again. They cleared the nearby zombies, but there were still many zombies in the distance. Wu Xiaobei checked the map and found that it was covered with blue dots. Some of them were particularly bright, representing evolved zombies. The cooperation and respective strengths of the three gave them hope for survival in the apocalypse, but their relationship and tacit understanding still need further running in and development. Wu Xiaobei felt tired in the high-intensity killing. Not only was it physical fatigue, but more of a psychological depression. Facing zombies who were once living people, he felt sad. These zombies might be residents or workers of City L, or zombies and infected people from other cities. During the battle, Wu Xiaobei was sneak attacked by an evolved zombie because he was distracted. Fortunately, Han Yang rescued him in time. Han Yang's roar brought Wu Xiaobei back to his senses. He realized his negligence. Xing Fang also asked about his condition with concern. Han Yang refused Xing Fang's assistance and said that he could deal with the zombie together with Wu Xiaobei. The battle style of Han Yang and Wu Xiaobei is different from the tacit cooperation between Xing Fang and Wu Xiaobei. Han Yang is more like protecting Wu Xiaobei, while Wu Xiaobei has become the role of attracting the zombie's attention. Although Wu Xiaobei felt that this cooperation method was a bit passive, he had to admit Han Yang's strength. After the battle, Han Yang proudly asked Wu Xiaobei if he thought they had more tacit understanding. Although Wu Xiaobei didn't think so in his heart, he still nodded in agreement. He realized that Han Yang might be jealous of his tacit cooperation with Xing Fang before. As it got late, Han Yang decided to end today's battle and prepare to return to the base. They had a good harvest today. Everyone could get a lot of brain nuclei. Wu Xiaobei checked the system time and found that it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. They needed to return to the base before 4:30 so that they could buy dinner before 5 o'clock. The battle of this day made all three of them feel tired, but they also realized the importance of cooperation. Although there may be some small frictions between them, they are all fighting for survival. The common goal enables them to unite. Wu Xiaobei and the three of them were waiting outside the city gate. Time seemed extremely long. Han Yang's impatience gradually showed. He frequently checked his watch and was dissatisfied with the long waiting time. The expressions of the people around were different. Some were lonely, and some were beaming. Most of these emotions were related to their harvest of the day. In the apocalyptic environment, people have to face various challenges for survival, including the blurring of moral bottom lines and the competition for survival resources. The Hungry Wolf team noticed Han Yang's team. They thought they had a small number of people and looked easy to bully. They decided to attack them. In the apocalypse, strength and unity are the keys to survival. The Hungry Wolf team is taking advantage of this and trying to obtain the resources of others through intimidation and violence. The leading man tried to talk to Xing Fong, but Xing Fong ignored his interruption and continued to check his weapon. The man didn't get angry because of this. Instead, he talked to Guo Xiaobei, who seemed easy to bully. Guo Xiaobei's appearance gave people the feeling of being weak and timid, which made him the first target of the Hungry Wolf team. In this tense situation, the unity and strength of Han Yang's team will be tested. How they deal with the threat of the Hungry Wolf team will directly affect their survival status in the apocalypse. Facing the provocation of the Hungry Wolf team, Han Yang first showed a tough attitude. His cold response made the opponent feel pressure. Although Guo Xiaobei admired Han Yang's courage in his heart, he also realized that he needed to stand up and face the challenge. When the members of the Hungry Wolf team started to act, although Guo Xiaobei felt strenuous, he still tried to resist. Xing Fong was observing on the side. He had confidence in Guo Xiaobei's strength and thought that he could handle this situation. However, Guo Xiaobei soon found that he was at a disadvantage in physical strength. The battle of the day made him feel tired. The people of the Hungry Wolf team were not as tired as Guo Xiaobei because their main activity was looting rather than hunting zombies. Guo Xiaobei gradually felt powerless in the battle, while Xing Fong and Han Yang were both paying attention to the development of the situation. Just as Guo Xiaobei was about to be hit by the opponent, Han Yang quickly intervened and blocked the opponent's attack. His action shows that he does not intend to let Guo Xiaobei face this danger alone. Han Yang's timely action not only protected Guo Xiaobei, but also showed his sense of protection for team members. This incident highlights the cruel reality in the apocalyptic environment. Even near the base, the threat of violence and robbery cannot be completely avoided. At the same time, it also shows the team spirit and mutual support among Han Yang, Xing Fong, and Guo Xiaobei. Although there may be personality differences and frictions between them, when facing external threats, they can unite and jointly meet challenges. Guo Xiaobei felt powerless under the siege of the members of the Hungry Wolf team. The opponent's attack was fierce and sudden, making it difficult for him to deal with. The black gloves on the hands of the members of the Hungry Wolf team have a mystery. There is a layer of barely detectable broken needles on them. These needles may be coated with toxins. Once hit, the victim will often feel weak and nauseous. At the critical moment when the opponent was about to play dirty tricks, Han Yang quickly made a move and pulled Guo Xiaobei away from danger. His speed was so fast that Guo Xiaobei only felt a pain in his lower back and the whole person was taken away from the original place, avoiding the opponent's attack. This move not only shows Han Yang's combat reaction and protection of his teammates, but also reveals his control of the current situation. In the apocalyptic environment, such protection is crucial, because once injured, it means a significant reduction in survival opportunities. The members of the Hungry Wolf team obviously did not expect such a change. Their plan was broken by Han Yang's timely intervention. This unexpected event also made other teams and individuals around realize that Han Yang's team is not easy to deal with, and their strength should not be underestimated. Although Guo Xiaobei was rescued, his situation is still dangerous. He needs to recover quickly and prepare to counterattack. At the same time, he also needs to express his gratitude to Han Yang for his help. This incident may deepen the trust and unity among the members of their team, because they realize that only by supporting each other can they survive in this dangerous world. Guo Xiaobei was kicked away by Han Yang. Although his waist hurts, it's not serious. He stood up and saw that Han Yang had kicked the three provocative people more than 10 meters away. The three were seriously injured and couldn't stand up immediately. The teams around were all shocked by Han Yang's strength. None of them saw how the three were knocked into the air. Han Yang stood in front of the three people with an imposing manner. He declared that Guo Xiaobei was his man, which made Guo Xiaobei feel embarrassed and worried about causing misunderstandings. The leading man tried to explain, but Han Yang's strong attitude made him feel fear. The man realized the gap in strength between himself and Han Yang and decided to beg for mercy and hand over all the brain nuclei in exchange for his and his companions' lives. Han Yang seemed to be considering, but in the end he let them go and warned them to be careful in the future and not to provoke his people again. Han Yang's attention shifted to Guo Xiaobei and blamed him for not being impulsive if he didn't have strength. Guo Xiaobei was dissatisfied in his heart, but he didn't dare to refute. Han Yang continued to comfort Guo Xiaobei and at the same time warned those three people that if there is a next time, he will not be merciful. Before letting the three go, Han Yang asked them to leave their black gloves on their hands. This may be the weapon they used to attack. Although the man was reluctant, he still left the gloves in order to save his life. This incident shows Han Yang's strength and protection of team members. At the same time, it also exposes the cruel reality in the apocalyptic environment. The strong are respected, and the weak can only yield. Although Guo Xiaobei was rescued, he also realized his own lack of strength and needs to work harder to improve himself. Han Yang's sudden move surprised Guo Xiaobei. He was kicked hard by Han Yang. Although he avoided the opponent's attack, it also exposed Han Yang's protective attitude towards him. When the city gate opened, everyone's actions also became cautious because of the previous conflict. No one was in a hurry to enter. It was not until the three men left that everyone started to act. In order to ease the tense atmosphere, Xing Fong took the initiative to buy food. Han Yang took this opportunity to let Xing Fong use those brain nuclei to buy supplies, especially meat and fruits. Xing Fong quickly completed the task and brought the food back to his residence. Han Yang's actions towards Guo Xiaobei in the house made Guo Xiaobei feel uncomfortable. He tried to break free from Han Yang's control, but Han Yang didn't seem willing to let go easily. Guo Xiaobei had to make a request, hoping that Han Yang would not kick his waist again. Although his words sounded a bit clumsy. Han Yang just sneered at Guo Xiaobei's complaint. His behavior seemed to be testing Guo Xiaobei, but it wasn't entirely for this purpose. Xing Fong's return broke the deadlock between the two. He brought abundant food and prepared a sumptuous dinner for everyone. Han Yang pushed an apple to Guo Xiaobei. This might be a kind of concern for Guo Xiaobei, but because of shyness and discomfort, Guo Xiaobei pushed the apple back. This move made Han Yang feel displeased. His eyes revealed dissatisfaction and grievance. Xing Fong noticed the change in the atmosphere between the two. He tried to ease the tension and handed the apple to Guo Xiaobei again, reminding him to thank Han Yang. Xing Fong's behavior may be hinting at Guo Xiaobei to accept Han Yang's kindness. At the same time, it is also reminding Han Yang that their relationship should be more harmonious. In this small team, everyone has their own personalities and habits. They need to learn to understand and adapt to each other in order to cooperate and survive better. Although there are sometimes frictions and misunderstandings, these are all processes of their growth and running in. Under Han Yang's coercion, Guo Xiaobei had to eat the meat that Han Yang had cut with a knife. Although he felt uncomfortable in his heart about the knife that had once cut zombies, he still endured it silently without showing it. After the meal, Han Yang returned to his room, while Guo Xiaobei and Xing Fong were responsible for cleaning up. Guo Xiaobei returned to his study-turned-bedroom and began to organize his system backpack. He sorted and stored the items. It wasn't until 10:30 in the evening that he finished organizing. As a result, nearly 10 grids were vacated in the system backpack. Guo Xiaobei felt tired, but he was also satisfied with his efforts. He wiped the sweat off his face with a towel and was pleased with his results. He decided to organize brain nuclei and other items like this every night from now on. During the sorting process, Guo Xiaobei noticed that his character attributes had improved. He smiled, accepted all the tasks he could take on, and then fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Xing Fong came to wake Guo Xiaobei up and prepare to set off. Guo Xiaobei washed up in a hurry. Xing Fong asked about his condition with concern. Guo Xiaobei said that he just didn't sleep well. Xing Fong handed him hot food, and Guo Xiaobei's spirits were lifted. Han Yang also noticed Guo Xiaobei's state, but Xing Fong chose to remain silent under Han Yang's gaze. They deliberately set off earlier today, hoping to go further and kill more high-level zombies. Although very tired the day before, Guo Xiaobei did not oppose this plan. He knew that if he wanted to improve his life, he had to kill more evolved zombies. He accepted Xing Fong's kindness and was ready to meet the challenges of a new day. Han Yang chose a completely different route from yesterday. They went further and encountered even denser zombies. Although Guo Xiaobei is a zombie, when he saw those severely damaged zombies, he still felt a chill. The appearance of zombies is disgusting and makes Guo Xiaobei feel sick to his stomach. Han Yang noticed Guo Xiaobei's discomfort and asked him if he felt cold. Guo Xiaobei admitted that he was a little cold. Han Yang suggested that he kill more zombies to warm his body. Guo Xiaobei realized that he shouldn't expect any considerate actions from Han Yang. The three of them were busy all morning. At noon, Han Yang decided to stop the battle. Although a little regretful, both Xingfang and Guo Xiaobei breathed a sigh of relief. Today's zombies are stronger than yesterday's, and they feel very strenuous. Their harvest today is mainly the brain nuclei of zombies about to evolve, as well as some brain nuclei of evolved zombies. There are even several orange-red high-level brain nuclei. In order to fight against these evolved zombies, they have developed a new battle method. Han Yang takes the lead in attacking. Xingfang or Guo Xiaobei acts as a shield, and the other person is responsible for the surrounding area. The high-intensity battle made the three of them extremely tired. But under Han Yang's leadership, they successfully avoided the danger of being surrounded by zombies. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they began to return and chose a road with fewer zombies and killed their way back to the city. Back in front of the city gate, Guo Xiaobei was so tired that he lay directly on the stone. Xingfang began to clean up the brain nuclei. They usually store the brain nuclei in a unified way and distribute them at night. Guo Xiaobei usually doesn't need to take the brain nuclei himself because his system will collect them automatically. Han Yang sat aside and rested. He was also very tired today, but he was more concerned about the improvement of his cultivation. Extreme exercise made his cultivation improve faster, although the risk was great. Guo Xiaobei had a great harvest today. He completed a side quest and also leveled up. More importantly, when he killed a second-order evolved zombie, the system prompted that the side quest was completed and he obtained a special gift pack additionally. Guo Xiaobei excitedly opened the red gift pack. This gift pack was a circle larger than before. He was looking forward to the gift inside. Guo Xiaobei's mood instantly dropped from extreme excitement to freezing point. He originally expected to obtain a new weapon, but he didn't expect to get a secret book of Overlord Spear technique. This secret book didn't have much attraction for him because he already had his own system and he wasn't interested in the skills of long spears. Han Yang noticed the change in Guo Xiaobei's mood and mistakenly thought that he was uncomfortable because of the cold, so he covered Guo Xiaobei with his own clothes. Guo Xiaobei was surprised by Han Yang's action and also a little embarrassed. He didn't want to misunderstand Han Yang's kindness, but he was also worried that his reaction would cause more misunderstandings. Han Yang's explanation made Guo Xiaobei even more confused. He didn't understand why Han Yang would think that his illness would affect killing zombies. Guo Xiaobei decided to put on Han Yang's clothes to avoid unnecessary troubles again. When Xingfang came back, Guo Xiaobei followed Han Yang back to their residence. Xingfang was curious about the interaction between the two, but he didn't interfere too much. Back in the house, Guo Xiaobei immediately returned the clothes to Han Yang and explained that it was warm in the house and he didn't need it anymore. Han Yang took the clothes and casually draped them over a chair and then sat down. Guo Xiaobei felt like a student being stared at by the head teacher. He lived in fear every day, worried that Han Yang would discover his true identity. Han Yang's gaze made him feel like being stared at like prey. Han Yang suddenly asked Guo Xiaobei if he liked him more and more. This made Guo Xiaobei feel confused. He didn't understand why Han Yang would have such an idea. He had never tried to attract Han Yang's attention. Guo Xiaobei tried to explain, but Han Yang seemed to have already determined his own idea. Guo Xiaobei felt helpless. He tried to clarify the misunderstanding, but Han Yang didn't seem to be willing to listen to his explanation. Han Yang's attitude made Guo Xiaobei feel like he was being forced into a desperate situation. Han Yang finally said that he accepted Guo Xiaobei's admiration and opened his arms, as if waiting for Guo Xiaobei's hug. This move made Guo Xiaobei feel even more confused and helpless. He didn't know what to do. Guo Xiaobei felt confused and embarrassed. He didn't understand Han Yang's intention and didn't know how he should react. When Xingfang came back, Guo Xiaobei accidentally fell down because of nervousness and embarrassment and just threw himself into Han Yang's arms. This action made Han Yang mistakenly think that Guo Xiaobei was showing his affection to him, while Guo Xiaobei felt extremely embarrassed and hurriedly fled back to his room. In the room, Guo Xiaobei felt ashamed and frustrated. He was worried that his behavior would make people misunderstand that he had special feelings for Han Yang. Xingfang was preparing food outside, and Han Yang was waiting outside. Both of them were curious about Guo Xiaobei's behavior. When Xingfang mentioned that today was New Year's Eve, Han Yang realized the passage of time. He was surprised and at the same time had an unusual feeling for Guo Xiaobei. He decided to bring food to Guo Xiaobei, but Guo Xiaobei didn't open the door immediately, which made Han Yang feel displeased. Guo Xiaobei finally opened the door. Han Yang didn't say much, just motioned him to eat. Han Yang's attitude surprised Guo Xiaobei. He didn't expect Han Yang to be so kind to him. Han Yang's heart was a bit complicated. His feelings for Guo Xiaobei seemed to be changing quietly. Han Yang's concern for Guo Xiaobei exceeded an ordinary teammate relationship. He began to have more expectations and requirements for Guo Xiaobei. He hoped that Guo Xiaobei could understand his position and not become arrogant because of his favor. This New Year's Eve was an unusual night for the three of them. They struggled to survive in the outside world. At the same time, they were also looking for warmth and support in their relationship. Although facing the hardships of the apocalypse, they still tried to maintain the warmth and hope of human nature. Guo Xiaobei felt helpless in the face of Han Yang's order. He gave up arguing and silently sat on the chair. Han Yang's dissatisfaction made Guo Xiaobei realize that his action might be a bit reckless. He obediently gave up the chair and handed the chopsticks to Han Yang. Han Yang's explanation made Guo Xiaobei realize that today is New Year's Eve, which made him feel surprised and touched. Guo Xiaobei proposed to go out for a meal together. Although Han Yang was a bit reluctant, he also thought it was a good idea. When they reopened the door, Guo Xiaobei came out carrying a plate and invited Xingfang to enjoy the delicious food together. When Xingfang saw the two of them come out, he also showed a smile. They heated up the dumplings together. Although the food was already a bit cold, in this cold weather, a hot dumpling still made people feel extremely warm. Guo Xiaobei found that Xingfang and Han Yang had already started drinking. He pretended to be angry and joined them. Although he only got a small glass of wine, it didn't affect his mood. While eating delicious food, they chatted and shared their feelings and stories. This meal made their relationship closer. They began to truly regard each other as partners and even relatives. Although there is not much wine, it is enough to make Xingfang drunk. Seeing this, Han Yang decided to take a day off and treat it as celebrating the new year. The next day, Xingfang rested at home. Guo Xiaobei and Han Yang went out to look for supplies. The weather was getting colder and colder. They needed to prepare for the upcoming cold winter. Although the zombies outside were not afraid of the cold, as humans, they must ensure that they can survive. This New Year's Eve was not only a celebration of a traditional festival for them, but also the beginning of their mutual support and survival in this apocalyptic world. Their relationship became stronger because of this meal, and they were full of hope and determination for the future. Guo Xiaobei returned home with a lot of things. He carefully closed the gate to prevent zombies from breaking in. He put down his things and began to organize his system backpack. Inside there was a Red Spear Technique secret book and a task reward gift pack. He decided to learn the Spear Technique secret book. After operating according to the system prompts, he felt that his spear technique had improved, but he didn't want to test it in the room. Then, he opened the orange gift pack and obtained a primary evolution stone. This stone contained refined energy, which made Guo Xiaobei feel extremely precious. When Han Yang came back, Guo Xiaobei was playing with the evolution stone. Han Yang noticed this stone and quickly snatched it from Guo Xiaobei's hand. He felt the energy in the stone and showed great interest in this stone. Guo Xiaobei nervously tried to explain the origin of the stone, but Han Yang didn't believe his words. Han Yang suspected that Guo Xiaobei had sneaked into the base and asked him to take him to the place where he found the stone. He took Guo Xiaobei to his room and was ready to ask further questions. During this process, Guo Xiaobei felt Han Yang's deterrence. He was worried that his true identity would be discovered. He tried to fabricate a reasonable explanation, but Han Yang's suspicion made him feel unprecedented pressure. Han Yang's attitude was resolute. He didn't believe Guo Xiaobei's explanation and was ready to investigate further. Guo Xiaobei realized that he must be more careful to avoid exposing his true identity. He knew that once Han Yang found out that he was a zombie, his life would be in great danger. In this apocalyptic world, trust and safety are scarce resources. Although Guo Xiaobei, Han Yang and Xing Fang have formed a team, their relationship is still full of uncertainties and tensions. Guo Xiaobei's secret makes his position in this team even more vulnerable. In Han Yang's room, the atmosphere was tense. He seriously examined Guo Xiaobei, trying to get an answer from him. Guo Xiaobei felt extremely pressured. His face was pale and his body trembled involuntarily. Han Yang's imposing manner made him almost unable to breathe. He felt that his secret might have been seen through. Han Yang's questions directly pointed to Guo Xiaobei's true identity. His words revealed his suspicion of Guo Xiaobei. Guo Xiaobei couldn't answer. His fear made him unable to speak. Han Yang's approach made him feel even more oppressed. Eventually, he fell to the ground and waited for his possible fate. However, Han Yang didn't attack him. Instead, he carried him to the bed, showing unexpected care. Guo Xiaobei's nervousness eased slightly, but he was still worried about his safety. Han Yang gave him water to drink. Although the water was very cold, Guo Xiaobei still drank some because he felt thirsty. Han Yang let Guo Xiaobei rest. He wrapped Guo Xiaobei tightly with a quilt, making him feel a trace of warmth. Although Guo Xiaobei wanted to return to his own room, he finally decided to stay in Han Yang's room to rest. After Han Yang left the room, he went to check on Xing Fang's situation. He found that there was a wound on Xing Fang's calf, and the edge of the wound had begun to rot. Han Yang realized that Xing Fang might have been scratched by a zombie, which made him fall into deep thought. He considered whether he should deal with this potential threat immediately. Han Yang finally decided to give Xing Fang a chance. Perhaps it was because he himself had experienced a similar transformation. People scratched by zombies may turn into zombies, or they may become superhumans because they form antibodies. Han Yang knew the risks of this process, but he chose to trust Xing Fang. On this New Year's Eve, the relationship between the three people has undergone subtle changes. Both Guo Xiaobei and Xing Fang are facing their own challenges, while Han Yang plays a role of both protector and potential threat among them. Their fates are intertwined, and everyone is fighting for survival. Han Yang's mood was complicated. He tried to put the past behind him, but certain thoughts always surfaced unconsciously. He planned to wait until he became stronger before going back to face those unfinished things. He used a cabinet to block the door in case Xing Fang turned into a zombie, so as to gain some time to deal with it. The room was deserted. Han Yang felt a great responsibility as the head of the family. He returned to the room and found that Guo Xiaobei had a fever and his body was extremely hot. Han Yang realized that he might have suppressed Guo Xiaobei's power too much before, resulting in his current situation. Han Yang began to suspect that Guo Xiaobei had also been scratched by a zombie, which made him angry. He acted quickly and moved a small stove into the bedroom and boiled hot water to increase the indoor temperature. He filled a basin with hot water to warm his palms, and then went to bed to help Guo Xiaobei. Han Yang began to examine Guo Xiaobei's body to look for possible wounds. Unexpectedly, he found that Guo Xiaobei's skin was very delicate, which distracted him a little. Nevertheless, he carefully examined Guo Xiaobei's whole body and found no wounds at all. Han Yang's touch made Guo Xiaobei's skin turn red, but he didn't stop. Instead, he became even more involved. He enjoyed the touch in his hand and developed an inexplicable interest in Guo Xiaobei's body. In this process, Han Yang seemed to have forgotten that Xing Fang might also need to keep warm. His attention was completely focused on Guo Xiaobei. His concern and action showed that he was worried about Guo Xiaobei's safety and also revealed his special attention to Guo Xiaobei. In this apocalyptic environment, the relationship between Han Yang, Guo Xiaobei, and Xing Fang has become closer. They take care of each other and face difficulties together. This deep friendship and trust are important supports for their survival in this world. Under Han Yang's care, Guo Xiaobei gradually woke up from a coma. He felt extremely warm. He hadn't experienced this feeling for a long time. In the difficult environment of the apocalypse, they usually can't take off all their clothes to sleep in order to keep warm. In order to ensure that Guo Xiaobei wouldn't get sick from the cold, Han Yang even shared the bed with him and provided warmth with his body temperature. Guo Xiaobei's coma was not caused by illness but by a forced system upgrade. Under Han Yang's pressure, his system upgraded to protect him. During the upgrade process, Guo Xiaobei couldn't respond to Han Yang, which made Han Yang mistakenly think that he had a fever. After waking up, Guo Xiaobei checked his system and found that the interface and color had been improved, but his attributes had not changed significantly. He browsed the taskbar, accepted all the tasks he could take, and then checked the pet bar and backpack bar and found no changes. In the skill bar, he found a new skill, playing dead. This is a skill he independently comprehended. Although he was confused by the skill, the system did not provide more explanations, just prompting him to comprehend it by himself. Finally, Guo Xiaobei checked the system mall and found that the mall had been updated and a new function of exchanging brain cores for money had been added. He tried to exchange a brain core and found that the exchange rate given by the system was much higher than that of the base. This made him feel pleasantly surprised because now he can use brain cores to buy more things in the system mall, including the pizza he has always wanted to eat. This discovery made Guo Xiaobei realize that he can improve his life through the system mall instead of just relying on the resources of the base. This provides him with more choices and possibilities and also makes him full of hope for the future. Although his body is still a bit weak, his mood has become cheerful because of these new discoveries. Guo Xiaobei found a new function in the system mall, exchanging brain cores for money, which made him very excited. He realized that this new function would enable him to make better use of the resources in his hands. In addition, he also found a new forging column, which didn't exist before. The appearance of the forging furnace made Guo Xiaobei curious. He tried to operate it and experienced the opening process of the forging furnace. The high temperature of the forging furnace made him feel a hint of danger, but he quickly closed the furnace door and regained his calm. The system prompted him that there are two ways of forging. One is manual forging, which requires investment of time, energy, and money. The other is to use evolution stones and weapons to let the forging furnace forge automatically. Guo Xiaobei realized that although he now has a forging furnace, without evolution stones, he cannot start the forging process. Moreover, he doesn't dare to ask Han Yang for evolution stones. When Guo Xiaobei was about to exit the system, he suddenly felt something warm approaching him and began to rub against his neck. This feeling made him realize that he was not wearing clothes, and the person rubbing against him was Han Yang. Guo Xiaobei was surprised to find that Han Yang was also not wearing clothes, which made him feel confused. He recalled Han Yang's previous behavior and didn't understand why Han Yang would also take off his clothes. When he saw the red, green, blue, purple and violet marks on his body, he felt a bit embarrassed. These marks may have been left by Han Yang when he examined his body, but Guo Xiaobei didn't know the specific situation. He only knew that now he and Han Yang were in a very delicate state, which made him feel both embarrassed and uneasy. In this apocalyptic environment, the relationship between Guo Xiaobei and Han Yang has become more complicated. Their interaction is full of uncertainties, and Guo Xiaobei is confused about Han Yang's true intentions. At the same time, he is also trying to adapt to this challenging new world and find his own way to survive. Guo Xiaobei's mood was complicated. He felt angry and embarrassed. There was a murderous look in his eyes, and he even considered whether to kill Han Yang to gain experience. However, Han Yang seemed to have noticed the change in Guo Xiaobei's emotions. He sat up and asked if Guo Xiaobei had woken up. Han Yang's attitude was calm and he didn't show too many emotions, but he seemed to have seen through Guo Xiaobei's thoughts. Guo Xiaobei felt nervous, but he also noticed that Han Yang didn't mention the previous things, which made him relax a little. Neither of them mentioned what happened before the coma. Although Guo Xiaobei was uneasy in his heart, Han Yang's indifferent attitude made him dare not ask more. He quickly put on his clothes and began to prepare breakfast. He was surprised because when he woke up today, his body felt very moist and his lips were not dry. Guo Xiaobei heated up the food and brought it to the living room. He noticed that Xingfang's door was blocked and felt confused. Han Yang explained that Xingfang had been infected, which shocked Guo Xiaobei, but at the same time he was also a little touched. Han Yang didn't kill Xingfang immediately but gave him a chance. In the apocalypse, people scratched by zombies are usually isolated because infection almost always leads to turning into zombies. Han Yang's decision made Guo Xiaobei's view of Han Yang change. He began to think that Han Yang might not be as ruthless as he imagined. After Guo Xiaobei finished washing the dishes in the kitchen and came out, Han Yang threw his overcoat to him. Only then did Guo Xiaobei realize that he had forgotten to put on his overcoat. He was a little surprised because today's weather didn't seem to be cold. This may be because Han Yang's body temperature made him feel warm, or because his body had changed after the system upgrade. The events of this morning gave Guo Xiaobei a new understanding of Han Yang and also made him worried about Xingfang's situation. Although they live in a cruel world, care and understanding between people still exist. Guo Xiaobei's mood swings between anger, embarrassment, and touch, but he still has hope for the future. Han Yang's sharp tongue made Guo Xiaobei feel helpless, but he still obediently put on his clothes. Although the weather outside was very cold, with Han Yang by his side, he felt a trace of warmth. Han Yang took Guo Xiaobei to the city center. Their purpose was not clear, but Han Yang seemed to have his own plan. Although Guo Xiaobei was curious, he also knew that he didn't need to ask too many questions. He believed that Han Yang had his reasons. While running, Guo Xiaobei felt a lack of physical strength. Although his body had been strengthened, there was still a gap compared to Han Yang. Han Yang had astonishing physical strength. Even after running a long distance, he didn't show any signs of fatigue. Guo Xiaobei's physique made Han Yang somewhat dissatisfied. He proposed that he would take Guo Xiaobei to exercise together in the future. Although Guo Xiaobei was somewhat resistant in his heart, he also understood that this was for his own good. After they arrived in the city center, Han Yang began to look for supplies. There were relatively few zombies in the city center, but the terrain was complex and they needed to be careful. Han Yang seemed to be very familiar with the environment here and he could accurately find the hidden zombies. Guo Xiaobei was surprised by this. He began to wonder if this was the intuition of an ability user. He recalled that when he followed Brother Su's convoy before, they rarely encountered zombies at the place where they rested at night. This made him even more convinced of Han Yang's extraordinary ability. Han Yang and Guo Xiaobei's actions in the city center were full of unknowns and dangers, but they also had the opportunity to find valuable supplies. This operation was not only an adventure, but also a test of their teamwork and trust. Guo Xiaobei recalled the past of Brother Su's convoy. Although they patrolled in groups at night, they didn't encounter many zombies. This efficient way of survival allowed them to safely reach City L. Although some team members sacrificed on the way, their survival rate was relatively high. He couldn't help but wonder if there were also ability users in Brother Su's convoy. He carefully analyzed each team member but couldn't find an answer. During the battle, Han Yang reminded Guo Xiaobei to concentrate. This made Guo Xiaobei return to his senses from his memories and focus on the battle in front of him. Although Han Yang blamed Guo Xiaobei, in fact, he was also paying attention to Guo Xiaobei and wasn't completely concentrated. At a little after 4 in the afternoon, the two of them began to return with the harvested brain cores and some supplies. They unexpectedly found 2 bicycles, which made Guo Xiaobei very excited. He imagined the scene of killing zombies in the city by bicycle and thought it was a good idea. However, in the surprised gaze of Guo Xiaobei, Han Yang kicked away one of the bicycles and only left an old-fashioned men's bicycle with a rear carrier. Han Yang naturally sat on the back seat and asked Guo Xiaobei to ride and take him. Although Guo Xiaobei was somewhat at a loss, he still got on the bicycle and began to pedal hard. Their lives seemed to be different from those of other survivors in the end of the world. They could still enjoy the pleasures of life despite the harsh environment. Han Yang comforted Guo Xiaobei in his usual sarcastic way and told him not to worry too much. Guo Xiaobei realized that he was not a savior and his ability was limited. At present, the most important thing was to ensure his own survival. He felt fortunate that at least now he was no longer alone and had friends by his side. Although Han Yang looks thin, he is actually quite heavy. This makes it very difficult for Guo Xiaobei to ride a bike and take him. When Han Yang saw Guo Xiaobei sweating profusely, his mood unexpectedly improved. He took the initiative to propose to replace Guo Xiaobei and pedal. Guo Xiaobei immediately accepted this proposal. After all, it is indeed a bit unreasonable for a smaller person to take a larger person on a bike. Although their interaction is full of teasing and jokes, it also shows the tacit understanding and friendship between them. In this end of the world, they support each other and face challenges together. The way Han Yang rides a bike and takes Guo Xiaobei surprises Guo Xiaobei. Han Yang doesn't seem to feel any burden at all. Instead, he appears relaxed and at ease. Guo Xiaobei then tightly holds the rear carrier of the bike, worried that an accident might occur due to excessive speed. Han Yang is dissatisfied that Guo Xiaobei didn't hold his waist and deliberately accelerated, which makes Guo Xiaobei feel very uncomfortable. When they arrived at their residence, Han Yang found that the brakes of the bike were broken. He decided to jump off the bike, but Guo Xiaobei didn't react in time. As a result, the two of them hit the wall, the bike was scrapped, and Han Yang was also injured. Han Yang blamed Guo Xiaobei for not jumping off the bike in time, but when he saw Guo Xiaobei's tearful eyes, his anger subsided. He told Guo Xiaobei to be more clever next time. Han Yang went into the house to clean his wound. Guo Xiaobei took the opportunity to put the bike into the system package. Although Han Yang's face was washed clean, the abrasions were still obvious. Guo Xiaobei found it funny but didn't dare to laugh. Guo Xiaobei prepared some food, but Han Yang's wound was still bleeding. He was worried that the wound would be difficult to heal in winter and might leave a scar. After Han Yang went back to his room to rest, Guo Xiaobei also returned to his own room and began to look for medicine that could treat wounds. He couldn't find suitable medicine in his collection, so he thought of the system mall. He decided to go to the mall to see if he could find medicine suitable for treating Han Yang's wound. In this end of the world environment, even small wounds can become serious, so timely treatment is very important. Guo Xiaobei's concern and actions show his friendship and sense of responsibility towards Han Yang. Their relationship gradually deepens as they go through difficulties and challenges together. Guo Xiaobei is looking for medicine in the system mall. He finds that there are a wide variety of medicines in the mall, which makes him a bit dazzled. In the end, he chose an ointment with a relatively high price that promised not to leave scars. Although he was torn about whether it was worth spending so much money to buy such a small ointment, he finally decided to give it to Han Yang. Guo Xiaobei took the ointment and came to Han Yang's room. He handed it to him a bit embarrassedly. Although Han Yang seemed displeased on the surface, he was actually happy about Guo Xiaobei's concern in his heart. He asked Guo Xiaobei to help him apply the medicine. Guo Xiaobei carefully applied the ointment to Han Yang, although the wound was not serious. After applying the ointment, Guo Xiaobei habitually patted Han Yang on the head, which made Han Yang a bit displeased. But then, Han Yang suddenly hugged Guo Xiaobei and asked him to stay and sleep together. Although Guo Xiaobei was initially surprised and shy, he finally agreed. The two lay on the bed. Guo Xiaobei was facing away from Han Yang. After Guo Xiaobei fell asleep, Han Yang held him in his arms. This night, their relationship seemed to have undergone a subtle change. At the same time, after the trio who were blackmailed by Han Yang and them yesterday returned, they reported the situation to the leader of the wolf pack. The wolf pack sent several capable subordinates to follow the trio out of the city. But they didn't find Han Yang and them all day. When they returned to the city at night, they didn't find anything either. This made the wolf pack feel depressed and puzzled. In this end of the world, every day is full of uncertainties and dangers. The relationship between Han Yang and Guo Xiaobei gradually deepens in the difficulties they experience together. And they also need to face threats and challenges from the outside world. Guo Xiaobei woke up in Han Yang's arms, feeling warmth and comfort, making him reluctant to leave this warm environment immediately. But when Han Yang's hand began to wander on his back, he quickly woke up and got up, hurriedly put on his clothes and left the room. Han Yang got up slowly after Guo Xiaobei left. His mood seemed very good. He even couldn't help laughing when he touched his own face. The two ate breakfast in silence. Han Yang began to prepare to go out, while Guo Xiaobei returned to his own room. Guo Xiaobei took out the damaged bicycle from the system package and repaired it through the forging furnace in the system mall. He chose basic repair and consumed some points, but retained the original appearance of the bicycle. After the repair was completed, Guo Xiaobei looked at the bicycle with satisfaction. At this time, Han Yang came to knock on the door and urged him to set off. Guo Xiaobei took the bicycle and went out. Han Yang proposed to buy some food and take it with him. The two set off together. This time, Han Yang rode a bike and took Guo Xiaobei. Due to yesterday's accident, Han Yang didn't ride too fast. But he found that the bicycle seemed to be easier to ride than yesterday. He glanced back at Guo Xiaobei and secretly thought that Guo Xiaobei might have made a living by repairing bicycles before. Because of the cold weather, Guo Xiaobei's hands were severely frozen. When Han Yang noticed this, he stopped the bike and asked Guo Xiaobei to put his hands into his clothes to keep warm. Although Guo Xiaobei was a bit hesitant, he finally did as he was told. This made their relationship even closer. They continued to go deeper into the city, going farther than the day before. Han Yang and Guo Xiaobei became interested in the zombies and supplies in the city. Although the number of zombies in the city was unexpectedly large, due to the solid walls of the survival base, zombies could not enter. Therefore, the base did not conduct a comprehensive cleanup. Instead, it was the responsibility of the teens in the city. On this trip, the relationship between Han Yang and Guo Xiaobei has further developed. Their interaction is more natural and intimate. In this end-of-the-world environment, they rely on each other and face challenges together. Guo Xiaobei and Han Yang's exploration in the city made them discover an astonishing phenomenon. The deeper they went into the city center, the stronger the zombies they encountered. And they seemed to be organized. They no longer wandered aimlessly. This is very different from the zombies they encountered outside the city before. Outside the city, although there are a large number of zombies, most of them act alone and there is no obvious organization and tactics. In the city center, zombies began to show a certain degree of coordinated combat ability, which made Han Yang and Guo Xiaobei feel pressured. They found that these zombies not only had increased strength and speed, but also were more orderly in their actions, as if under some kind of command. This phenomenon made them have to re-evaluate the degree of threat from zombies. During an in-depth operation in the city center, Han Yang and Guo Xiaobei were consciously blocked by zombies. They had to fight all the way and didn't even have time to eat lunch. As the sky darkened, Han Yang realized that it was too risky to take Guo Xiaobei back to the base at night. They decided to find a relatively safe building nearby to spend the night. They used the carried food to satisfy their hunger and blocked the doors and windows of the building as much as possible to prevent zombie attacks. In this end of the world, they must always be vigilant to ensure each other's safety. This experience made Han Yang and Guo Xiaobei realize that they need to explore the city more carefully. At the same time, they also need to prepare more supplies and strategies to deal with possible challenges. Their relationship became closer in this process, facing the difficulties and dangers of the end of the world together. Guo Xiaobei and Han Yang's exploration in the city made them realize that the zombies in the city center are not only powerful but also seem to be organized. This new change makes their actions more dangerous. During an in-depth operation in the city center, they found themselves consciously surrounded by zombies, which made them have to spend the night in a house. To keep warm, Han Yang built a crude seat with waste wooden boards and the found cotton-padded clothes. When Guo Xiaobei was sorting out the system package, he was called to Han Yang's side. The two simply ate some cold food and then snuggled up and fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Guo Xiaobei was awakened by the cold. He found Han Yang hugging him tightly. Guo Xiaobei gently pushed Han Yang away, tightened his clothes for him, and then started trotting in place to keep warm. He entered the system to handle some tasks and then checked the time and found that it was already 5 in the morning. When he checked the system map, he found that they were surrounded by zombies. Guo Xiaobei immediately woke up Han Yang and told him the situation outside. Although Han Yang was a bit grumpy when he got up, he quickly woke up and prepared to deal with the upcoming battle. The two decided to fight together instead of running away separately. They broke the back door and rushed out of the house surrounded by zombies. During the escape, they had to face more and more zombies. During the escape, both Guo Xiaobei and Han Yang felt tired, but they knew they couldn't stop. They must return to the survival base as soon as possible because the city is no longer safe. When they returned to the town, Han Yang immediately noticed something abnormal. He pulled Guo Xiaobei and quickly ran towards their home. They were worried that Xing Fong might be in trouble. This experience made Guo Xiaobei and Han Yang realize that they need to re-evaluate the threat of zombies in the city and formulate new strategies to ensure their own safety. At the same time, their relationship also became closer because they faced danger together. Han Yang's sudden action caught Guo Xiaobei off guard. He could only stand still and wait, while his heart was filled with uneasiness. Through the system map, he found that their residence was being attacked by a group of humans, and Xing Fong was in danger. Guo Xiaobei quickly rushed to the residence and found that Han Yang had already engaged in battle with the attackers and was protecting the injured Xing Fong. Guo Xiaobei joined the battle. His long spear was like the sickle of death, quickly clearing the enemies blocking him. His heart was filled with anger because Xing Fong was not only their teammate but also their friend. The leader of the wolf pack felt pressured during the battle. His subordinates suffered heavy losses. The appearance of Han Yang and Guo Xiaobei made him feel threatened. After realizing the unfavorable situation, he decisively ordered a retreat, and the wolf pack quickly left the battlefield. Guo Xiaobei, Han Yang, and Xing Fong decided to leave this town immediately. They packed up the necessities and prepared to go to the survival base. Although Xing Fong was injured, his mental state seemed to be quite good, which gave Guo Xiaobei a glimmer of comfort. However, when they were about to leave, screams of being attacked by zombies came from afar. Guo Xiaobei checked the system map and found that zombies had begun to surround the entire town. Many hunting teams live in this small town, but now most people may still be outside the city, and the town's defense force is seriously insufficient. Facing this situation, the three of them must make a decision quickly. They need to find a safe place and also find a way to notify other hunting teams so that they can return to the town as soon as possible and jointly resist the zombie attack. In this end of the world, every day is full of unknowns and dangers. Guo Xiaobei, Han Yang and Xing Fong must unite and face challenges together. Their relationship becomes closer in this process, and their will to survive becomes stronger. Han Yang realized what the screams outside meant. It would undoubtedly be suicidal for them to rush out now. Guo Xiaobei's face was very ugly because he saw the number of zombies outside through the system map. The number of these zombies was huge, even more than what they had encountered in the city before. Guo Xiaobei knew that although their house was solid, under the siege of so many zombies, it couldn't hold on for long. He began to think about whether Xing Fong had awakened his supernatural ability. According to what he knew, people who were scratched by zombies and fell into a coma and had a fever might evolve into superhumans, but this chance was not high. Xing Fong had been in a coma for half a month, from the first day of the Lunar New Year to the 15th day of the first lunar month now. Guo Xiaobei speculated that Xing Fong might be evolving into a superhuman. He looked at Han Yang and wanted to know what Han Yang's supernatural ability was, but Han Yang didn't reveal it. Han Yang quickly blocked the doors and windows. Despite the time constraint, he did the best he could to take defensive measures. He asked Guo Xiaobei to take Xing Fong to a safe place, but Xing Fong didn't think he should be protected. He wanted to prove that he had become a superhuman. Han Yang was angry at Xing Fong's insistence. He insisted that Xing Fong stay in a safe place. Guo Xiaobei also persuaded Xing Fong to follow Han Yang's arrangement because as a superhuman, Han Yang's experience was more valuable. Han Yang seriously told Xing Fong that they might not be able to protect him in the battle. Xing Fong needed to ensure his own safety. Although Xing Fong wanted to refute, he was finally pushed into the room by Han Yang. The small town they were in was a closely connected architectural complex. Every household was close to the street and neighbors. Han Yang's bedroom was the innermost one. There were windows, but they had been blocked by iron guardrails and cabinets. The other three sides were not close to windows. This made this room the safest place. In this tense situation, the three of them must unite and face the upcoming zombie tide together. They need to use their respective advantages to formulate the best defense strategy in order to survive until the rescue from the base arrives. Han Yang blocked the door with a cabinet and said to Xing Fong that if they survived, they would go in and find him. If Xingfang survived on his own, he could also come out and help, but not now. There was a kind of heaviness in his tone that made Guo Xiaobei feel uneasy. He began to wonder if they could really survive this disaster. Han Yang sat quietly in the living room, seemingly waiting for the zombies to arrive. Guo Xiaobei was sorting out the items in the system on the side, hoping to find something useful. He thought of that evolution stone. If it was still there, it might come in handy. Guo Xiaobei asked Han Yang about the whereabouts of the evolution stone. Han Yang immediately became vigilant. But after Guo Xiaobei explained, Han Yang handed the evolution stone and knife to him without hesitation. Guo Xiaobei took the knife and entered the room. He wasn't sure what would happen during the forging process, so he couldn't take the risk of doing it outside. Han Yang didn't stop Guo Xiaobei. While eating food, he was lost in thought. Guo Xiaobei entered the system, opened the forging furnace, and put the evolution stone and knife into it. He had to finish it as soon as possible before the zombies broke through the gate. After the forging was completed, Guo Xiaobei found that the knife seemed to be a little heavier, but there was no obvious change in appearance. He took the knife and returned to the living room. Han Yang took the knife and felt the difference of the knife, but before he could ask, a hole was broken in the gate by zombies. Guo Xiaobei was worried about Xingfang's physical condition. Although Xingfang insisted that he was fine, Guo Xiaobei was more inclined to believe Han Yang's judgment. Although Xingfang was a bit disappointed, he also understood Guo Xiaobei's concern. When Xingfang learned that Han Yang was a superhuman, he was very surprised. He had never seen Han Yang use his supernatural ability. He only knew that Han Yang's swordsmanship was very excellent. Guo Xiaobei didn't reveal how he knew that Han Yang was a superhuman. Xingfang didn't continue to ask. Guo Xiaobei returned to the room and took out an iron rod strengthened by the forging furnace. This iron rod was very suitable for Xingfang. Although it was a bit heavy, Xingfang liked it very much and expressed his gratitude to Guo Xiaobei. Guo Xiaobei then decided to replace Han Yang and let him come back to rest. He was worried that Han Yang would be too tired after fighting for a long time. Xingfang wanted to join the battle, but both Guo Xiaobei and Han Yang insisted that he rest first. When Guo Xiaobei rushed out to replace Han Yang almost injured him by mistake. Guo Xiaobei blocked the zombie's attack with a long spear and told Han Yang that he came to replace him. Although Han Yang was surprised by Guo Xiaobei's sudden appearance, he still chose to believe Guo Xiaobei and reminded him to be careful. After Han Yang entered the house to rest, Guo Xiaobei began to face the zombies alone. His mood became a bit displeased when he saw Xingfang come out too. He was worried about Xingfang's physical condition and didn't want him to take risks. At this tense moment, the three of them were all fighting for survival. Their care and protection for each other showed their close relationship. Although they were facing great danger, they were all trying their best to protect each other and jointly face the threat of zombies. Xingfang's carefulness and thoughtfulness were especially precious at this tense moment. He not only boiled hot water but also heated up the food, providing necessary energy supplements for Han Yang and Guo Xiaobei. In the end of the world, maintaining physical strength and energy is the key to survival. Han Yang's concern for Xingfang is not only out of friendship, but more about his worry about Xingfang's physical condition. He knew that Xingfang had been scratched by zombies. Although he seemed fine now, Han Yang was worried that Xingfang might show symptoms at any time. Han Yang recalled the research results of the institute. The zombie virus has a strong transformative ability on the human body, but at the same time it is accompanied by great risks. The infectivity and transformative ability of the virus are weakening over time, but the transformation of the human body is becoming more and more refined. Han Yang himself is a superhuman who has experienced this transformation process. He deeply knows the pain and danger of this process. Although Xingfang was full of curiosity about supernatural abilities, what he cared more about was his own physical condition. He followed Han Yang's suggestion and prepared to return to a safe place to rest. He knew that only by maintaining the best state could he welcome the possible awakening of supernatural abilities. Guo Xiaobei was fighting zombies outside. His overlord spear technique had become more and more proficient. He even had new insights in actual combat. His spear technique was extremely powerful and could effectively clear the zombies around. Xingfang and Han Yang watched the battle outside in the house. They were surprised by Guo Xiaobei's progress. Xingfang's longing for supernatural abilities made him more determined to protect himself well so that he could smoothly awaken his supernatural ability. In this end of the world, everyone is fighting for survival and at the same time looking for the possibility of transcending themselves. The teamwork of Xingfang, Han Yang and Guo Xiaobei gives them more chances of survival in this dangerous world. They support each other and face challenges together. This is an important force for them to survive in the end of the world. Xingfang's direct question instantly made Han Yang's expression become serious, and there was a hint of displeasure in his eyes. Xingfang realized that he might have touched on Han Yang's privacy, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward for a while. Han Yang didn't answer Xingfang's question directly. Instead, he turned his gaze to Guo Xiaobei, who was fighting zombies outside, seemingly thinking about something. Seeing this, Xingfang quickly changed the topic and handed food and water to Han Yang, trying to ease the atmosphere. Guo Xiaobei came back to rest after the battle. He could feel the dissatisfaction in Han Yang's eyes. In this tense atmosphere, Guo Xiaobei knew that he must say something to ease the tension. He took the initiative to bow his head and admit his mistake to Han Yang, although he didn't think he was wrong. Han Yang stood up, approached Guo Xiaobei, pinched his chin and forced Guo Xiaobei to face himself. His question was straightforward, asking if it was Guo Xiaobei who told Xingfang the fact that he was a superhuman. In this end of the world, the identity of a superhuman often means more responsibilities and dangers. Han Yang may not be willing to expose his identity easily. Guo Xiaobei's answer will determine Han Yang's degree of trust in him and how their relationship will develop. At this tense moment, the relationship and trust between the three will be tested. They must support each other, jointly face external threats, and at the same time deal with internal contradictions and misunderstandings. Only in this way can they survive in this dangerous world. Guo Xiaobei's face instantly turned pale. He realized that he might have leaked Han Yang's secret. He secretly cursed Xingfang's carelessness in his heart, and at the same time was thinking about how to calm Han Yang's displeasure. Han Yang's displeasure was obvious. There was disappointment in his eyes for Guo Xiaobei. In this tense atmosphere, Guo Xiaobei felt the pressure and knew that he must give a reasonable explanation. Han Yang's fingers tightly pinched Guo Xiaobei's chin and forced him to face himself. Guo Xiaobei felt pain, but he didn't resist. Instead, he chose to bow his head and admit his mistake. His tears were a physiological reaction rather than a sign of weakness, but Han Yang softened his attitude because of this. Han Yang's sudden kiss surprised and confused Guo Xiaobei. He didn't understand why Han Yang would do such a thing. But then Han Yang mentioned the knife, and Guo Xiaobei realized that Han Yang was thanking him for his previous forging work. The three took turns to rest and eat during the intense battle. Although they had been fighting for a long time, only half a day had passed. They must persevere because the threat of zombies still exists. Guo Xiaobei, Xingfang and Han Yang are responsible for different defensive areas respectively. They must cooperate closely to resist the attack of zombies. Han Yang's physical strength is astonishing. He can fight for a long time without losing efficiency, which makes him seem the most relaxed among the three. However, Xingfang began to feel exhausted and his physical condition began to deteriorate. This made him worried because he knew that his health condition was crucial to the defense of the entire team. In this end of the world, every minute and every second is full of challenges. They must always be vigilant and jointly face the threat of zombies. Their unity and cooperation are the key to their survival. Only through joint efforts can they find the possibility of survival in this dangerous world. Xingfang felt dizzy and the zombies in front of him became blurry. He realized that this was not because of fatigue, but that his body was undergoing some kind of change. Nevertheless, he still insisted on fighting and didn't want to push all the pressure to Han Yang and Guo Xiaobei. Han Yang noticed the abnormal restlessness of the zombies. He recalled his own experience when awakening his supernatural ability and realized that these zombies might be attracted by Xingfang's awakening of supernatural ability. He quickly took Xingfang to a safe place and asked Guo Xiaobei to continue guarding. Xingfang writhed in pain on the bed, and sweat soaked his forehead. Han Yang knew that this was a precursor to the awakening of supernatural ability. He couldn't help Xing Fong and could only guard by the side and wait for Xing Fong to get through this difficult time on his own. Han Yang recalled the loneliness and fear when he awakened. At that time, he also endured extreme pain. He realized that what Xing Fong was experiencing now was exactly what he had experienced before. This was a test that one must endure to become a superhuman. Han Yang checked Xing Fong's condition, and after confirming that he was fine, he went out to replace Guo Xiaobei so that he could have a chance to rest. They must take turns to rest to maintain their combat effectiveness. Guo Xiaobei has become numb in the battle. He regards zombies as firewood and himself as a woodcutter. Although now he only needs to guard the door of the room, the long battle makes him extremely exhausted. Han Yang and Guo Xiaobei take turns to guard to ensure that Xing Fong can safely complete the process of awakening his supernatural ability. They know that Xing Fong's awakening is a huge opportunity for them, but at the same time it is also a challenge. They must protect Xing Fong until he successfully awakens. In this end of the world, everyone is fighting for survival and at the same time looking for the possibility of transcending themselves. Xing Fong's awakening of supernatural ability is not only his personal victory, but also the strengthening of their team's strength. They must support each other and face challenges together. This is an important force for them to survive in the end of the world. Guo Xiaobei and Han Yang take turns to rest during the long battle. Although they haven't waited for rescue, the commotion in the direction of the city gate in the distance makes them guess that there may be hunting teams coming back. However, this hope is soon replaced by silence, leaving only the rubbing sounds and occasional howls of zombies. Guo Xiaobei felt extremely exhausted, and Han Yang also noticed Xing Fong's abnormality. Xing Fong's condition was very bad. He writhed in pain on the bed. The bright spot representing him on the system map switched between red and green, which confused Guo Xiaobei. Han Yang was knocked into the door during an attack and the door collapsed, which made Guo Xiaobei very worried. Although Han Yang said he was fine, Guo Xiaobei could see that he was not in good condition. Han Yang decided to use his supernatural ability. A heat wave cleared all the zombies around. After using the supernatural ability, Han Yang felt dizzy. He used his remaining strength to block the door again and then went into the room to rest. He saw Guo Xiaobei squatting on the ground, seemingly very uncomfortable. Guo Xiaobei felt a burst of heat and severe pain, as if being hit hard on the head, making him almost vomit. Han Yang put Guo Xiaobei on the bed, but Guo Xiaobei felt an electric shock-like pain because of Xing Fong's touch. He decided to stay away from Xing Fong. Han Yang also felt unwell. Guo Xiaobei helped him to the bed to rest. Guo Xiaobei found that all the zombies outside were gone. He was very surprised. He returned to the room and started heating food and preparing to eat. However, before he could eat, the sound of zombies rang out again outside. In this end of the world, they must always be vigilant because the threat of zombies may appear again at any time. They need to recover their physical strength as soon as possible and prepare for the possible coming new round of attacks. I'm really furious. I swallowed a steamed bun in one gulp, carried the pot into the room, and also moved the hand-washing basin in. Han Yang and Xing Fong were still sleeping soundly. I was busy running around, but the two of them didn't respond at all. I was so bitter in my heart. Now I'm the only one awake. Are we all going to be finished? Han Yang was woken up by the fighting sounds. He had astonishing physical strength, but this battle was too intense. He was so tired that he just wanted to sleep. Although he was tired, the zombies hadn't left yet, so he slept restlessly. As soon as he heard the sound of zombies, he was immediately awakened. He got up and saw that I was fighting zombies with a long spear. There was a pot on the cabinet by the wall. Han Yang touched the pot. It was still hot. He lifted the lid of the pot. Inside were several hot steamed buns. Looking at the basin beside it, he immediately understood my intention. He looked at the zombies outside. There weren't many. So he washed his hands and picked up a steamed bun and ate it slowly. The only thing he was dissatisfied with was why didn't I bring some pickles in? While fighting zombies, I was wondering why they suddenly retreated. Now they are gathering slowly again. When I kicked a zombie, I found that there seemed to be white crystals in the black ashes on the ground. Isn't this a brain nucleus? Why are there so many everywhere? Could it be? I suddenly felt like vomiting. This all over the place, in piles. Could it be the ashes of zombies? I suddenly realized that all the zombies were gone. I originally thought they had retreated. Now thinking about it, they were all destroyed. No wonder Han Yang's face is so pale. This is supernatural ability. It's so terrifying. Hundreds and thousands of zombies turn into black ashes. I admired in my heart, but suddenly felt a chill on my back. I was so uncomfortable just now. Could it also be because of Han Yang's supernatural ability? God, just take me away. Isn't this just suffering? If every time Han Yang uses his supernatural ability, I am affected. Either I am killed by him or my identity is exposed by him. Either way, it's death. It's better to die now. Besides, there is also Xing Feng. Just now, it felt like an electric shock all over my body. If it's like this in the future, how can I live? Sooner or later, I will be exposed. I fell into infinite resentment towards the future and vented all my resentment on the zombies. It's all your fault, these disgusting zombies. Why are you surrounding us for no reason? If zombies could think, they would definitely hate my sudden crazy attacks. After Han Yang had eaten and drunk his fill, he used his supernatural ability to clean up the zombies outside the window again. He found that after resting for a while, his head was neither dizzy nor painful. As long as he didn't use too much supernatural ability, there would basically be no physiological reaction. But the smell of these zombies being incinerated still made him feel sick. He came out and saw me killing zombies almost crazily. He couldn't help frowning, but there was a trace of distress in his heart. It was all because he was too slow, which made me fight desperately outside alone. He, as the master, was too irresponsible. If I knew that Han Yang had already regarded me as a pet and called himself the master, I would definitely stop attacking immediately and wait for the zombies to catch and kill me. Han Yang raised his hand and turned the surrounding zombies into black ashes. He patted my shoulder and said, "Go in and rest for a while." I felt as if I had been pardoned and immediately ran away. Seeing Han Yang's supernatural ability with my own eyes made me feel like a knife was spinning around my neck. It also made me confirm that my discomfort just now was indeed because of him. Because now I also feel nauseous and uncomfortable, as if being roasted by fire. I entered the room exhausted both physically and mentally, leaving Han Yang with an unhappy expression. It's too outrageous. I didn't even look at him. I ran away so impatiently. Could it be that the embarrassment of these 2 days has reduced his charm? It's all these disgusting things. Han Yang took the time to touch his face and found that it was not as smooth and delicate as it was a few days ago. Then he shamefully and angrily kicked a zombie approaching him and slapped it directly into the opposite wall. It didn't fall down for a long time. The zombies outside the window had been almost cleared by Han Yang. I was also happy to take the opportunity to rest. However, I carefully avoided Xing Feng and shrank to a corner of the bed. Before closing my eyes, I silently comforted myself that fortunately the bed was big enough. Han Yang began to slowly practice his supernatural ability. Before, he had always had an indescribable discomfort in his heart and was reluctant to use it no matter what. But now, surrounded by zombies and facing life and death, he suddenly figured it out. No matter how his supernatural ability came about and no matter what painful memories it carried, now using it to save his life and protect his companions is the key. Speaking of companions, a small face with a baby face flashed through Han Yang's mind. Immediately, his heart was filled with sweetness. Such a fun, pet, must be well protected. Using supernatural ability on a small scale is actually quite easy. Han Yang wandered around inside and outside the house killing zombies. Fortunately, the doors, windows and walls had been broken by zombies, so it was convenient for him to enter and exit. When passing by the window, seeing me sleeping soundly on the bed, he couldn't help but relax a lot. I don't know how long it had passed. Han Yang felt that the zombies had started to attack fiercely again. He suspected that there was some change in Xing Fang's body. But as the zombies gradually surrounded him, he was also unable to attend to everything. Xing Fang started rolling again. I was shocked awake by an electric shock. Looking at Xing Fang, who was constantly writhing beside me, I was on the verge of tears. Big brother, when you evolve your supernatural ability, why are you making things difficult for me? But I also saw that something was wrong with Xing Fang's situation. Xing Fang's face was red. In this cold weather, it felt very hot even getting a little closer to him. I picked up the pillow towel and threw it into the hand-washing basin to quickly soak it. I wrung it slightly dry and threw it on Xing Fang's face. It seemed that I heard a sizzling sound. I looked at the half-dry pillow towel on Xing Fang's face with a dark face. Is this a face or a griddle? Holding one corner, I pulled the pillow towel off Xing Fang's face and put it in the water to soak again. But this time I didn't wring it dry. I let the water droplets drip onto Xing Fang's face. This time the situation was much better. In the middle of winter, water vapor could actually be seen slowly rising indoors. Is this supernatural ability? This supernatural ability seems quite practical. In the future, when in the wild, there is no need to worry about cold dry food. The pillow towel was dry then wet and wet then dry. Finally, the temperature on Xing Fang's face went down a little. I let out a long breath. Judging from the system map, the bright spot representing Xing Fang has completely turned red and hasn't turned green again for a long time. It seems that he has evolved successfully. I relaxed a little. But in an instant, I found that Xing Fang's body temperature had risen again. In great surprise, I quickly entered the system to seek help. Very rarely, the system that seldom answers questions actually answered me. However, according to the system's explanation, this is a qualitative conflict problem rarely encountered in evolution. That is to say, the supernatural ability awakened by Xing Fang is in great conflict with his own constitution. After being scanned by the system, Xing Fang should have awakened a supernatural ability similar to fire. But unfortunately, Xing Fang has firm willpower and constitution. So firm that he can resist the invasion of the virus. But his mental strength is not very high. In fact, there are also many people with a big difference between constitution and spirit. But Xing Fang is lucky to awaken a supernatural ability, but unfortunately he is one of the rare people whose spirit and constitution will conflict. This is so cheating. I looked at Xing Fang, who was in a coma, speechlessly, and asked how to deal with it. The system listed some medicines, all of which are potions to neutralize this constitution. But I have never heard of these medicines. Just like the ointment for wiping Han Yang's face, there is no manufacturer, no production date, and no manufacturer's address. It is a completely unbranded product. Even without a name, there is only a code similar to a serial number printed on it. I looked at several kinds of medicines in turn, analyzed them, and selected one. Looking down at the price, I immediately gasped. This is not cheating me. This is trapping me. The price, which is no different from an astronomical figure for me, made me struggle for a long time. I asked the system what would happen if Xing Fang didn't take medicine. The system's answer is very simple. If he doesn't take it, he will die. Well, in order to prevent Xing Fang from burning himself to death, I still decide to contribute everything I have. While Han Yang was killing zombies outside, I took out my red plastic bucket and looked at it with tears in my eyes. I exchanged all the primary brain nuclei into the system. Watching the brain nuclei decreasing rapidly, I really wanted to cry bitterly. Even so, there were still a few short. Enduring nausea, I secretly crawled to the door, dug up several piles of black ashes, and took out the brain nuclei to gather all the expenses. It is still a small bottle the size of a little finger. Only more than half of the light blue liquid is filled in it. Profiteer! I cursed and put the medicine bottle to Xing Fang's mouth. After all, saving lives is urgent. Xing Fang was rolling violently. My hand feeding the medicine was almost thrown off. This potion is extremely expensive. If a drop is spilled, I will cry to death. Even if I cry to death, I can't gather enough brain nuclei to buy another bottle. Enduring the excruciating pain of electric shock, I firmly held down Xing Fong. With my other hand, I desperately stuffed the potion into his mouth. Xing Fong's head was still constantly moving. I had to throw myself on him completely, straddle his waist. With one hand, I pinched open his mouth. With the other hand, I poured all the potion into his mouth. Seeing that the potion was poured into Xing Fong's mouth without a drop left, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. My whole body had long been numbed by the electric shock. When I wanted to get up, I was so weak that I couldn't move. After taking the potion, the electric shock on Xing Fong disappeared and his body temperature was quickly returning to normal. This medicine is really a panacea. Excellent. Thinking of the price, I have to admit that the price is also excellent. As Xing Fong's body temperature returned to normal, his consciousness also gradually recovered. The zombies around also quickly retreated. Han Yang looked at the retreating zombies in surprise and entered the room in confusion. After taking the medicine, Xing Fong's whole body returned to normal. There was also an indescribable comfort. In a daze, he only remembered the uncomfortable feeling like being burned by fire and roasted by charcoal all over his body. Now it's much better. He felt full of strength all over his body. But he always felt that there was some heaviness on his body, like being pressed by a ghost. When he opened his eyes, my baby face was crawling on his chest and straddling. Xiao Bei. Xing Fong opened his mouth wide. What's the situation? Was I bitten by a zombie? How could I make such a posture? What are you doing, zombie? Han Yang entered the room sweating. Tired but relieved, he opened his mouth, preparing to tell me the good news that the zombies had retreated. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the door, he saw a situation that made him extremely angry. This kid actually dares to cheat on me. I was so weak from the electric shock. After fighting with the extremely strong Xing Fong for a long time, it was not easy to wait for the electric current to disappear. I was already so tired that I didn't want to move. Hearing Xing Fong's voice, I opened my eyes in a daze. But my consciousness hadn't recovered yet. I could only see Xing Fong's mouth opening and closing. I didn't know what he was saying. I couldn't help climbing up a little to listen clearly. When Han Yang came in, my head was almost overlapping with Xing Fong's. From his perspective, it was no different from me straddling Xing Fong and kissing him. What an obsequious look. Han Yang felt that his liver was starting to ache. He stepped forward and grabbed me down. You actually cheated on me. Ah. I opened my mouth in a daze and looked at Han Yang's angry face. You. Listen to me. Han Yang's loud voice made me shiver. I stood at attention obediently. Xing Fong, who was originally frightened by my behavior, hadn't had time to be happy that I was grabbed away. He was frightened by Han Yang's fierce face and loud voice. He quickly got up from the bed and stood in the dark corner of the wall. Seemingly understanding what had happened, I glanced contemptuously at the unloyal Xing Fong and considered whether to drag the other party into trouble. Still dare to flirt with each other. Xing Fong. Han Yang was almost going crazy. He grabbed me by the collar and pulled me in front of him. Unfortunately, the rather disparate heights made it a bit difficult for Han Yang to do this posture. After all, it's easy to pick up a table or cabinet with one hand. But it's not easy to pick up a living person because he will struggle. I was terribly frightened by Han Yang's appearance. Although Han Yang has never been very polite to me, he also takes care of me from time to time. But he has never yelled at me. Lord Han. I held onto my collar, being careful lest he strangle me to death in his excitement. Han Yang stared at me intently. It seemed that if I didn't give him a reasonable explanation today, he would strangle me on the spot. That I can explain. Actually, I was killing zombies and accidentally got to Brother Xing. I tried to make myself look innocent. although I was really innocent. I spent so many brain nuclei and was still misunderstood. Han Yang's anger rose. Nonsense! You still dare to lie to me? He clearly saw that I was already straddling Xingfang. This is simply. Besides anger, there was also a fermented smell spreading in Han Yang's heart. Looking at the kid with the baby face in front of him, blinking at him with wide eyes, not only did he not calm down, but instead a sense of sadness welled up. He had originally said that he would take good care of me in the future. But I actually, with another man. Han Yang's eyes turned red. The expression on his face gradually became strange. There was a hint of pain. A resolute look as if he was about to cut off something. Exclamation point. I had a bad intuition. Could it be that Han Yang was about to mutate? Lord Han. Xiaobei. I'd better strangle you. No way. I admired myself in my heart. Sure enough, I guessed right. But this is not something to be happy about. What did I do wrong? I'll correct it, okay? Han Yang. Xingfang also knew that Han Yang probably had some misunderstanding. Although he didn't know how I ended up on top of him, he knew that I must have been taking care of him while he was unconscious. It's none of your business. Han Yang didn't even turn his head and snapped. Xingfang touched his nose. All right, the matters between husband and wife should be resolved by themselves. After yelling at Xingfang, Han Yang's attention was fully on me again. The hand that was holding my collar changed to grabbing my not-so-thick neck and gradually tightened. Xingfang was startled. Are they really serious? He wanted to step forward to stop it, but was afraid of exacerbating the situation. So he could only watch nervously from the side, preparing to save me before Han Yang really strangled me. You're not really going to strangle me, are you? My eyes reddened. My identity hasn't been exposed. Could it be that I still can't escape the fate of dying at the hands of a supernatural being? What on earth did Han Yang misunderstand that he had to strangle me? Woo! I was wrong, okay? I'll be obedient from now on. I'll listen to everything you say from now on, okay? Woo! Spare me. Han Yang was moved. Thinking of me following his commands and posing in this way and that way in front of him, he inexplicably felt a tickle in his nose, as if something was about to rush out. Then, cough, then that's it. Han Yang's hand loosened, and there was still a suspicious blush on his face. What's that? I hadn't recovered from the aftertaste of almost being strangled. I asked Han Yang, who had stopped in a daze. Han Yang's face became redder and redder. When I asked, he suddenly became ashamed and angry. Seeing Xingfang snickering on the side, he was even more embarrassed. He grabbed me, who was still guessing, and pressed me against the wall and kissed me hard. Ding! The zombie host has comprehended an independent skill, acting coquettishly. Damn you, lousy skill. The zombies retreated and Xingfang got better. It seemed that everything was happy. I silently touched my swollen lips. But in my heart, there were mixed feelings. The house was in a mess and drafty on all sides. Except for Han Yang's room that could still be lived in, other places were in tatters. My room was even like a revolving door. There were holes on all sides. Han Yang was in a good mood and went out to patrol, leaving me and Xingfang to clean up the room. In fact, there was nothing much to clean up. I asked Xingfang to collect the brain nuclei under those black ashes. I myself took the last bit of food and went to the kitchen to make dinner. When the meal was ready, Han Yang also came back. But his face didn't look good. Xingfang collected all the brain nuclei. Fortunately, all the zombie corpses had been burned to ashes by Han Yang before. Otherwise, it would really be difficult to handle. He didn't plan to clean up the ashes all over the floor. Anyway, it was definitely impossible to live here anymore. Xingfang washed his hands and entered the room. Seeing Han Yang with a gloomy face, he looked at me inquiringly. I silently shook my head. I also couldn't guess what was wrong. But after such a big zombie tide passed, the situation outside must not be good. I didn't have the courage to provoke Han Yang, lest I didn't know how I would die. Xingfang sat down and asked softly a few questions. Han Yang sighed and told us the situation outside. The situation in the whole town was not much better than our home. The hunting teams also suffered heavy losses. Seeing companions being caught and killed by zombies, no one could bear that kind of pain. Han Yang was depressed. But there was nothing he could do. He was angry also because he didn't figure it out earlier. If he had known earlier, he would have taken Xingfang to find a place with fewer people and set it up early. Then he wouldn't be in such a mess as now. But it was too late to say anything now. What made him even more tangled was, "We'll go to the survival base after we eat." Han Yang made a decision. Now? Xingfang asked in surprise. But how could the base open at this time? It's a temporary decision. Many hunting teams have already gone to line up. Han Yang understood the base's intentions very well. It was nothing more than wanting to bring them all into the base and make them work for them. But this was also good. Just mutual use. Anyway, his appearance now is different from before. Probably no one will find this place. Go to the base. Can we not go? I was tangled. It's not that I don't want to live comfortably. I can afford the money to enter the base. But what I care most about are those inspection facilities. In case I am detected as a zombie, I'm afraid there will immediately be a hole in my head. Someone will take out my brain nucleus. Maybe it will be done by the person beside me. I gave Han Yang a resentful look. But when I saw his eyes suddenly light up, I quickly turned around. Don't worry. Han Yang reached out and touched my head. We won't be separated even after we enter the base. The little thing's resentful eyes were filled with loneliness. Could it be that he was afraid that he would take a fancy to someone else after entering? Who said that? I was exasperated. I shook my head and threw off Han Yang's hand. All right. I'll pack our luggage later. Xingfang had no objection at all. Anyway, he hadn't seen his sister for almost a month. If it weren't for this kind of thing, he would also have someone send a message to his sister and give her the accumulated brain nuclei. The three of them ate hastily with their own thoughts. Carrying the packed luggage, they walked towards the base. Lord Han, when the zombies besieged the town, did the base really send people to rescue? At that time, I vaguely heard gunshots. I don't know if it was people sent by the base. Han Yang shook his head. No. Although the base has its own troops, they seem to be all near the city wall to prevent large-scale attacks by zombies. The gunshots were from hunting teams with guns. But it is said that they died soon. No wonder the gunshots only rang out a few times. Then the base let us in. Is it because they want to take advantage of? Han Yang nodded slightly. I'm afraid that's what it means. But I don't know where so many zombies came from. Obviously, we can't live here anymore. Let's take one step at a time. Xingfang also nodded. It was so dangerous outside. He was really glad that he had sent his sister to the base early. Outside the base, a line had already formed. Although many people died in this unexpected disaster, a very long line still formed. Xingfang and several people carried their respective things and stood at the end of the line. Although there were many people, the line was moving very quickly. After Xingfang and them, some people came one after another, but not many. It seemed that many people had already entered. The line advanced quickly. But when it was our turn, it was completely dark. Since we were together, we were brought in together. We entered a machine about the size of a telephone booth in turn. I consciously stood at the end to carefully see if there was anything special about this machine. If there was danger, I still had time to run. There was a set of lights on the top of the machine. There was a staff member outside responsible for operating it. And the people inside followed the instructions of the staff and made corresponding actions. There was nothing special. Xingfang and Han Yang walked out expressionlessly. The staff asked me to take off my clothes. After checking up and down and finding no wounds, they let me stand inside. I hesitated on the spot for a long time. Until Han Yang cast an dissatisfied look, I reluctantly walked in. Now I can only hope that the system is much more mysterious than this broken machine and can't detect it at all. Facts have proved that the system is indeed very mysterious. After being checked in the machine, I was quickly called out. The people behind also followed and entered one after another for inspection. I calmed my wildly beating heart. It's finally over. Why do you seem to be relieved? Han Yang asked in confusion. Xingfang also nodded. I. Is it so obvious? I'm not this because I'm afraid of, radiation. Han Yang and Xingfang looked at each other and both shook their heads. Let's go quickly. There are still many inspections. I pushed the two of them forward in embarrassment. If they asked any more questions, I wouldn't know what to say. Except for a form filled out like a personal resume at the entrance, the other inspections were all done inside the base. After the test, several people entered a room. The staff gave them a simple reminder and then went out. I opened my mouth wide and looked at the foggy room. Do we need to take a bath? In the past, when I was in college, I also took public baths. But in the 2 years since graduation, I haven't been to a public bath again. Suddenly being asked to take a bath with other men. It's really a bit embarrassing. If they were all strangers, it would be fine. But they are two acquaintances. One of them just kissed me. Contrary to my mood, Han Yang and Xingfang were in a good mood. Since Xingfang escaped with his sister, he hadn't taken a bath for several months. As soon as he saw that he could take a bath, Xingfang took off all his clothes and was the first to get in. Han Yang was naturally in a good mood. He had a slight obsession with cleanliness. But the conditions didn't allow it. He couldn't take all the water others drank to take a bath. The water he used every day was already the total of the other two people. Thinking of the feeling of hot water pouring down from his head, Han Yang felt that all the pores on his body opened up. Unfortunately, it would be better if there was a bathtub. However, Han Yang glanced at me, who was a bit nervous beside him. Seeing the body of a certain little thing is also not bad. Han Yang took off his clothes elegantly and quickly. He swaggered past me. I blushed and slowly undid my buttons. Han Yang entered the inner room and then took a step back slowly. Hurry up. People behind should come in. I know. I took off my clothes with a bitter face and entered the inner room. Only to find painfully that there were only 2 shower heads inside. Hurry up. What are you dawdling for? I've never seen someone as unclean as you. Han Yang scorned and waved at me. I was at a loss for words. I didn't know how I became an unclean person. Xingfang was tall and big. In comparison, although Han Yang was also very tall, he was much thinner. Bathing with him was the most suitable. Although it was a bathroom, just standing there was also very cold. I slowly stood beside Han Yang, getting splashed by the water he splashed. Come closer. Han Yang snorted. Grabbing my body like a chicken breast, he pulled me to his side. Scrub my back. I knew you had no good intentions. I pursed my lips. Holding the bath towel issued by the staff, I scrubbed on Han Yang's back. Han Yang was almost a head taller than me. I had to stand on tiptoe to scrub him properly. He didn't know how to cooperate. A born master. But only after scrubbing did I find that although Han Yang looked thin, the flesh on his body was very hard. Usually when wearing clothes, it couldn't be seen. Even when he stood beside me just now, it still couldn't be seen. At this time, when he tensed up, all the tight abdominal muscles on his body were revealed. But why do I still have to scrub the front? I looked up resentfully. Han Yang was washing his hair. With his eyes closed, he had an indescribable charm. My heart moved. I looked down with a malicious smile. With Han Yang's arrogant look, maybe he is very small down there. I heard that the more muscular a man is, the smaller he is down there. Han Yang might be in this situation. In the future, if Han Yang bullies me again, don't blame me for exposing his shortcomings. While scrubbing, I secretly glanced down. After all, looking at a man's there blatantly is not something to be proud of. At this glance, I was immediately embarrassed on the spot. This is simply the nemesis of men. Bastard. I really want to castrate him. Why don't you scrub anymore? Han Yang wiped his eyes with a towel and looked down. Only to see me holding a bath towel in one hand and stopping at his abdomen. And my eyes were staring straight at his private parts. Ah. I got something in my eye. I was immediately flushed with embarrassment by Han Yang's question. I pretended to wipe my eyes and started scrubbing vigorously again. Han Yang's mouth curled up. Little thing. Sure enough, you have been coveting my body for a long time. Okay. Don't scrub anymore. After scrubbing for so long, it's almost enough. People behind will come in later. He doesn't want anyone to see his body. Oh. I withdrew my hand as I heard this and started scrubbing myself. Han Yang picked up his bath towel and pressed me against the wall. Hold on tight. Ah. What? I still didn't understand what was going on. Han Yang had already started scrubbing. The huge force made me lie flat on the cold tiles of the bathroom immediately. Be gentler. It hurts. It hurts. Let me go. Woo. Let me go. Endure it. It's not the first time. What are you shouting for? Han Yang said impatiently. But his hand didn't relax. He scrubbed desperately on my fair back. No. It's going to break. It hurts. Let me go. I don't want it anymore. I don't know if the wetness on my face is water or tears. I haven't cried because of taking a bath since I grew up. God have mercy. The back must be bleeding. Xingfang silently turned around with a blushing face. This sound is not like taking a bath at all. This is simply. 3 days passed. The three of us successfully passed the observation period without any signs of infection and were finally released. I swung my arms and sighed that I could see the sun again. The staff took us to the registration room. We received our residence permits and officially became members of the base. To live a good life in the base, one has to work unless one has brain nuclei that can be spent for a lifetime. After finishing the procedures, we were about to leave. A staff member came over with a smile and was looking for Xingfang. The three of us looked at each other in confusion. Xingfang frowned and asked, "Am I infected?" No. It's because you were detected as a supernatural being. You should have been invited to the special area at that time. But due to the regulations, you stayed in the observation room for 3 days. The man explained. Supernatural being? The three of us were even more surprised. Han Yang was okay. In fact, he was even a little happy. His supernatural ability wasn't detected. Just as he wished. Xingfang and I were different. Xingfang knew that Han Yang had a supernatural ability. Seeing those black ashes, he also guessed the type of Han Yang's supernatural ability. Now that Xingfang's supernatural ability was detected but Han Yang's wasn't, he was very surprised. I might be the happiest. Han Yang's supernatural ability wasn't detected. As a zombie, I would even less likely be discovered. Finally, I can live in the base with peace of mind. Yes, Mr. Xing. Come with us to go through the procedures. We have many preferential policies for supernatural beings. Housing is guaranteed. How many supernatural beings were detected? Xingfang looked back at Han Yang. Han Yang slightly shook his head. Not many. Among the hundreds of people who came in yesterday, only 3 supernatural beings, including you. Those 2 have already completed the procedures and moved into the special area. In this case, can my friends go with me? Xing Fong asked. We haven't encountered this situation before. The man was a bit surprised, but soon understood that Xing Fong might want to gather his own forces. You'd better go through the procedures with me first, receive the subsidy, and then come back to find your friends. Xing Fong, go ahead. We'll wait for you in front. Han Yang pointed to the pavilion in front. The environment of the base is very good. It is built like a paradise. There are farmlands, orchards, vegetable fields. On the other side is the residential area. The highest is only 3 floors. Except for the monitoring towers, this residential area is the highest. We have to choose our own houses according to our economic abilities. There are tens of thousands of people in the base. It's not easy to live well and get a good job. High-tech occupations are all in the hands of managers. The rest are farm work. Although these jobs are hard, now no one is picky. Instead, they are very popular. After all, being able to exchange for food means being able to survive. It's always better than going out and exchanging lives for brain nuclei. And the only thing that can make people eat well, drink well, and live well is to join the hunting teams of the base. But this kind of team goes out for several days each time. And every time they come back, they have to hand in a certain number of brain nuclei. It's far less profitable than before outside. Han Yang pulled me into the pavilion. The pavilion is very warm. There is no wind at all. The most important thing is that there are tables and chairs inside. And they are comfortable sofa chairs. I touched it curiously. It's like a big restaurant. Please come in, both of you. The waiter at the door led the way for us. Would you like coffee or have a meal? I looked at the waiter. Is this a restaurant? Yes. The waiter nodded and handed over the menu. I flipped through it and secretly clicked my tongue. The food here is very appetizing. But it's actually paid with brain nuclei. And the price is not low. Lord Han, let's wait outside. Han Yang didn't even look at me. He ordered several dishes on his own. The waiter bowed and left. Lord Han, it's very expensive here, I said with a bitter face. Eating a meal here is enough to eat meat for several days in the base. You don't have to pay. Han Yang said impatiently. Aren't the dishes just ordered not enough? There are only a few tables of people eating quietly in the restaurant. So the dishes are served very quickly. According to Han Yang's taste, all 4 dishes are strong flavored meat. Han Yang ate heartily. I also love spicy food. But I'm afraid of spicy food. While eating, I gulped down cold water. Han Yang ate heartily without changing his expression. Only when I wasn't paying attention, he would also gulp down a glass. The waiter has already brought 5 jugs of cold water back and forth. If it weren't for the fact that the price of the dishes ordered by these 2 people was still acceptable, he would almost suspect that these 2 people came here specifically to drink water. But even so, the 2 of them never put down their chopsticks. They haven't eaten such hot food for a long time. Even if they are relatively well off. What they can buy are all instant foods. I haven't heard of anyone buying stir-fried dishes to eat in the base. When Xing Fong came in with a bunch of things, he saw Han Yang and me eating heartily with our heads down. He walked to the table. The 2 of them didn't even look up at him. There was a stack of empty bowls beside. You guys? Xing Fong covered his face. They are so gluttonous. How long haven't they eaten? And what's even more embarrassing is that Han Yang and I each have a pair of swollen red lips. Looking at the table again, it's all red. Basically, it's like being buried in chili juice. That person. I waved at the waiter and ordered a few more dishes that I like. Anyway, there is a sucker to pay the bill. Han Yang looked at me expressionlessly until I lowered my head in embarrassment and said in a low voice, Then, let's serve these 7 dishes first, and 10 more bowls of rice. Everyone. After the 3 of them had eaten and drunk enough, Han Yang took out a small bag of brain nuclei and put it on the table. After the waiter took away the due meal fee, he took the initiative to pack it back for Han Yang. Suddenly, I felt that this scene was very much like paying with scattered silver in ancient times. The 3 of us walked out of the pavilion with our lips swollen and red from spicy food. Although it was so spicy that we could hardly find our mouths, we were all quite satisfied in our hearts. How's the situation? Han Yang asked Xingfang while walking. He is not like me. After eating, I forgot about the serious matter. Ha! It's almost the same as you guessed. The base wants me to join. Xingfang chuckled softly. I silently followed behind the 2 of them. I was already used to the 2 supernatural beings discussing things. And I listened in. Join the base? Han Yang frowned. Aren't we already part of the base now? Xingfang pondered for a moment. Let's find a place to live first. Then I'll tell you slowly. Han Yang nodded. There are many kinds of houses in the base. Probably to meet the needs of people at different economic levels. And also to stimulate everyone to work hard. The 3 of us are not short of money. We directly rented a separate small building for 1,000 universal coins a month. Although it seems very expensive, we are confident that we can still earn this money back. Besides, Xingfang took out a small identity plate. The cashier very readily gave us a 20% discount. It's equivalent to paying 80 white brain nuclei a month. The house has 2 floors. There are 2 rooms upstairs and 2 rooms downstairs. There are also 2 bathrooms and a kitchen. There is also a small living room downstairs. Although it's a bit small, it looks really good. There are 2 small bedrooms upstairs and a bathroom. Downstairs, there are 1 large and 1 small bedroom. There is also a bathroom. There is also a kitchen. Although there are many bathrooms, the water fee is not included in the rent. And this high-end housing also doesn't include daily meals. Unlike single or double rooms where the rent includes 3 meals a day, although they are simple meals. Xingfang chose the room upstairs. He planned to find his sister Tian in a few days and bring her to live together. Naturally, Han Yang lives in the large room downstairs and I live in the small one. After the house was allocated, the 3 of them had no objections. Since each room is equipped with brand new daily necessities, the 3 of us men don't need to spend any more thought on it. We just went to the base registration office, filled in the information of looking for people and hung it at the registration office. The registration office is similar to a past intermediary. It not only takes on tasks like looking for people but also other tasks. As long as a certain fee is paid to the registration office, one can register one's entrusted task. Then naturally, people who know the information will contact them. When the task is completed, the agreed fee will be given to the person who accepts the task under the supervision of the registration office. It can also be considered a good way for the base to earn extra income. In this way, there are many people coming and going here every day. According to Han Yang's intention, a price of 10 brain nuclei was directly hung behind the task. Among such trivial matters as looking for people, it's a relatively high price. This will also encourage more people to look for it and save some time. Everything was taken care of. Xingfang pulled Han Yang and me to the living room and carefully told us about today's events. You mean they want to pull several of you supernatural beings to be captains and then go out to kill zombies? I asked in confusion. This is not strange. To live well, one has to kill zombies. But why offer such favorable policies? Is it just because the other party is a supernatural being? According to what Xingfang said, as long as one signs a contract with them, there will be a house, weapons, equipment, food, and even women can be washed and sent to the bed. If there are family members, that's fine too. The base is responsible for arranging simple jobs. Even if one doesn't work, 3 meals a day can be guaranteed. In addition, he can also put forward his own requirements. As long as it's not too excessive, it can basically be agreed. It's really a good thing that can't be found even with a lantern. Did you agree? No. Xingfang said seriously. I always feel uneasy. I asked them what tasks needed to be completed. They only said they could tell me after signing the contract. It must not be a task that is easy to complete. If it's the hunting operation we are currently doing, the base has no need to offer so many conditions. Look, when we were besieged by zombies before, did the base send people to rescue us? I curled my lips and didn't have a good impression of the base. That's what I think too. Xingfang nodded. So I didn't say anything. I just said I would think about it carefully. They gave me this card and said that except for weapons and equipment, everything is 20% off. TSK. The legendary diamond card. I picked up the transparent card on the table. It looks like plastic. But when held in the hand, it is very cool. It's probably made of plexiglass or something. I think. You might as well agree to them. Han Yang slowly spoke. See what they really want to do. Hey, aren't you sacrificing Brother Xing? I said anxiously. Han Yang glanced at me coldly. Until I lowered my head with flickering eyes, he slowly spoke. No matter where you go, we will go together. In this way, even if there is danger, everyone will bear it together. Xingfang was greatly moved. Han Yang raised his hand to stop what he was about to say. We are all brothers who have gone through hardships together. There's no need to say anything. I am extremely melancholy, aren't I also one who has gone through hardships together? Han Yang glanced at me with a mournful expression. He threw his little nerd at me and ordered me to make some midnight snacks. He himself discussed the future matters with Xingfang in detail. I was depressed and kicked aside. But I didn't care either. Anyway, any opinions I put forward will be rejected by Han Yang. And 2 proud white eyes will be given as a bonus. It's better to be out by myself. Because it's a newly moved place, there is nothing in the kitchen. And today has been a busy day. Although we had dinner, it was just a makeshift. It's only half full. So Han Yang, who always loves meat, is in a bad mood. I have been with him for so long. I more or less know what he means. Speaking of this place, although we have lived here for 3 days, we actually all lived in the observation room and didn't come out to stroll around. So I don't know where I can buy materials for making midnight snacks. Hey, brother! Seeing a man walking quickly not far in front, I hurriedly chased after him. Ask, is there anywhere nearby to buy things? I want to cook something myself. I'll take you there. The man looked at me and said, Oh, you are really a good person. I am very happy. It's rare to have such a warm-hearted person in the end of the world. In these few months, I have gotten used to the indifference of human nature. This is the first time someone is so proactive. It's okay. I'm going there too. And we have met before. We are not strangers anymore. The man smiled. Yeah? We have met? I looked carefully for a long time but had no impression. The day you had a meal, I was the waiter beside. The man said with a smile. He guessed that the other party didn't remember him either. After all, at that time, this guy's eyes were shining and all on the dishes on the table. Occasionally, his eyes would glance at the other man and the cold water. There was no time to look at him. Sorry. I have no impression, I thought carefully for a long time. I just remember there was a waiter. As for what the other person looks like, I can only say that I remember he is a man. The man didn't mind. I have a deep impression of you. Ha ha. I gave a dry laugh and felt extremely embarrassed. With that kind of eating appearance, anyone who sees it will have a deep impression. I'm Guo Xiaobei. What's your name, big brother? Yi Foam. The man smiled. The supermarket of the base is just ahead. There are still many things inside. It's also very expensive. But the man didn't say this sentence. Seeing our appearance that day, he knew that we were not short of money. After entering the supermarket, Yifeng greeted me and left. I pushed the shopping cart and walked inside alone. There are stoves, pots, bowls, plates, and chopsticks in the kitchen. I only need to buy food. There is also a small refrigerator there. But the electricity bill is too expensive. I don't plan to use it. Fortunately, taking a bath is solar powered. Otherwise, I would rather not take a bath. I haven't seen so many fruits and vegetables for a long time. Although there are not many varieties and they are all produced and sold by the base itself. But after seeing these fruits and vegetables after being outside for several months, I am so moved that I want to cry. I picked up the vegetables. They are actually sold by the piece. Each piece is marked with a price. Sure enough, it's very expensive. Extremely expensive. If it weren't for the end of the world, this price would be for vegetables grown in space. I picked a few kinds of vegetables and put them in the cart. There is already a small bag of rice and seasonings in the cart. Buying some meat would be perfect. When I got to the meat counter, I thought the price was really outrageous. Here, universal coins are not used. Instead, brain nuclei are used. If it weren't for people like us with a rich family background, we couldn't afford it at all. It seems that we need to work harder to kill zombies in the future in order to eat better. I touched the bag Han Yang gave me. Inside are white primary brain nuclei. He might have put the advanced ones away separately. There are quite a lot of brain nuclei in this bag. Buying so many vegetables and meat today can still be bought a few more times. I picked a few boxes of meat and put them in the cart. Seeing that there was nothing else to buy, I went to the cashier to check out. I didn't see Yifeng again. He might have left early. After checking out, I was carrying a wicker basket filled with the newly bought things. Buying so much and not having to pay for it myself. It's so cool. I returned to the rented small building with a smile on my face. What shameful thing did you do? You're smiling so flirtatiously. Han Yang stood at the door with a gloomy face. Seeing me smiling like a cat that stole fish, he was unhappy. This little thing. Going for so long. Deliberately making him wait anxiously. I originally wanted to argue. But seeing Han Yang's dark face, I decided to pretend I didn't hear it and walked inside carrying the basket. What did you buy? What are you going to make? Han Yang asked anxiously and eagerly. Let me say first. Don't expect my cooking skills. I have a few specialties. The others are not very delicious. Judging from Han Yang's appearance, I know he is picky. So it's better to give a warning first. What else can you do? Han Yang growled angrily. Then he followed me into the kitchen. What are we eating after all? Seeing Han Yang wanting to act arrogantly again but also eager to eat, I couldn't help laughing. This appearance is so much like a big dog. Xing Fong was packing his luggage. Running over from the living room, he only saw me laughing and squatting on the ground and Han Yang with a gloomy face and a look of embarrassment. What's wrong? Han Yang angrily pointed at me. After a long while, he silently entered the room and slammed the door hard. Brother Xing. I offended the devil. What should I do? Offer yourself to the devil. No way. I immediately cooked all the vegetables and meat in the kitchen. All were made according to Han Yang's taste. They were very spicy, oily, and spicy. What kind of stomach? I muttered while cooking. A few days ago, after eating in the restaurant, it was very enjoyable at that time. But afterwards, I still held cold water and guzzled it. Fortunately, there is plenty of water here. I quickly stir-fried 4 dishes. All were Han Yang's favorite classic Sichuan dishes. The rice in the pot was already cooked. I looked around and saw no one. Han Yang was still sulking in the room. Xing Fong was tidying up his luggage in the living room. I took out a box of canned luncheon meat from the system package. This wasn't something I found in the supermarket. It was opened from the gift package given by the system a few days ago. Unexpectedly, now the system is becoming more and more generous. Maybe it's also because the level of zombies killed is higher. So basically, what is opened from the package are all kinds of natural spring water, advanced beverages. There is even a bottle of wine. In terms of food, there are various canned meat and also some advanced cakes and so on. These things take up a lot of space in my package. There are too many categories and they can't be put in one grid. There is less and less space. It really gives me a headache. I noticed in the supermarket just now that canned food like this is still sold in the supermarket. Some are stocked up by the base before. And some are materials handed in by people who later come to seek refuge in the base. In short, there are all kinds of brands. Although there is no 3-no product like mine, it's not too rare in the supermarket. Those things in the supermarket are too expensive. Just right. I take these things out and eat them. And at the same time embezzle the money for buying vegetables. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After simply tidying up the kitchen, I brought the meals to the table outside. Xing Fong had almost finished tidying up. In fact, there weren't many things. But after entering the base, they each were given a set of clothes. The 3 of them deliberately went to the clothing store and bought a few pieces from the inside out for each person. At this moment, Xing Fong was washing the dirty clothes of the 3 people. Brother Xing. A virtuous wife and loving mother. I teased. Fortunately, there is a washing machine. Otherwise, the clothes of the 3 people would probably take a whole day to wash. Same to you. Xing Fong pointed at the apron on me. You are also very virtuous. Then sister, go and call your husband to come out and eat. I said seriously. You? Xing Fong gave a wry smile. But resignedly went to knock on Han Yang's door. Husband. Cough cough. Han Yang. It's time to eat. Originally, I thought it would take several shouts. But unexpectedly, the door opened after only 1 knock. Han Yang frowned and asked in confusion, "What did you call me?" Nothing. Xing Fong awkwardly withdrew his hand hanging in midair. Looking at me who was snickering, Xiao Bei said that one of us is washing clothes and the other is cooking. It's like you have a big wife and a small wife. Oh. It's passable, Han Yang glanced at me and subconsciously said. Go. The 2 of you be a couple. Don't involve me. Xing Fong scolded with a smile and turned around to sit on the chair. Lord Han. I smiled obsequiously and delivered the first bowl of rice to Han Yang. Humph. Han Yang took the rice unhappily. Only when he saw that the table was full of his favorite dishes did his expression soften. Xiao Bei. Is it that the place where you bought food only sells these things? Xing Fong weakly pointed at the dishes on the table with his chopsticks. Mapo tofu, spicy chicken cubes. What's this? Fried pork with chili peppers? Why is it so red? And this one? Is this chili sauce? Cough cough. Recently I don't have a good appetite. I want to stimulate my appetite. Stimulate my appetite. I said perfunctorily. Really? A few days ago, it wasn't someone who told me that he never wants to eat chili peppers again. Xing Fong snorted. His chopsticks hovered in the air for a long time. Helplessly, he picked up a piece of canned luncheon meat and put it in his bowl. It's not that he doesn't like spicy food. But every dish is so red that it looks bloody. Just looking at it makes his stomach hurt. Han Yang picked up his chopsticks and showed a faint smile. Then he began to eat heartily. I looked at the table full of dishes and resignedly picked up a piece of green pepper and put it in my mouth. This is probably the least spicy one. Phew. Damn it. I rushed to the kitchen. I filled a full glass from the drinking water faucet and drank it down. At the same time, tears streamed down my face. How can I eat this meal? I carried 2 bowls of cold water back to the living room. I drank 1 bowl myself and gave 1 bowl to Xing Fong. I can understand Xing Fong's mood just now. Ha! Xing Fong smirked and began to eat and drink at the same time. Fill the rice. Han Yang pushed the empty bowl in front of me. The rice cooker is right on the table. You can't be so lazy. Really treating him as a maid. Aren't you my little wife? Han Yang spoke very calmly as if this was already a fact. No way. If he filled the rice, wouldn't he admit that he was his wife? And his younger sister is still a little wife. With my refusal, the atmosphere on the table cooled down again. I stiffened my neck and looked at Han Yang. What's wrong with him again? Fill the rice. Han Yang insisted. Here it comes. I sighed. Picked up the other person's bowl. Filled it full and handed it over. Han Yang took the bowl satisfactorily. Feeling extremely pleased. He ate every dish on the table without leaving anything. Just like a disaster area passed by. Isn't this a midnight snack? I murmured silently. After eating and cleaning up, I carried my clothes and went upstairs. Upstairs is a suite. The 2 rooms share a bathroom. Also because of this, only Xing Fong can live upstairs. Otherwise, it won't be convenient for anyone to live with Tian Tian. I knocked on Xing Fong's door with my clothes in my arms. Xing Fong opened the door and was stunned for a moment. In an instant, he smiled. Why, are you afraid that Han Yang will scrub your back? Brother Xing. You have degenerated. I said with a pained expression. Originally a gentle and kind person. How did he become so sharp-tongued now? Borrow a place to take a bath. Although the rooms upstairs are small, each room is also about 10 square meters. The bathroom is inside the room. It's a bit more convenient than downstairs. Go ahead. Xing Fong opened the door wider. The water should be very hot. This solar energy is good. Xing Fong turned around and sat on the bed and flipped through the book in his hand. There are many books on the bookshelf. Now no one is in the mood to read books. They are all used as supplies to offset the cost of entering the base. The base puts these books in the rented rooms. So the categories are very miscellaneous and mixed on the bookshelf. Before Xing Fong had flipped through 2 pages of the book, he heard a sound of footsteps going upstairs from the open door. Han Yang. Xing Fong stood up and put the book aside. Where is he? Han Yang's hair was wet and the bathrobe on his body was still stained with water. Inside. Xing Fong pointed at the bathroom. The person Han Yang mentioned couldn't be anyone else. Was Xiaobei. Come out for me. Han Yang gently kicked the door. What are you doing? I opened the door with a head full of foam. Wearing a towel around my waist. Even taking a bath won't let me be at ease. Let me go. You take a bath. In the future, don't let him come up to take a bath. Han Yang put on a straight face and carried me, who was struggling, downstairs. Xing Fong silently closed the door. What a big jealousy. Let me go. I was really angry. Kicking and hitting, I twisted. Does he still treat him as a human being? There is no dignity at all. Han Yang put me down at the door of the bathroom downstairs. You are not allowed to go upstairs to take a bath. It's none of your business. The towel around my waist had long been loose. At the moment I came down, it directly fell to my feet. Embarrassed, I quickly covered my lower body with my hand. What are you covering? It's not like I haven't seen it. We are all men. Han Yang said seemingly casually. But his eyes were staring straight and didn't move. I'm not covering. My hand unnaturally took it away. Trying to make myself look calmer. But under Han Yang's gaze, who can be calm? Soon I lost my composure. Quickly picked up the towel on the ground and rushed into the bathroom. Han Yang smiled wickedly. After hearing my ashamed and annoyed shout in the bathroom, he returned to his room satisfied. After waiting for 2 days, Tian Tian didn't come to find us. And no one provided any news. We have high tastes and large appetites. Looking at the rapid decrease of brain nuclei, the three decided to go out and earn some money first. I have something more important. I'm almost at level 10. I will soon complete the main task. There will definitely be new tasks next. The rewards are rich. How can I not be tempted? The three packed some food and set off with the hunting team. This kind of team is different from what we had before. It doesn't matter how many zombies each person kills every day. But a part of the brain nuclei must be handed over to the base. The captain is also from the base. This kind of team doesn't return to the base every day. Instead, they drive to a distant place, form groups freely and return to the agreed place at night. Sleeping outdoors is dangerous. But a team of dozens of people, as long as they don't encounter a zombie tide, there is basically no problem. We didn't know that this kind of team provided food, so we prepared some by ourselves. Xing Fong didn't say that he was a supernatural being. After secretly trying several times, he found that his supernatural ability was still very far away from him. We came outside the city in 3 military trucks. The captain said that the task was to find the grain depot in a nearby village and transport the grain back. The captain has a military style. I look at him with admiration. I once wanted to join the army because I admired soldiers and also because the treatment for joining the army in college is good. But because of my height problem, I didn't even pass the physical examination. Han Yang grabbed my neck and turned me towards him. Pay attention to safety later and don't get hurt. This place is not like near the city gate. We don't know what kind of zombies will appear. Ha! If you don't have the ability to protect yourself, don't come out. Relying on men is really useless. Someone muttered in a low voice. Although it was in a low voice, people nearby could hear it clearly. Some people sneered. Some had no expression. The convoy provided meals. But if you want to earn brain nuclei, you have to rely on yourself. Otherwise, it's a waste of the brain nuclei handed over to the base. Most people didn't react. Anyway, they wouldn't help pay that brain nucleus. What did you say? Xing Fong was the first to get angry. He regarded me as his younger brother. Naturally, he wouldn't allow others to gossip. Moreover, my combat power value is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Humph. The man who was gossiping originally wanted to say something, but was pulled by his companion. He turned his head angrily. I also pulled Xing Fong. Shook my head. Before we started fighting zombies, I didn't want a quarrel. As for that kid who was gossiping, there will be plenty of times to deal with him. There's no need to show it in front of people. But just because we let things go doesn't mean others think the same way. No one wants to bring along a burden. This is a matter of life and death. Because of that man's words, when it was time to divide into teams, no one was willing to be in a team with the three of us. Xing Fong was so angry that his hands were shaking. What are you angry about? Han Yang patted Xing Fong on the shoulder. Chose a road and headed towards the village. Isn't it better without those useless people dragging us down? Xing Fong thought so too. The strength of the three of them was indeed much stronger than that of ordinary people. If they brought along other people, it might really become a burden. And they didn't want to expose their strength either. Thinking about this, Xing Fong felt much better. He laughed a few times and took the backpack on my back on his own initiative. This backpack had been carried by me before. Inside were all some food. It wasn't heavy. But now there was enough food for the three of them for a day inside. The weight had increased a lot. So Xing Fong took it over. Anyway, he felt that he had nowhere to use his full strength now. No need, brother Xing. I wanted to refuse. My strength wasn't small either. After leveling up these few levels, my physical fitness had improved a lot. Let him carry it. Han Yang put his arm around me. You just take good care of me. Stay away from me. I firmly pushed Han Yang away and spoke faintly. You. Han Yang's beautiful phoenix eyes glared over. I remained unmoved. Han Yang didn't understand why I suddenly became so bold. Usually, I would be obedient as soon as I was intimidated. What are you looking at? You do some ambiguous actions randomly. No wonder others misunderstand me. I'm not afraid of Han Yang. So I simply turned my head and didn't look at him. I'm not a person without a temper at all. Those people just now were very hateful. But in the final analysis, the reason lies with them. If Han Yang didn't insist on sitting next to him on the vehicle and act ambiguously, others wouldn't misunderstand. In the end of the world, men being together with men won't be despised. This is a world of the strong. But if a man still has to cling to another man, he will be despised. Heaven and earth are witnesses. From the time he came out until now, everything he eats and uses is earned by risking his life. Not a single cent is supported by another man. If it weren't for the fact that he gave all his brain nuclei to Xing Fong to exchange for potions before, he would be extremely wealthy now. He could hear the whispers of those people. And he wasn't not angry. But before others see your real strength, any more explanations are pale and weak. The first thing now is to keep a distance from Han Yang. The other party bullies him arbitrarily just because he has a good temper and is easy to bully. Although Han Yang has an instinctive suppression on him, he doesn't want to let the other party do this anymore. Moreover, he is originally a zombie. If he gets too close to Han Yang, an ability user, sooner or later his identity will be exposed. As long as he still wants to live well, he must change this situation. Humph. If you care, I'll go and make them shut up. A trace of fierceness flashed in Han Yang's eyes. He didn't care, so he wasn't angry. But since I care about other people's eyes, he can completely. Even if others don't say it out loud, won't they think it in their hearts? Look at what kind of eyes they are looking at me with. I am an upright fighter, but I have become a kept little boy. I am extremely reluctant. Whoever looks down on you, I'll go and kill whoever. Han Yang suddenly spoke. I trembled. I turned around in disbelief and looked at Han Yang behind me. Are you crazy? Those are not zombies. Han Yang actually said words about killing people. Even if it is the end of the world now, this is also. I couldn't help but take a step back. He knew that what Han Yang said was the truth. That's why he found it extremely terrifying. You are my little wife. Naturally, I have to protect you. Whoever bullies you, I'll go and kill him. Han Yang was in a very bad mood. Who is your little wife? How did the topic suddenly turn here? We have kissed. How dare you not admit it? Han Yang's smoldering anger suddenly turned into an open flame. He took a step towards me. What? Han Yang, don't be impulsive. Lord Han. Seeing that the situation was not right, I wanted to turn around and run away. But his speed was nowhere as fast as Han Yang's. He was directly pressed against the nearby tree trunk and kissed fiercely. Xing Fong covered his forehead and turned around. These two people are really. In terms of technique, I'm not very good at kissing. But compared to Han Yang, he felt that he could be considered a love saint. Han Yang's kiss is not a kiss at all. It's just biting. When he was kissed by him, I always felt like I was a delicious pork knuckle being enjoyed by someone. Let go. Let go. I felt that I was almost suffocating before being reluctantly let go by Han Yang. Touching my swollen and red lips that had been bitten, I only felt a sense of sadness. I am an unlucky zombie being pestered by an ability user. Han Yang looked at me with burning eyes. But I lowered my head and didn't dare to look at the other person. He didn't know what the other person meant. Did the other person like him? But how is this possible? Does liking someone mean bullying someone? The atmosphere was very solemn for a moment. Xingfang coughed a few times to remind the two to set off as soon as possible. Although this place was scouted by people in the early stage, there are still many things that are not understood. How many zombies are there exactly? What level are they at? There is no way to estimate at all. Xingfang meant to find a way as soon as possible and meet up with other teams. Although they came with a mission on their shoulders, they needed to find the grain depot and stay there to wait for other teams. Then transport the grain away. But for individuals, killing as many zombies as possible and perhaps getting brain nuclei is their main purpose. Generally speaking, the road chosen by Han Yang is still good. Although there are no evolved zombies and the three of them are a bit disappointed. At least they didn't encounter a large number of zombies. In the afternoon, they found a hillside and the three had a big meal. The food provided by the base is not delicious. But for people who come out to kill zombies, who would care about this? Just eat a little to fill their stomachs. After a short rest and reorganization, the three counted their earnings and began to move towards the village. Hey, you guys say, what's the use of the base collecting so many brain nuclei? I tossed the white brain nucleus in my hand and asked casually. For him, this thing is money. It can be exchanged for system money or survival points. Although he hasn't used survival points yet, it is always useful to him. But no matter how hard he thinks, he can't figure out what the base can do with these things. Could there be secrets in these brain nuclei that they don't know? They can clearly see the actions of the base. Clean up a place and then absorb a large number of survivors. Use these survivors to produce supplies. Then pay a small amount of food and accommodation in exchange for these produced supplies. In other words, they use these survivors as cheap labor. At best, the base provides a place for everyone to survive. Then use the remaining supplies to attract ability users and these ordinary hunters in exchange for brain nuclei. To put it bluntly, the base is getting something for nothing. But it cannot be denied that the base does indeed protect the lives of these ordinary people and provides them with a place to live. As for their purpose, in a short-sighted view, it is to collect these brain nuclei. But what's the use of these brain nuclei? They can't be eaten, drunk, or used as batteries. I looked up, down, left, and right. I even held it up and shone it in the sunlight in winter. If it weren't for the fact that this thing came out of a zombie's head, he would be very interested in taking a bite. I don't know. Xingfang shook his head. In fact, he had once suspected whether this thing was related to supernatural abilities. But now Han Yang and Guo Xiaobei said that he had awakened his supernatural ability but he didn't use a single brain nucleus. This thought has been directly overturned by him. Han Yang's eyes darkened and he didn't speak. Lord Han. What do you think? I am very curious about Han Yang's answer. Because when he first met Han Yang had secretly collected brain nuclei behind everyone's backs. At that time, no one knew that there was such a thing in a zombie's head. And they didn't know that this thing could be exchanged for food at the base. Otherwise, if they had collected brain nuclei when they killed so many zombies back then, it would definitely be more valuable than Brother Sue's truckload of supplies. Han Yang ignored what I said and walked quickly forward. A small wave of zombies appeared again in front. The three tacitly began to hunt and kill zombies, temporarily forgetting this topic. They kept killing until evening. In winter, it always gets dark very early. Han Yang began to frown. It had been so long, but they still hadn't reached this village. Could it be that this road is wrong? Han Yang, should we find a place to hide for the night first? Xingfang suggested. Killing zombies at night is very unwise, especially in this situation where the situation is very unclear. Han Yang nodded. But they hadn't reached the village yet. Where could they go to hide for the night? Let's climb a tree? I pointed at the big tree beside me. The trees in this place are very tall. Especially this kind beside him. The trunk is very thick, fully as thick as one can embrace. Fortunately, the crown of this kind of tree is still relatively low. It is only about 3 or 4 meters from the ground. Ordinary people are not good at climbing trees. But the three of Guo Xiaobei are all good at skills. Climbing trees is not a difficult problem. Han Yang was the first to climb up. His movements were so fast that I could barely see clearly. Immediately after, Xing Fong also quickly climbed up. These two people are very tall, but their movements are very agile. Especially Xing Fong. He is definitely a strong man. As a result, his speed of climbing the tree is not slower than Han Yang's at all. In an instant, 2 of the 3 people had already climbed up the tree. I suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Everyone is a man. Usually, it's okay if I can't compare to them in height and strength. How can I lose even in climbing a tree? Do you need help? Han Yang and Xing Fong both leaned down and asked. I patted my chest. No problem. Facts have proved that my physical fitness is indeed greatly enhanced now. In the past, as an otaku, let alone climbing a tree, climbing a few floors would make him tired. Just as I was about to reach the branch, suddenly there was a roar of zombies from below. I looked down. A zombie below was growling at him and reaching for his leg hanging in midair. Under the emergency dodge, my hand instantly slipped from the trunk. But it was held by a stronger hand. I looked up. Han Yang, who was holding his hand, had a trace of nervousness in his eyes. He pulled him up forcefully. Before I had time to thank him, I was hugged tightly by Han Yang. Lord Han. I was startled and reached out to push Han Yang's chest. Sorry. I didn't see the zombie. Han Yang let go of me and apologized carefully. Just now he was only paying attention to Guo Xiaobei. Unexpectedly, a zombie came. Han Yang broke out in a cold sweat for the thrilling scene just now. If I was scratched by a zombie just now. Han Yang shook his head. Didn't dare to think about it anymore. Looking at the zombie still wandering and growling under the tree, he was filled with anger. A white light flashed from Han Yang's hand. The zombie instantly turned into a pile of black ashes. A light yellow brain nucleus loomed in the black ashes. Xing Fong and I looked at the pile of ashes in surprise and asked in unison in surprise, "This is your supernatural ability?" When Han Yang used his supernatural ability, Xing Fong was in a coma. Naturally, he didn't see it. And Guo Xiaobei was also busy rescuing Xing Fong at that time. He didn't see the scene either. He only saw piles of black ashes all over the place. It's so cool. Xing Fong thought excitedly. If his supernatural ability is like this in the future. Xing Fong was lost in his own fantasy. It's so terrifying. My face turned green when I saw it. If this guy finds out that he is a zombie in the future, it is estimated that the other party won't even bother to give him a knife. With a wave of his hand, he will turn into ashes. You must have been frightened just now. Look at your face turning green. Han Yang rarely asked gently and affectionately. However, the expression on my face was even more horrified. Big brother, stay away from me. Han Yang thought that I was frightened by what happened just now. He wasn't angry either. He patted the top of my head comfortingly. Took the backpack from Xing Fong and took out a bottle of water and handed it over. Drink some water to calm down. I took it without hesitation, which made Han Yang feel a little better. The crown of this tree is very large and extends to a very far place. Han Yang unhesitatingly found a branch that looked pleasing and lay down against it. There is no need to worry about falling down. Because the branches are very dense. Even in winter, they still interlock into a network of branches, enough to bear the weight of an adult. The sky was getting darker and darker. Soon it was completely dark. The 3 filled their stomachs and each found a branch to lie down. Xing Fong also jokingly reminded the 2 to be careful not to turn over and fall off the tree. After hearing this, Han Yang thought for a moment. Then he directly pulled me to his side and trapped me in his arms. Hey, I sleep very quietly. Relying on the fact that Xing Fong might not be able to see clearly in the darkness, I struggled to break free from Han Yang's embrace. This person is too dangerous. Who knows if I accidentally show some flaws and get killed? But Han Yang is not someone I can persuade or resist. After trying for a long time, I still couldn't break the other person's arm. So I had to close my eyes in this position. I was really tired after this day. I still need to sort out the system backpack before going to sleep and submit the task. Looking at the experience that was less than half short of level 10, I fell asleep deeply with satisfaction. Han Yang didn't hold me to his chest until I fell asleep. Then he fell asleep with a hint of a smile. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, the three of them woke up. This time period is very cold. Even colder than the previous night. Although the three of them were wearing a lot, they were still stiff with cold all over. So they had to jump down from the tree and start doing some simple activities. The body is cold. Naturally, the food is also cold. The three of them looked at the steamed buns that seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. They were all sweating coldly. This is their first field mission. In the past, they were in charge. There was never a time when they had to eat cold meals. See? I took a bite. It was cold and hard. It was impossible to eat at all. This kind of task is really not easy to do. They were not afraid even if the zombies were more powerful. The poor food was what they couldn't tolerate. The other two were holding the steamed buns in their hands. They thought the same way. This life can't be like this. Their homes were destroyed and their families were lost. They were running around killing zombies. That's fine. After finally settling down, they couldn't even eat hot meals anymore. After forcing themselves to take a few bites of cold steamed buns, the three continued to move forward dejectedly. The zombies they encountered on the road became their punching bags. They died extremely tragically. Of course, this kind of attack mainly came from Han Yang. I followed behind Han Yang and felt my scalp tingle. When I killed zombies myself, it was basically a fatal blow. Even zombies were ordinary people before. Han Yang did the same before. But now it seems that the cold steamed buns this morning really made him full of anger. What's wrong? Xingfang and I were at the back, responsible for the defense on the left, right and rear. Seeing Han Yang, who was leading the way, suddenly stop, they couldn't help asking. Shoo! Han Yang put his index finger to his lips. Pointed to the dry grass on one side. The three of them all hid in it. Han Yang and Xingfang stared at the front without blinking. I focused on the system map. What was in front could be inferred by looking at the map. In addition to the light spots representing zombies, ability users and humans on the system map, there are also simple topographic images. A small cluster of green dots in the map approached them. A team of people passed by in front of the grass where they were hiding from afar. There were several people who were very familiar. They were the companions who came together on their convoy. The person in the lead was the chief captain of their departure this time. And one of the people who was talking happily was the man who had taunted me before. Han Yang's face was gloomy. As if he was thinking about something. I quietly pulled Han Yang and shook my head at him. I didn't want Han Yang to be impulsive because of him. This was not good for anyone. Just as Xingfang said, after the task was completed, we would know who was the real strong one and who was the burden. Han Yan looked into my eyes. Confirmed that the other party wanted him to let these people go. Finally, he stared at the other party fiercely. But he didn't make a move. Why didn't you let me make a move? Han Yang's anger hadn't subsided. The remaining anger was directed at me. We are a small team now. We still have to complete the task. If you kill everyone, what's going on? I said with a wry smile. I'm not a saint. Of course, I won't be full of tolerance. But now is really not the time. Moreover, it's only one person who hurt others with malicious words. There's no need to be at odds with everyone. There were more than 10 people who just passed by. Could it be that all these people were killed just to vent anger? And there is also the chief captain here. Can't we even kill the chief captain? Then there will be no good days in the future. Han Yang agreed with my opinion in front of me. But he changed their previous route and followed the direction where that team was advancing. What are we following them for? Xing Fong didn't understand. They have so many people. Following behind them won't lead us astray. Moreover, did you hear what they just said? Isn't it? For the first time, Han Yang's face showed an expression similar to cunning. He remembered very clearly. Before setting off, there were two teams. Now they are actually walking together. Xing Fong's eyes lit up. Yes, that's right. Follow them. I was just looking at the map just now. I didn't hear what these people said at all. And these people didn't speak loudly. What kind of ears do these two people have? In the end, I attributed this to the fact that these two people have supernatural abilities. There are several advantages to following behind others. First of all, they won't get lost. With someone like Han Yang who clearly can't tell directions but still insists on leading the way, being able to follow other teams made the other two greatly relieved. Secondly, following behind others, there are invisibly many fewer zombies. Most of them are solved by the people in front. The remaining ones are defeated soldiers. It doesn't cost them much effort at all. Although they may get fewer brain nuclei, these three people don't care about these ordinary white brain nuclei. The three of them have always been fond of ease and comfort. Even if Xing Fong was diligent before, he has long been led to degenerate. Finally, and most importantly, this team in front really has its own secrets. Their vigilant appearance has already aroused the suspicion of others. Even in the apocalyptic period, everyone remains vigilant to prevent being attacked by zombies. But what this team needs to beware of is obviously not just zombies. If Han Yang and others hadn't been watching closely, these people would have almost been lost by them. After making several turns, they followed this team and entered a small village. Cut, I thought there was something mysterious. I didn't expect it was just finding the village. Han Yang was a little disappointed and complained in a low voice. Xing Fong also felt the same way. But finding food is also a good thing. So he wasn't too disappointed. Be careful, there are a large number of zombies ahead. I saw densely packed blue light spots on the map. There must be at least 100 zombies. As soon as the words were finished, these zombies had already appeared within the range visible to them. They rushed towards the team in front at a speed faster than ordinary zombies. Han Yang and Xing Fong looked at each other. Then they bent down and ran towards the nearest residential house here. I was stunned for a moment and had to follow and run. Xing Fong took the lead. After entering the door, he looked left and right and found no zombies. Then he quickly greeted the two people behind him. Come in quickly. There are no zombies. After I entered the door, Han Yang closed the door again behind me. And he pulled furniture to block the door and windows, leaving only a gap through which they could see the outside. I looked at Xing Fong and then at Han Yang. I asked in surprise, "You aren't going to fight zombies together?" "Dear, don't be silly. It will expose our identities," Xing Fong said very affectionately. "That's right. Don't be silly. I'm here to watch the excitement. Do you think I am Jesus?" Han Yang also answered with a straight face. "Your outlooks on life, values, and worldviews are incorrect." The battle began at the moment they entered the private house. The battle situation could be described as tragic. Although there were more than 10 people in this team and they were always vigilant. But these hundreds of zombies that suddenly appeared still caught them off guard. The three of Han Yang peeked at the battle situation through the only gap in the window. Perhaps it was because they were far away. Perhaps the people in front were too attractive. None of those zombies came towards their side. Instead, they tightly surrounded this team. I wanted to rush out several times but was stopped by Han Yang. It wasn't that Han Yang was heartless. But he saw that the abilities of those people were far more than that. It's just that they don't know why they are holding back for now. In a team of more than 10 people, 2 people were injured one after another. The others were a little panicked. The leading man's expression couldn't be seen clearly, but it seemed that he did something. Several other people also took out guns from their bodies. Damn it! They didn't know to take out the guns and use them earlier. Xing Fong cursed, afraid of scaring the snake. There must be something else inside, Han Yang said calmly. He always felt that there wouldn't be just food or something like that inside. An even more astonishing thing appeared in front of the 3 people. The muzzles of the guns held by the people who took out the guns were not pointed at the zombies but at their own bodies. I looked at the other 2 people and asked in confusion, is this because they can't beat and are preparing to commit suicide? It should not be. Xing Fong was a little vague. Han Yang suddenly had a thought. His breath sank. That wasn't a gun but a kind of syringe. After pulling the trigger, there was no gunfire as they had imagined. But the expressions of these people were all very painful. Just after stopping for a few seconds, several people on the periphery were already struggling. Enduring the severe pain, several people took turns injecting. The people who injected first had already changed a lot. Brother Xing, look. I pointed outside the window. That man in the black coat was just looking very tired. How come he suddenly seems like he's on stimulants? Indeed. Look at that one over there too. And the one with the iron rod. Xing Fong was also paying attention to the development of the situation. Naturally, he saw it too. He nodded with a solemn expression. If just shooting oneself with a bullet would cause this situation, there is only one possibility. That is, the bullet has a special effect. But just how powerful the effect is still needs further observation. It was indeed right not to go out just now. These people are very mysterious. Han Yang looked out of the window expressionlessly. But his heart was full of turmoil. Sure enough, it's that thing. They actually made it. And so quickly. How many more people will you harm? The battle became one-sided. The remaining dozens of zombies were completely eliminated in a short time. This combat effectiveness is too strong, I exclaimed. If I hadn't seen the previous performance of these people with my own eyes, I would have thought this was a group of special forces. Shoo! Han Yang covered my mouth. He couldn't say what kind of changes would happen to these people who had been injected. It's not impossible for 1 or 2 people with clairvoyance and clairaudience to appear. Just now the other party was fighting zombies. Making some noise was okay. But now there are only them left around. It's hard to say. These people came here mysteriously. Obviously, they have some purpose. If the noise is too loud and alarms the other party, it will be dangerous. I saw that Han Yang stopped struggling and relaxed his grip. But he didn't let go. Instead, he gradually slid down from my mouth and came to my neck. I found that Han Yang seemed to especially like pinching my neck. Could it be that he is practicing in advance for convenience and strangling me later? This group of people didn't walk far before another batch of zombies came head-on. But these zombies can be seen to be very powerful just by visual inspection. My heart was in my throat. I didn't know whether I was nervous for the zombies or for these teammates. As if sensing my nervousness, Han Yang's slightly cool fingers began to rub on my Adam's apple. The slightly protruding Adam's apple was unbearably itchy when being stroked. I endured and had to grab Han Yang's finger with my hand. At the same time, I glared at the other party warningly. Originally, Han Yang had no other intention. When his finger was grabbed, he had already looked down. But when he saw the look in my eyes glaring at him, he actually felt his heart skip a beat. He couldn't help whispering in the other party's ear, "Don't always think about seducing me." I looked over in disbelief. I couldn't understand how someone could have such a strange understanding. But Han Yang, as expected, kissed me. While covering my mouth, he gently kissed the other party's eyelid. "Don't seduce me anymore. Be careful not to be discovered." While the two were talking, this group of zombies had been completely eliminated. However, the small team also lost several people. Now only 7 people are intact. How long do you think they can hold on? Xingfang said in an almost inaudible voice in the ears of the two. Han Yang shook his head. Before he escaped, the technology hadn't matured to this extent. So he didn't know how long this medicine could last. But looking at the reluctance of these people to inject before, one can imagine that there must be some side effects that they are afraid of. After the 2 waves of zombies were eliminated, there was silence here again. All 7 people who could stand still didn't move. They just quietly looked ahead. Are there still zombies? I blurted out. As soon as the words were spoken, he realized something was wrong. Although his voice was extremely low, the people in that team instantly looked over at him. Bad. The 3 people's hearts sank at the same time. Hey! Look, this is the entrance to the village. Another voice came from their right. Then there was a burst of messy footsteps. The 3 people saw through the gap that it was actually people from another team. Why did everyone find this place? Han Yang muttered. But when these people came, their crisis was lifted. At least their hiding place wouldn't be exposed. The later group of people was obviously out of the situation. Seeing the people standing in front seem to have fought, they quickly became vigilant. Then seeing the zombie corpses on the ground, they relaxed again and greeted the 7 people. Hey, Captain, are you alright? The person in the lead seemed to be very talkative. In an instant, several sentences had already popped out of his mouth. But when he saw that the other party seemed to have no reaction at all, his face couldn't hold on. The captain among the 7 people seemed to let out a cold laugh. Then he also started to talk to them. You came just in time. We are really having a hard time dealing with this on our side. No problem, no problem. Fighting zombies is the duty of our hunting team. The captain of the other team rolled his eyes and agreed with a smile. There were more than 100 zombies all over the ground. It seemed that the brain nuclei hadn't been taken yet. In a while, these will have to be divided. And looking at this location, it seemed to be the granary mentioned by the chief captain in front. Discovering this, there will be no shortage of rewards when going back. There were 7 people on the other side and there were about 10 people on their side. Were they still afraid that the other side wouldn't admit it and swallow this reward alone? The 2 groups of people seemed to have merged. But standing there, they were clearly separated. It was very conspicuous. But neither side said anything. Everyone was happy to be mute. But the team that came later didn't know what they were waiting for. After standing in place for 2 minutes, they began to stir. Some even squatted down directly and started to take the brain nuclei of the zombies on the ground. Among the 7-person team, a young man who was a little younger couldn't stand it. He wanted to say something, but was stopped by his captain. The young man looked at the captain and shook his head at him. So he could only glare at these people fiercely and snorted. In this way, others also saw something was wrong. Immediately, several people squatted down to take the brain nuclei. Then someone started to exclaim, "This one is yellow. This one is yellow." Immediately, several people elsewhere exclaimed as well. The yellow brain nucleus belongs to the evolved zombie. The zombies we encountered at the beginning with enhanced agility or strength are evolved zombies. Although there are many such zombies, usually when encountering them, several people have to surround and attack. Now getting them without doing anything. How could they not be surprised? Looking at these people excitedly taking the brain nuclei, the captain of the 7-person team narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Everyone, get ready." The third wave of zombies appeared. It was stronger than the previous 2 times. Xingfang looked at me and then at Han Yang. He said in a low voice, "Why do I think this attack method is very familiar?" Han Yang glanced at Xingfang and calmly uttered 2 words, "Tower defense." Ah! Xingfang suddenly realized. No wonder he felt this attack method was very familiar. I was completely black-faced. "You two, be serious." This battle was more tragic than the previous 2 times. First of all, the zombies that came this time were of a higher level. They had speed and strength. They were simply irresistible. Secondly, although there were more people participating in the battle this time, the overall quality was lower. Except for the original 7 people, the 10 or so people who came later were basically a notch worse in skills. In the middle of the battle, more than half of the later team had been killed or injured. This was still because most of the zombies were restrained by those 7 people. Are we really not going to help? I felt a little nervous looking at the bloody scene. I am a zombie myself. But in everything else, I am the same as a normal person. Seeing my kind being killed, naturally I couldn't bear it. He was a zombie. But he was different from those half-rotten creatures that could no longer be called human beings. Sometimes he would worry and be tangled up by Han Yang's ruthlessness. But that was based on the scene where he imagined himself being caught by Han Yang. Essentially, he still leaned towards humans. Han Yang knew that Guo Xiaobei was soft-hearted and couldn't bear to watch anymore. But he had no choice either. Going out now, he didn't know what else would happen. Moreover, since that person sent people here, naturally there would be backups. Without him thinking too much. Although the team that followed later died a bit unjustly. But if they didn't have such a strong greed and could observe carefully, naturally they would know that this was not a place where brain nuclei could be picked up for free. Now Han Yang could only say, everyone has their own destiny. This battle ended quickly this time because someone surrendered. There was only the captain left in the later team. The 7-person team was not much better. Only 4 were left. And there were still 3 zombies on the opposite side. With the combined strength of these 5 people, there was no chance of winning. The captain of the 7-person team looked at the hopeless victory. He closed his eyes in pain and shouted loudly, "Stop!" To everyone's shock, the zombies actually stopped. The captain took a step forward in the ferocious gazes of the 3 zombies. "We came today to make a deal with you. Is there someone inside? Is there still someone inside?" Everyone, including the 3 of us, was stunned. There was actually someone who could command zombies. This was simply unbelievable. Humph. In the innermost warehouse, the warehouse that was said to be full of grain, there was a faint hum. But it made people couldn't help shivering. The captain trembled. "Our doctor wants to, with you." "Dream on." A clear and cold voice sounded. It wasn't loud, but it echoed in everyone's ears. This was completely different from the roars of zombies. I was surprised to find that this voice was very young. Next was the captain's painstaking negotiation of conditions. But the person inside always had an indifferent tone. And it sounded completely emotionless. Xing Fong and I looked at each other. We simply didn't know what to say. What kind of doctor actually wanted to cooperate with zombies? Only Han Yang's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. There was also a hint of a cold smile on the corner of his mouth, truly courting death. I was originally nervously following the development of the situation. Unexpectedly, I suddenly noticed that Han Yang's body, who was hugging him from behind, became very stiff. I looked back in surprise. The young man who was a head taller than him had a somewhat cold smile on his face. Immediately, I shivered. How could Han Yang not notice me turning around? It was just that the other party's movement was too quick, and he didn't have time to retract his intimidating aura. Seeing a hint of fear on the doll-like face that barely reached my chest, Han Yang quickly restrained his own aura, put on a smile he thought was gentle, and affectionately patted the other's head. However, the expression on that small face became even more panicked, like a startled little rabbit, instantly making Han Yang feel a bit frustrated. Am I really that terrifying? The captain of the 7 people chattered on and on. His expression became more and more anxious. It seemed that if he couldn't complete this task, he would be punished even more terribly. But I really couldn't think of anything more terrifying than making him bargain with an unknown powerful zombie. The clear and cold voice like that of a young boy seldom appeared. Mostly after the captain pleaded for a long time, the other party would utter an "oh." Finally, the captain spat out a mouthful of blood and half knelt on the ground. "Captain!" The others saw the captain suddenly fall down and quickly went forward to pull him. But like a chain reaction, these people also fell to the ground. "What's going on?" I opened my mouth in surprise. Did that big zombie launch an attack? Without even seeing the person, being able to knock down so many people. This zombie is too powerful. I felt a chill on my back. If they were discovered, wouldn't there be no chance to run at all? "It's not him." Han Yang said 3 words softly. I instantly understood. It's not him. It's not the zombie. Then it's the backlash of the previous drug? From the moment those people suddenly became very powerful, I guessed the reason why they shot themselves. If they hadn't injected some kind of secret medicine, this situation wouldn't have occurred. Originally, I thought these people had already been backlashed and should retreat. Unexpectedly, the zombie leader they thought actually came out of the warehouse. "Are you all right?" The one with the crisp voice was indeed a young boy. But judging from his appearance, it was really hard to imagine that this was a zombie. The young boy walked in front of several people and asked softly. But in an instant, he was hijacked by the captain. This move is really useful. The captain held the dagger that didn't know when it appeared in his hand on the young boy's neck and laughed as if his scheme had succeeded. The young boy looked at the other party expressionlessly. As if the knife was not on his neck at all. The captain stared at the young boy. With one hand holding the dagger on the young boy's neck and the other hand reaching into his bosom, he took out a silver bracelet. "Put this on." The young boy took the bracelet expressionlessly. He took a glance at it indifferently and put it on without hesitation. "Is it okay now?" He. The captain moved away the dagger and laughed triumphantly. "You are now." Ah! Everyone was shocked. Without seeing any movement from the young boy at all, they saw the 3 zombies who were originally standing still suddenly attack and pounce towards several people. The captain couldn't stop it in time. He watched helplessly as his chest was pierced by the zombie's hand. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell backward with his eyes wide open and died. After the zombie grabbed and killed the captain, it immediately pounced towards the young boy. The other few people were immediately terrified. But they were very clear about their task. Although the appearance of this young boy exceeded their imagination, bringing this young boy back was their purpose. Seeing that it was already mostly successful, how could there be a sudden complication? But these 3 people were different from the captain. The captain's weakness was pretended. But they were real. 2 people were responsible for blocking the zombies. The remaining one pulled the young boy's hand and ran towards the entrance of the village. But before the 2 people could run a few steps, 2 screams came from behind. The young boy's expression changed. He wanted to take off the bracelet that was on his hand before. But who knew that he couldn't find a place to open it? The young boy looked at the last team member and motioned for him to open it. "That thing was invented by the doctor. We can't open it at all." The man shook his head. "We'd better run quickly." Behind them, 3 zombies closely chased after them. Suddenly, the young boy's expression flashed and he ran towards the place where we were. The 3 of them were all startled. Could it be that the other party had already detected their existence? But if the other party was really a high-level zombie, it would be understandable. The man didn't know what the young boy meant. At this moment, he could only follow him and run. The young boy bumped into the door twice but didn't open it. Inside, Han Yang had already blocked it with a cabinet. But the zombies behind also caught up and launched fierce attacks on the 2 of them. "Save me." While resisting, the young boy pleaded for help towards the inside of the door. "Han Yang. I really couldn't stand it anymore." If the previous team seemed to be waiting for an attack with some purpose, he could still endure it. But now, they were begging for survival from him. Suddenly, he couldn't bear it anymore. "Are you a human or a zombie?" Han Yang pondered for a moment and asked. I am a human. While dodging the zombie's attack, the young boy hurriedly answered. Only this kind of zombie far exceeded ordinary zombies in both speed and strength. Even the team comparable to special forces was eliminated. Let alone him who was unarmed. If it weren't for the last person protecting him desperately, he couldn't hold on for a few seconds at all. Han Yang didn't think for a few seconds before deciding to save the other party. After all, the current situation didn't allow him to think too much. He kicked away the cabinet blocking the door, pushed the young boy aside, and attacked the zombies with a short knife in his hand. Xing Fong and I naturally blocked the other two zombies. The last team member twitched a few times and died. Only the unarmed young boy was left standing alone at the back. Han Yang didn't really show any kindness. It was just that, he wouldn't let that person get what he wanted. After a few moves to force back the zombies, Han Yang's hand flashed with flames and waved towards the zombie in front. Unexpectedly, this zombie didn't turn into a pile of black ashes as Han Yang had expected. Only its arms and face were burned into a charred state. Han Yang raised an eyebrow. A look of excitement at being challenged appeared on his face. But when he turned his eyes and saw me being chased by zombies and running wildly, he sighed slightly. With 2 consecutive flames, he burned the zombie to ashes and turned to help me. I was almost out of breath from running. He had never encountered such a level of zombie before. It had astonishing strength. Its speed was not much slower than his. If his gun hadn't come from the system, it would probably have become scrap metal by now. Seeing Han Yang block the attack for him, I immediately felt relieved. Standing aside and catching my breath, I was about to go forward and help. Very rarely, Han Yang didn't agree. Instead, he asked me to help Xing Fong. In the past, Han Yang would never let me go. But it's also good. At least attacking together with Xing Fong, everyone cooperates well. It's not like cooperating with Han Yang where I am simply a target. Although this zombie was stronger than any previous one, Xing Fong didn't feel very difficult when fighting. Although he still hasn't found out what special ability he has until now, this situation of being full of strength all over is also very good. When Han Yang's battle ended, Xing Fong and I were also about to finish the battle. The 3 people didn't take the brain nuclei. Instead, they all looked at the young boy. The young boy couldn't help taking a step back. But his expression was indifferent. What are you going to do? Tell me, are you a human or a zombie? Han Yang didn't know whose body he tore off a piece of cloth and started to wipe his knife. There was a hint of coldness in his tone. I already said, I am a human. The young boy was stunned and then answered. How can a human live with zombies? Xing Fong snorted. He was originally very tall. At this time, making a fierce expression was still very intimidating. A trace of fear appeared on the young boy's face. How do you know? Have you been here all along? Ha! Han Yang sneered. He walked up to the young boy and kicked the team member under the young boy's feet. After confirming that the other party was really dead, he looked up at the young boy. What's your name? Yi Ling. The young boy answered blankly. He didn't know why the topic had changed so quickly. Why is the doctor catching you? How would I know? Yi Ling blurted out. If you don't know, then you obediently put on this thing? Han Yang grabbed the other party's hand and shook it. He was stunned for a moment. Then he casually reached towards the other party's chest. After a few seconds, his expression became very strange. It's warm. Are you really a human? Yi Ling was both amused and annoyed. Of course I am a human. I am also from this city L. Looking at Han Yang's actions, I didn't know what it felt like in my heart. He had also been blocked in a corner and touched like this by the other party. Now seeing the other party touching someone else. I shook my head and tried to get rid of the messy thoughts in my head. You are from this city? Then why are you here? And how can you live with zombies? Xing Fong asked in surprise. Rather than asking this, we should leave as soon as possible. Han Yang pondered for a moment. I suspect that this mission is simply a scam. Just to cover people's eyes and ears. The purpose is to take away this. Yi Ling. I'm afraid that all these people died here. There will be some actions next. We have to leave here quickly and pretend we haven't been here. What should we do? Xingfang, I, and even Yi Ling all looked at Han Yang. As the leader, Han Yang always made the decisions. Han Yang thought for a moment. I will burn all these corpses. Anyway, no one knows my special ability. Then we leave the scene. Xingfang and I nodded. Yi Ling pointed at himself with his finger. What about me? You? The three of them turned back together. In their hearts, this person was far less important than the brain nuclei. What's the benefit for us to take you with us? Han Yang pretended to be in deep thought. But without pausing for 2 seconds, he started his corpse burning plan. Xingfang took the initiative to start picking up brain nuclei. He was the treasurer among the three and was specially responsible for picking up brain nuclei. Because I definitely didn't want to touch those black ashes anyway. I stayed where I was and looked at Yi Ling. You are really a human. But I originally wanted to say, how could a human live with zombies? But then I thought that since he, as a zombie, could live with two people with special abilities, why couldn't a human and a zombie live together? But it was also this fleeting thought that made him have another guess. While Han Yang and Xingfang's attention was not on their side, he mysteriously approached Yi Ling. Are you really not a zombie? Who knew that Yi Ling's face showed a very strange expression? Your Highness, did you sense me? I took 2 steps back. Looking at Yi Ling's half-smiling expression on his face, I wondered if the other party was teasing him or speaking the truth. Seeing him back away, Yi Ling's expression became even more strange. He slowly approached him. Even getting so close that there was only 1 step between them. What are you doing? I unconsciously chattered my teeth. It wasn't that I was afraid that the other party was a zombie. But the expression on the other party's face was so strange that it was really hard to compliment. Doesn't your Highness want to know who I am? Yi Ling leaned forward and asked by his ear. Before I could say anything, I was hugged from behind and pulled away. Han Yang's voice was so cold that it almost fell to pieces. He shouted at Yi Ling, "Stay away from him. Let go. Let go quickly." How ugly. Xiaobei struggled to break free from Han Yang's embrace. Although Han Yang's appearance made him feel a little relieved, that tone full of possessiveness really made him extremely embarrassed. Xingfang was fine. After all, he was used to seeing it a lot. But there was still a stranger standing in front of him who he only knew by name. This made Xiaobei's face flush instantly. What this person named Yi Ling said really filled Xiaobei with doubts. He didn't believe the words "Your Highness" at all. But that sentence, "Did you sense me?" made his heart jump. Could it be that the other party really knew something? He was full of doubts about the suddenly appearing zombie system. The system didn't respond to his questions at all. Now that he finally saw a glimmer of hope, he was both curious and afraid. Xingfang, let's go. Han Yang grabbed Xiaobei's hand and called out to Xingfang. Wait. These people here also picked up quite a few brain nuclei just now. I'll take them all. After picking up the brain nuclei and the black ashes, Xingfang started to search for the brain nuclei on these people. When they were in the room, they heard very clearly that these people had also collected a lot of brain nuclei. The white ones could be ignored. But since they heard that there were brain nuclei of yellow evolved zombies, they mustn't let them go. Although the few zombies they just killed all had orange brain nuclei, they wouldn't mind having more yellow ones. Why are you going through so much trouble to search? Han Yang was in a hurry to leave. Unable to wait for Xingfang to search through the pockets one by one, he released several flames and burned the corpses. It turns out it can be used on people too. Didn't you know before? Xingfang wiped the cold sweat. He didn't expect this guy to be an experiment maniac. These are all human corpses. Isn't it bad to burn them? It's not appropriate to leave the corpses exposed here either, right? Han Yang stroked his chin and thought for a second. Then he continued the corpse burning action. Xing Fong sighed. Han Yang was right. Moreover, although these corpses were killed by zombies, the zombies had all turned into ashes. It was better to just burn them all. Han Yang ordered Guo Xiaobei to keep a distance from Yi Ling. At this moment, the two were 2 meters apart and could only look at each other helplessly. The burned corpses turned into grayish-white ashes, not as black as zombies. Fortunately, the brain nuclei couldn't be burned. Xing Fong smoothly collected all those brain nuclei. Ah! Don't burn me. I am alive. A startled cry sounded in front of Han Yang. Several people hurriedly ran over. The man who made the sound was half lying and half sitting on the ground. He was the captain of the later team. You're not dead? Han Yang's eyes narrowed dangerously. No, no. The man stood up tremblingly. I was pretending to be dead. Those zombies were only chasing after them and didn't notice me. I'll go back with you. Good. Han Yang smiled and readily agreed. You walk in front. We don't remember the way. Guo Xiaobei and Yi Ling looked at each other. Just as they were about to speak, they were stopped by a look from Xing Fong. Everyone packed up their things. Led by this man, they left the entrance of the village and came to the fork in the road they had passed before. The man walked in front nervously but didn't dare to turn back. Everyone walked quietly. I am Han Yang. Okay, I recognize this place now. I suddenly spoke. Before the man could turn back, with a flash of flame in my hand, he turned into ashes. Guo Xiaobei was about to speak but was scared by my serious look. I said, perhaps you think I'm cold-blooded. But this kind of person can't be left alive. He could fight but pretended to be dead. He heard and saw everything but didn't say anything. He must have bad intentions. Guo Xiaobei shook his head. You did the right thing. As the captain, one can't leave hidden dangers. My expression became much better. I patted his head and continued to move forward. Xing Fong didn't express anything. Yi Ling looked at Guo Xiaobei in surprise. Guo Xiaobei was annoyed. What's so good to look at? I led the way in a mess. After walking for several hours on this journey, it got dark. There might only be one team left in the small group. At the beginning, more than 30 people were divided into 5 teams. 2 teams were completely wiped out. After 2 teams got to know each other, they appeared together. There was also a team that died in the village. Except for our team of 3, the remaining team didn't have many people. The possibility of converging was not high. The zombies on the road were ordinary and were cleared away by us. It was getting late. We found a place to eat and prepared to find a place to stay. Xing Fong distributed food and asked Yi Ling, how long have you been here? What do you eat every day? Yi Ling was surprised, eat food. There is grain in the village. Cook it and eat it. There are no vegetables. He showed a painful expression. Drinking porridge every day was uncomfortable. Later, there was no pickled vegetables left. Xing Fong sighed, so pitiful. Our conditions were a bit better. We had pickled vegetables or fermented bean curd with every meal. Han Yang and Guo Xiaobei were eating steamed buns and dried meat on the other side. Han Yang asked Yi Ling, why weren't you attacked by zombies before? Yi Ling's eyes flickered and he lowered his head, I don't know either. I am Han Yang. Be honest. I shouted and could see that he wasn't telling the truth. I really don't know how I have the ability to talk to zombies. Yi Ling looked at Guo Xiaobei, with pleading in his eyes. Talk? Despite Guo Xiaobei's obstruction, I continued to interrogate. Tell everything. Otherwise, go back and drink porridge. Don't! Yi Ling screamed. I'll confess everything. Guo Xiaobei and Xing Fong's mouths twitched. Under threat, Yi Ling told his experience. Since the zombie outbreak, he was stranded. The people around him turned into zombies, but he could communicate with them. So you are from City L? Xing Fong nodded. Why don't you go home? I don't know if there is anyone at home anymore. Yiling was sad. With his physique, he was afraid of being shot. Those zombies have been with me for a long time. Because of the broken bracelet on your hand? I showed disdain but actually attached importance to it in my heart. Stretch out your hand. Yiling obediently stretched out his hand. I took a knife and pried at the bracelet. What are you doing? Yiling was startled. I snorted and pried at the bracelet. After more than half an hour, I only pried open a gap of 1 centimeter. Xing Fong, come and try. I let go and took a long breath. Guo Xiaobei looked at Han Yang's knife and saw the marks on his palm. This. Han Yang held a knife in his left hand and stretched his right hand to Guo Xiaobei's cheek. Blow on it for me. Guo Xiaobei blushed. Big brother Xing, you have degenerated. Ignoring Han Yang's disappointed expression, Guo Xiaobei went to Yiling's side. Can it be pried open? It's okay. Use this to practice. Xing Fong didn't relax his hand. The gap in the bracelet gradually widened. The bracelet became a piece of junk in Xing Fong's hand. Yiling pulled back his hand and shook it. Okay, it's safe now. What should we do with this thing? Xing Fong waved the junk. Throw it far away. Yiling loathed it and frowned and said, No way. Han Yang took the thing. I want to study it. Then he handed it to Guo Xiaobei. Keep it well. Oh. Guo Xiaobei stuffed it in his pocket. Actually, he sent it to the system's storage. Now you should be able to talk to zombies again. Bring a batch to kill. Han Yang watched Guo Xiaobei put it away and looked at Yiling. Yiling's mouth twitched. After hesitating for a long time, Big brother, low-level zombies can't be communicated with. But in his heart he thought, just like you, impossible to communicate with. But he didn't say it out loud. The 4 people finished eating and rested for a while. According to Han Yang's intention, they walked back. The mission was for 3 days. It was hard to say whether the convoy would wait if they were overdue. The return journey was fast because it wasn't Han Yang leading the way. All 4 people wanted to go back. Han Yang wanted to take a bath and eat good food. Xing Fong was eager to find his sister. Yiling wanted to go home. Guo Xiaobei was the most anxious. His level 10 experience was almost full, but because of Yiling and the evolved zombies, no zombies came close. Han Yang looked at zombies while walking, his eyes shining green, wanting to know the color of the brain nuclei. He had a great harvest. He gave the white ones to Xing Fong and kept the yellow, orange-red, and red ones for himself. This zombie had attacked Guo Xiaobei before. It was strong and fast. He could only deal with it by attacking from a distance. The zombies sensed the killing intent and stayed away from Han Yang. Han Yang raised an eyebrow and pulled Guo Xiaobei. Zombies have intelligence. Will there be zombies as smart as humans? Maybe there is one among us. Guo Xiaobei was stunned. Afraid of revealing something when talking about zombies, he said, probably not. And forced to smile. I think it's possible. Han Yang stroked his chin. Guo Xiaobei trembled. Don't be afraid. With me here, I won't let zombies eat you. Han Yang patted Guo Xiaobei on the head. Guo Xiaobei was moved and felt strange. It's hard to find a little slave who is obedient and can cook. Han Yang nodded in satisfaction. Lord Han. Guo Xiaobei looked at Han Yang expressionlessly. What? Lord Han is more handsome when he doesn't talk. After Guo Xiaobei finished speaking, he walked side by side with Yiling and Xing Fong. Han Yang pondered over the meaning of these words. Delaying for 1 day on purpose, the 3 of them pretended to be in a hurry. They returned to the convoy at noon on the last day. Yiling took food and a bicycle and went to City L in advance. With advanced zombies following, there should be no danger. The three of Han Yang returned to the convoy in a dusty state. The vice captain and a small team were waiting for the others. The vice captain rushed over and asked, "Have you seen the others?" Guo Xiaobei looked innocent and timid. Xing Fong and Han Yang were tired. "We didn't meet them. We didn't find the village. We were unlucky to encounter zombies." The vice captain looked into the distance in disappointment. "If they don't return by 3 o'clock, we will return." He knew that these people who returned late were basically sentenced to death. Although the three of Han Yang knew that everyone was dead, they couldn't show it. They pretended to be tired and asked for food. From noon to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Guo Xiaobei and others were silent. The vice captain couldn't wait for anyone. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the drivers gathered around. It would be very dangerous if they didn't return to the city soon. The vice captain gritted his teeth and returned. With fewer people, they sat together. The other group also had no harvest. The situation was similar to what Guo Xiaobei and them had said. The vice captain didn't suspect. The journey was dull. The car drove at full speed and reached the city gate before the gate closed. Entering the city for routine testing, there was no need to line up and be quarantined. Passing by the base, Guo Xiaobei saw Yi Ling in the line. After blinking, he pretended not to know and turned around. Guo Xiaobei was happy. Although there were doubts, Yi Ling was undoubtedly a human. And he had a special sense for him or the system. Han Yang saw all this. Although he was unhappy, because Guo Xiaobei said he was handsome when he didn't talk, he decided to let it go. After completing the check, the three of them returned to the small building, exhausted and ready to eat something before going to bed. Guo Xiaobei was also tired, so he organized his system packages and taskbar and realized he had overlooked a task. Plus, this task could bring him up to level 10 and leave him with extra rewards. Upon submitting the task, a comfortable numbness spread throughout his body, and the system prompt sounded. The main task was completed, rewarding him and unlocking the hidden weapon skill. But the next task left Guo Xiaobei dumbfounded. The task required him to obtain a man's semen within 10 days, by any means necessary, with failure resulting in a regression of 9 levels. Guo Xiaobei was shocked and couldn't sleep, breaking out in a cold sweat. He had celebrated too soon. After a moment of madness followed by calmness, he realized that not leveling up would be a burden, possibly leading to abandonment or having his brain core taken by Han Yang. Guo Xiaobei felt like crying, not wanting Han Yang to take his brain core. The thought of potentially dying at the hands of Han Yang, being discarded like a zombie, weighed heavily on his mind. If his identity was revealed, he preferred to die alone, not wanting to be treated like a zombie. Without sleep for a night, Guo Xiaobei, with dark circles under his eyes, headed out. They had just suffered heavy losses from the recent mission and had no tasks for the time being. Xing Fong went to the information registration office to inquire about his sister, Han Yang went to pay with the brain core, and Guo Xiaobei was only tasked with cooking. Dragging his heavy steps, he carried the money bag and basket to buy groceries. Along the way, he was preoccupied with thoughts. Obtaining semen from a man within 7 days seemed too difficult. It would have been easier if it were a beautiful woman, but he was a man, sigh. Absent-mindedly placing a few cabbages into the basket, someone chuckled, "Xiaobei, buying so many cabbages?" Brother Yi. Guo Xiaobei snapped out of his thoughts and saw the familiar face of Yi Feng, greeting him. Resting today, buying food to eat. Yi Feng worked in a restaurant, earning a good income due to his outstanding appearance, securing him the position. With an easy job and high salary, he had to buy his meals on days off. After a brief chat, Yi Feng paid and left. Guo Xiaobei watched Yi Feng's departing figure thoughtfully. Among the people he knew in the base, besides Xing Fong and Han Yang, he was more familiar with Yi Feng. He was afraid of getting into trouble or being beaten up by strangers. If it were Yi Feng, it could work, but he didn't know how to approach the topic without revealing his true intentions. Determined, Guo Xiaobei caught up to Yi Feng. "Brother Yi, I have something to discuss." "What's up?" Yi Feng looked puzzled. "I need to talk somewhere." Guo Xiaobei hesitated, not wanting to speak in front of others. Let's go to my place, it's not far, and my roommate is at work. Yi Feng suggested. Guo Xiaobei was thin and the base had patrol teams, so there shouldn't be any danger. Guo Xiaobei carried the groceries and followed Yi Feng back to his residence. Han Yang quickly paid the fees and headed towards the supermarket, thinking he could pick up a few things he liked if Guo Xiaobei hadn't finished shopping yet. He thought he saw Guo Xiaobei up ahead but couldn't see clearly from a distance, so he furrowed his brows, adjusted his glasses, and followed. Guo Xiaobei and Yi Feng arrived home, and Guo Xiaobei brought some hot water, unsure of how to broach the subject. Xiaobei, what's up? Yi Feng noticed Guo Xiaobei's furrowed brow and serious expression. Then he thought that Guo Xiaobei had nothing to gain from him. I want some semen from you. Guo Xiaobei struggled to speak, his voice barely audible. What? Yi Feng couldn't believe his ears as he heard the last bit of Guo Xiaobei's sentence. I want your semen. Guo Xiaobei's face turned red, unable to meet Yi Feng's eyes. Why? Yi Feng was nervous. He thought Guo Xiaobei knew he liked men and was interested in him, his face turning red as well. I need. Guo Xiaobei looked up. Yi Feng raised a finger to Guo Xiaobei's lips. Don't say any more, I understand. Then, Brother Yi, are you free now? Guo Xiaobei was anxious, wanting to resolve this quickly. Not today, I have to work, you. Then. Guo Xiaobei looked at Yi Feng expectantly. Tomorrow I'm off, you can come then, and we. Yi Feng blushed. He had liked men even before the apocalypse, and it had been a while since he had been intimate. Guo Xiaobei's initiative made his heart flutter. All right. Guo Xiaobei bid farewell, eager to start cooking. Han Yang's face darkened as Guo Xiaobei went to a stranger's house. He felt like his territory was being intruded upon. Suppressing his anger, he entered the house, where Guo Xiaobei was cooking. He wanted to ask but held back, choosing to read quietly instead. After finishing cooking, Guo Xiaobei knocked on Han Yang's door. Knowing Han Yang had returned, he breathed a sigh of relief, afraid of being looked down upon. He had thought of seeking help from Han Yang or Xing Feng, but couldn't bring himself to do so. Their abilities did not meet the requirements of the task. He finished cooking as Xing Feng returned, arranging the dishes and canned meat neatly before calling for Xing Feng to knock on Han Yang's door and serving the meal. Brother Xing, how is it? The three of them sat down, and Guo Xiaobei, seeing Xing Feng's unhappy expression, asked, No news from Tian Tian? She came by, but didn't leave any contact information. Sigh. Xing Feng sighed. Don't worry, they will come. Guo Xiaobei tried to comfort him. That's all we can do. Xing Feng forced a smile, feeling slightly more at ease knowing his sister's whereabouts. Master Han, are the dishes to your liking? Guo Xiaobei asked, concerned when Han Yang remained silent. Very good. Han Yang's tone was gentle. That's good then. Guo Xiaobei felt guilty. The dishes today were not as spicy, but Han Yang preferred stronger flavors that Guo Xiaobei and Xing Feng couldn't handle. Seeing Han Yang eating the milder dishes, they assumed he was adapting. The next day, Guo Xiaobei cleaned the house, Xing Feng washed their clothes, and Han Yang went grocery shopping. Han Yang wanted to ask where Guo Xiaobei had gone, but finding the house empty, he decided to buy groceries instead. Feeling annoyed by the strange looks he received for buying too much, he pretended to be calm and quickly paid before leaving. Guo Xiaobei saw Han Yang struggling with two large baskets and was dumbfounded. Buying so much? Han Yang blushed and snapped, why so many questions? Guo Xiaobei shrugged and went to the kitchen, making sure they had enough food until the next task. After a sleepless night, Guo Xiaobei woke up early to prepare breakfast and get ready to leave. Xing Feng was tidying up the dishes when he saw Han Yang coming out dressed neatly. Waking up so early? Xing Feng was surprised, knowing Han Yang usually didn't eat breakfast unless necessary. Go wash up and eat, Xiaobei has prepared everything. Looking around, Han Yang asked, where is he? He's gone. Xing Feng pointed to the door. Gone? Han Yang's eyes widened. Where did he go? He didn't say. Xing Fong was puzzled. Do you need him for something? Worried, Han Yang grabbed his coat and rushed out, suspecting Guo Xiaobei was seeking out men. Angry and concerned, he just wanted to clear things up. Guo Xiaobei arrived at Yi Feng's house early, catching Yi Feng off guard. Opening the door in haste, Yi Feng saw Guo Xiaobei blushing. You're here. He let him in, the room warm. Guo Xiaobei brought in hot water and hesitated. When do we start? The atmosphere was tense. You're very direct. Yi Feng paused and looked at Guo Xiaobei. Let's start now. Oh, okay. Guo Xiaobei lowered his head in anticipation. Xiaobei. Yi Feng called softly, tempting. Guo Xiaobei trembled. Brother Yi. Yi Feng took Guo Xiaobei's hand to undo his pants. Help me. Guo Xiaobei blushed and pulled his hand away. I can't. I'll teach you, I can't do it alone. Yi Feng pulled his hand again. Pull down your pants, be a good boy. Guo Xiaobei shivered, undressing reluctantly, not daring to look. Enduring it for the sake of the task. Han Yang couldn't find Guo Xiaobei and knocked on the door. Guo Xiaobei nervously stopped. Yi Feng reassured him, it's okay, your buddy forgot something, he'll be back soon. I was startled when the door opened. Oh, it's you. Han Yang saw Guo Xiaobei and his anger surged, grabbing his collar. How dare you? You've got it all wrong. Guo Xiaobei closed his eyes, Han Yang's expression fierce as he raised his hand. Hey, who are you to Xiaobei? Yi Feng stepped in to defuse the situation. Who are you? Han Yang had no impression of Yi Feng. I'm his man. Han Yang said angrily, the words slipping out unintentionally. Humph, can't satisfy your lover so you send them out seeking comfort. What kind of man does that make you? Yi Feng scoffed. You. Han Yang's anger flared, coldly addressing Guo Xiaobei. Fine, I'll satisfy you, and he grabbed Guo Xiaobei to leave. Hey, stop. Yi Feng tried to intervene but was shoved into a wall corner. Don't lay a hand on him. Guo Xiaobei stepped in front of Yi Feng. It's not his fault. Is it my fault then? Han Yang glared at the two with red eyes. I'll deal with him first and then deal with you. Don't. Guo Xiaobei pulled Han Yang back. It's my fault, direct your anger at me, it has nothing to do with him. Yi Feng got up, a look of pain on his face. Xiaobei, don't follow this man, I'll settle things with him. Yi, don't cause trouble. Guo Xiaobei made a mournful face, pulling Han Yang away without wearing his outer clothes. Yi Feng sighed and lay down on the bed to rest. Han Yang was pulled out of the door, carrying Guo Xiaobei as they ran. Guo Xiaobei shivered from the cold, only finding warmth in being held close. Han Yang kicked the door, startling Xing Pang. Xing Pang wanted to ask what was happening, but Han Yang entered the room. How dare you cheat? Xing Pang wanted to knock on the door but heard Han Yang's angry roar. Xing Pang trembled and pounded on the door. Mind your own business. Han Yang opened the door. I won't hit him. Be careful not to scare him. Xing Pang sighed, knowing they needed to resolve their issues. He went upstairs after giving them a warning. How long have you been with him? Han Yang looked at Guo Xiaobei in the corner and restrained his tone. Not long. Guo Xiaobei forced a bitter smile. It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Looking like that, almost undressed, feeling needy? Han Yang sneered, doing such things. I didn't. Guo Xiaobei shook his head. If you find me repulsive, just let me go. He felt pained and afraid of being despised. Guo Xiaobei tried to back down, but Han Yang's anger flared up again. Bah! Still seeking other men? I have no choice. Speaking the truth, even if I had a choice, I wouldn't choose him. No choice. Han Yang unbuttoned his shirt. I'll satisfy you, to prevent you from getting infected. What are you doing? I was startled, realizing I was Guo Xiaobei. Do you want it? Aren't you feeling empty and lonely? Han Yang's face was cold and severe. I hurriedly tried to explain. No, that's not what I meant. But before I could finish my sentence, Han Yang kissed me. Our lips intertwined, and I was powerless to resist. In the struggle, I forgot to breathe, soon going limp and fainting. Han Yang was horrified, placing me on the bed and calling out my name. I was actually holding my breath, waking up as soon as I was placed on the bed, but feeling too embarrassed to open my eyes. Han Yang had kissed me before, but it had never been this brutal, and I had never felt so embarrassed to pass out before. Seeing me flutter my eyelashes, Han Yang began unbuttoning my shirt. Master Han. I immediately opened my eyes and grabbed his wrist. I'm awake. Awake? Then let's continue. Han Yang pulled his hand away and continued unbuttoning. Continue what? I wanted to scream. Han Yang pinned me down, and I couldn't get up. I can explain. I won't see him again, let me go. As I tried to explain, Han Yang's hands didn't stop. He believed I wouldn't cheat, but his anger had overcome him. He needed to mark me as his own, to prevent me from being lured away by someone else. I took the opportunity to crawl away. Master Han, there's a misunderstanding, please listen to me first. All right, speak. Han Yang nodded, proceeding to undress himself. Why are you undressing? I watched as Han Yang stripped completely, unable to stay seated. I wasn't foolish, I knew what he wanted. I jumped off the bed and ran towards the door, but Han Yang's long arms and legs reached the door before me, and he grabbed me with a single swoop. Let go. I grew anxious and tried to kick him, but he dodged my kicks and with a single motion, we both fell onto the bed. We locked eyes, and I couldn't stay strong. Master Han, put away your intentions. No. Han Yang rubbed against me. Don't do this. I felt powerless, unable to resist, unable to push away, unable to reason with him. Don't waste time. Han Yang stood up and stripped off my clothes. Han Yang. I don't want this. I was left exposed, covering my sensitive areas and pushing him away. You want this? Han Yang whispered in my ear, I'll give you my essence. No, I don't want it. We were entwined, both naked, Han Yang admiring my skin. It's a misunderstanding, not what you think. I struggled to explain. Xiao Bei, do we really need to explain now? Han Yang was gentle as he parted my legs. Blushing all over, I pleaded, please, let me go. My voice trembling. But I want you. Han Yang touched me, making me flinch, his interest growing. We can't, we're both men, it's not possible. I tried to reason with him in an awkward position. So small. Han Yang teased, disappointed, feeling it wouldn't work out. Then what should I do now? Han Yang pressed down, his dissatisfaction evident in his movements. Can I help you with my hand instead? I suggested, feeling like it was the only option left. Han Yang thought for a moment, then nodded. Great. I relaxed a bit, but as I met Han Yang's gaze, I realized my slip of the tongue, my face burning. I didn't mean it that way, do you understand? I understand, come on. Han Yang nodded, standing up straight. Be careful. I muttered, throwing his clothes at him. This person had no shame. How do I do this? Han Yang was unsure of the process. Wrap the clothes around your waist. I guided him to put on the sweater. Done. I turned around, Han Yang stood with his lower half covered. I breathed a sigh of relief. Hurry up. Han Yang urged. What's the rush? I grumbled, glaring at Han Yang, reaching into the sweater. Han Yang interpreted my look as affectionate, making him even harder. With a firm grasp, he couldn't hold back anymore. What's the rush? I had barely grasped it before he thrust deeply, making me feel ashamed to the point of wanting to vomit. Up and down, Han Yang felt uncomfortable, showing signs of softening. Don't rub it, it's uncomfortable, let's just do it directly. Han Yang pushed away my hand and pinned me down. No, there's a more comfortable way. I hurriedly suggested. Oh? What way? Han Yang stopped, waiting to hear. Xingpeng heard a commotion downstairs in the kitchen and thought Guo Xiaobei was making lunch. When he reached the kitchen door, he heard the sound of pots and pans falling to the ground, and peeked inside to find Han Yang cooking, startling him. Han Yang, what did you do to Xiaobei? If he hadn't injured or driven Xiaobei away, why would he be cooking on his own? It was my fault for going upstairs, or else this wouldn't have happened. I was overwhelmed with guilt. Han Yang blushed, unable to speak. But in my eyes, he seemed regretful. Did you really hurt him? Where is he? Did you take him to the hospital? I panicked and rushed towards Han Yang's room. Xiaobei was in this bedroom when I left. Did something happen? I imagined a horrible scenario. But Han Yang stopped me from opening the door. Han Yang held a spoon in his left hand and a short knife in his right, blocking the door with a dark expression. What are you doing? If you hurt him, why won't you let me take him for treatment? We are brothers, how could you do something like this? We are no longer brothers. I was very unhappy. You've misunderstood. Although Han Yang had a bad temper and was proud, he really liked this brotherhood in adversity, otherwise he wouldn't have used his powers under pressure. Xiaobei is asleep. Sleeping? Did you knock him out? I was suspicious. Why would I hit him? Han Yang was annoyed. He's just tired. Tired? How could he suddenly be tired? You? I thought of a possibility, my face turning dark. Did you assault him? Cough. Han Yang choked, quickly covering his mouth, afraid of waking up the sleeping Guo Xiaobei. I'm going to cook. Han Yang turned and went to the kitchen, and after much internal struggle, I followed him. Han Yang, you're quick on your feet. I leaned against the doorframe, trying to suppress a smile. I had long sensed that something was off between the two of them. Han Yang seemed very interested in Xiaobei, often teasing him, while Xiaobei's behavior towards him was peculiar. Han Yang's focus was always on Xiaobei, often ignoring me, but luckily I was the closest person to both of them. Seeing Han Yang carrying Xiaobei into the room today finally made everything click. How did I not realize it before? I looked up at the sky. Need any help? I offered, unable to stand watching Han Yang struggle with cutting vegetables. Han Yang didn't respond. Have you figured out any new abilities? After you mentioned it last time, I tried to focus, but I only felt a surge of strength, nothing else. I shook my head, taking the vegetables from him. With my help, even peeling the cabbage seemed effortless. Weird, could you have a strength-based ability? Han Yang was puzzled. It's possible, I feel full of energy now, and my body coordination has improved too. I nodded. After discussing, we looked at the mess of vegetable leaves on the floor, blushing simultaneously, and without saying a word, we decided to eat out. In the end, I took the brain nucleus to the restaurant to buy groceries, while Han Yang stayed home to watch over Xiaobei. When Xiaobei woke up in the afternoon, he had slept in after waking up early in the morning and facing the cold wind outside. He felt much better after a good rest. Xiaobei picked out some clothes to wear, feeling reluctant to wear the ones that were torn. Clothes in the post-apocalyptic world were expensive, and the ones torn were worth several brain nuclei, which made him feel distressed. Frowning with a serious expression, Xiaobei opened the door to the delightful smell wafting in, instantly lifting his mood. Xiaobei, you're awake? Xingpeng arranged the vegetables. Sit down, I bought some good groceries. Xiaobei eyed Xingpeng suspiciously, touching his lips, not feeling much. So extravagant. On the table were 7 or 8 dishes, all of his favorites. He and the other two both loved meat, one preferring spicy and the other salty. Xiaobei looked around. What about him? He went out to buy things. Xingpeng laid a cushion on Xiaobei's chair. Are you worried I'll be cold? It's quite soft. Xiaobei sat on the cushion, fidgeting. You're really strong. As they spoke, Han Yang came in carrying things. When he saw Xiaobei, his face froze, expressionless. He didn't know how to face Xiaobei, afraid that Xiaobei would dislike him. Xiaobei had initially let it go, but seeing Han Yang's attitude, He remembered his rough behavior and turned his head with a hum. Xing Pang tried to smooth things over. Han Yang, bring the stuff over. Not wanting to cause a rift, Han Yang stuffed the small package into Xiao Bei's arms. Xiao Bei stiffened as he opened it, finding new clothes, quite expensive. This. Xiao Bei looked at Han Yang with confusion. Compensation. Han Yang felt embarrassed and couldn't meet Xiao Bei's eyes. Xing Pang pulled the stuff out and set it aside. Xiao Bei, hurry and eat before it gets cold. Xiao Bei and Xing Pang chatted and ate, while Han Yang's face turned red and green. He shamelessly sat next to Xiao Bei, taking out something and pushing it in front of him. What's this? Xiao Bei and Xing Pang asked curiously. Green packaging, a product of the base, with a small bottle. Unscrewing the cap, it emitted a tempting fragrance. What is this? Xiao Bei didn't know what it was for, but it smelled good. Drink it. Han Yang smiled ingratiatingly, urging Xiao Bei to take a sip. Xiao Bei took a sip, finding the taste pleasant, like natural juice with hints of apple fragrance and milk-like smoothness without the dairy taste. How is it? Han Yang asked eagerly. Good. Xiao Bei nodded and took another sip. This is that thing you mentioned before. Han Yang stammered, while Xing Pang burst into laughter. Xiao Bei blushed, and Han Yang couldn't find the words to say. The meal was finished in an eerie atmosphere. Xiao Bei started to clean up the dishes, but Xing Pang stopped him. Xiao Bei, go rest, I'll take care of this. Xing Pang chuckled awkwardly. It's fine, I cook every day. Xiao Bei proved his capability. Unable to stop Xing Pang from going upstairs, Xiao Bei heard furious yelling from downstairs. Feeling like crying but having no tears left, Xiao Bei looked at the kitchen, resembling a battlefield. He resigned himself to cleaning up, feeling sore and tired by the time dinner rolled around, lamenting his cooking duties. Han Yang sat in the living room, sharpening a knife, finding the complaints sweet and starting to chuckle foolishly. Xing Pang came down and saw Han Yan laughing foolishly, feeling a chill and pretending not to notice. Xiao Bei, what do you want to eat? Xing Pang approached with a flattering smile. Xing Ji, I'll eat out today. Xiao Bei was too tired to cook. Just as Xing Pang was about to speak, they heard a knock on the door. I'll go see. Xing Pang opened the door, surprised. Tian Tian? Go! I missed you so much. Tian Tian threw herself into Xing Pang's arms, crying. Good, don't cry. Xing Pang patted Tian Tian's head. Almost 17 and still acting like a child. Tian Tian, come eat. Xiao Bei excitedly ran out. Their arrival was perfect, with enough food for 5 people. Xiao Bei Ge. Tian Tian rushed over to hug Xiao Bei. Han Yang, with a stern face, pulled Tian Tian away, and she dared not return to Xiao Bei's side. Miss Jean. Xing Pang greeted Jean Feichen. Xing Ji, Xiao Bei. Jean Feichen greeted them, nodding at Han Yang, who ignored her and helped Xiao Bei serve the dishes. Xing Pang asked the two of them to sit at the table. You came back just in time, dinner's almost late. Why is it late? Xiao Bei frowned. Ahem, I'll go get the food. Xing Pang went to the kitchen. After dinner, accommodations were arranged. Tian Tian had a room, but Jean Feichen was a problem. The 3 of them went upstairs for a meeting. Should we let her stay? Xing Pang was in a dilemma. He was a kind person and didn't want to refuse. Seeing that his sister and Tian Tian got along well, and Jean Feichen had nowhere to go. Lord Han, what do you think? Xiao Bei avoided Jean Feichen and let Han Yang make the decision. Kick her out. Han Yang grunted. This isn't a charity center. Sure, Xing Pang said awkwardly. Then I'll go tell. Wait, Han Yang looked at Xiao Bei and stopped Xing Pang. I've thought about it, let her accompany your sister, it's not convenient with 3 men and 1 girl. Oh, okay, I'll go tell her, Xing Pang said happily. Little thing. Don't talk to me. Xiao Bei was upset by Han Yang's sudden change. Xiao Bei. Han Yang glared. What's the matter? Xiao Bei quivered. Look into my eyes. Don't see that guy, don't flirt with men, and also don't. You can't control me. Han Yang kissed him passionately. Excuse me for interrupting, how should the rooms be arranged? Xingpang stood awkwardly at the door. We'll share one, you take one, and they'll stay upstairs, Han Yang arranged, and Xingpang quickly escaped. Why do I have to live with you? Xiao Bei grumbled. You don't want to? Who do you want to sleep with then? Xingpang? Han Yang threatened with narrowed eyes. You are already mine, are you going to betray them? Or have an interest in someone else? No. Xiao Bei denied. Then it's settled, we'll sleep together tonight. Han Yang went downstairs to tidy up the rooms. Xiao Bei hugged a pillow in torment. Xiao Bei ge. Tian ran upstairs. The house is really nice, really big. Yes, we fought hard to kill the zombies so you could stay in a big house, Han Yang smiled. He cared for Tian was adorable, and Xingpang protected her well. Xiao Bei ge, me and Jean Jie just arrived at the base, the house we stayed in was so small. Tian chattered on, while Jean Fei Chen listened and smiled. Xingpang carried the luggage upstairs and saw the three of them laughing and felt jealous. Tian, you don't love Gugu anymore. Gu, you're so annoying. Tian pouted, and Xingpang laughed. After a few instructions, Xingpang carried the bedding downstairs with Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei, I'm sorry. I'll cook for you later. Xingpang apologized. Have mercy. Xiao Bei's mouth twitched. That night, Xiao Bei wrapped himself tightly in Han Yang's big bed. Han Yang's room had a large double bed, good facilities, and a soft bed. Xiao Bei touched the bed, he had slept in it in the morning, now he had to stay there permanently. Looking at Han Yang staring at him next to him, Xiao Bei was just nervous, not worried about him forcing himself. Han Yang had a bad temper but good patience, their relationship was special. If it were Xingpang forcing him, it would be a different story. With Han Yang, his feelings were complicated. When he got close to others, Han Yang would get jealous, and when Han Yang got close to others, he would feel uncomfortable too. Han Yang looked at Xiao Bei and knew he had scared him. Getting up, he rummaged through a cabinet and handed Xiao Bei a pair of gloves. Put these on, I can't help myself when you. Ha? Xiao Bei didn't understand why he was being given gloves by Han Yang. Upon closer inspection, they were from the trio of robbers. With a short needle, Han Yang used it to show determination. Moved, Xiao Bei handed back the gloves. I don't need them. Han Yang misunderstood and pounced. Hey, not like that. Han Yang only dared to kiss and hug, not go further. Sometimes he would hide in the bathroom to solve it, not daring to speak, afraid Xiao Bei would be unhappy. Xiao Bei had seen it before, touched, and knew Han Yang was afraid of scaring him. Not long after settling down, Han Yang went behind Xiao Bei's back to find Yixin with others. Yixin was startled when he opened the door, thinking he was being silenced. Han Yang coldly announced that Xiao Bei belonged to him, and Yixin was not allowed to have any ideas. Yixin sighed helplessly, it was like offering a good cabbage to a pig. After making his announcement, Han Yang stood still, and Yixin asked if there was anything else. Han Yang's face turned blue with frustration and he asked how to get into a certain place. Yixin almost fell to the ground, this guy hadn't even eaten anything and was acting tough. Seeing his expression, he knew he was a big boy who looked tough on the outside but didn't know anything. He let him in, patiently explaining for the whole afternoon. Han Yang came back covering his nose, calmly eating as Xiao Bei looked puzzled, wanting to try what Yixin had said. Before they could finish their meal, the base alarm sounded, the broadcast instructed the guards to gather in the main hall. Xiao Bei and the others quickly got dressed and went out. As the night fell, the three of them returned to their residence, exhausted. Jean Feichen and Tian were worried and inquired about the situation, and the three briefly explained. The zombies had attacked the city walls, causing severe damage. If they were to enter the city, only the final protective wall would remain. The three observed the situation in the hall and realized it was dire. The zombies were ordinary, But their numbers were great, and they needed to go on the offensive. They planned to depart the next day, and Xing Fang took care of packing. Jean Feichen insisted on following along, so they had to leave Tian Tian at home, instructing her not to wander around. The mission would take at least a week, maybe 3 days less. There was food at home, and the security was good. The three didn't want Jean Feichen to go, but Xing Fang hoped she would accompany her sister. Han Yang just hoped she wouldn't disturb him and Xiao Bei, while Xiao Bei thought having more people meant more help, but he hadn't seen Jean Feichen's skills and was hesitant to trust her. Jean Feichen was determined to go, wanting to prove that women could survive. Tian Tian nodded in agreement. Reluctantly, the three agreed, packed their things, instructed Tian Tian well, and headed to the assembly point. Xing Fang and Zhang Hao discussed having more people. Zhang Hao didn't mind, as long as they were capable. The team consisted mainly of newcomers, and there was little conversation along the way. Xiao Bei rested with his eyes closed, organizing his system. He had limited personal time with Han Yang, so he took the opportunity to tidy up while showering. The system provided him with hidden weapon skills, along with the added flying locust stones, which had a greater killing power than the long spear forged using a third-level evolution stone. Xiao Bei thought he might use a brick in the future. The flying locust stones were powerful weapons, but unfortunately, there were only a dozen or so available. The system indicated that even after the flying locust stones were used up, the hidden weapon skills would remain, but ordinary stones lacked the additional killing power, not as effective as the flying locust stones. As his level rose to 11, Xiao Bei felt his physical fitness improve. The night before, when Han Yang hugged him in his sleep, a punch from Xiao Bei caught Han Yang off guard, resulting in dark circles under Han Yang's eyes the next day, much to Xing Fang's amusement. The journey was bumpy until they reached their destination. The team leader, Zhang Hao, brought out wooden boxes. These are liquid bombs, each person takes a few. He explained the operation arrangements, which involved bombing the zombie's nest. Zhang Hao seemed like a military man, saluting as he spoke. It was no wonder there were many people involved, as the task was significant. They cleared the way while others carried the explosives. This time, over 20 armored vehicles were deployed, with multiple people dividing the bombs, carrying timed explosives, and the remote detonation device was on the team leader's vehicle. Are these things safe? Xing Fang cautiously examined the bombs. Hard to say, a chubby man replied. At times like this, who cares about life or death? My family died in the mouths of zombies, so I live to kill zombies. The group fell silent, many sharing the same sentiment. The operation commenced quickly. Whether it was the tone set by the team leader or the presence of the bombs, everyone was silent. Han Yang led a team of over 10 people, including the chubby man. The mission was clear: encountering a large group of zombies along the road, they placed the bombs under the withered trees before reaching the designated location. They were base warriors, not new to killing zombies. Han Yang and his team of 4 stood out, while others used sticks. They wielded short knives, long spears, and iron rods, with Jean Feichen's whip being the most eye-catching, taking down zombies one by one. That little girl is impressive, Xing Fang nudged Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei smiled faintly, hoping his intuition was wrong. Han Yang's team of 4 became the focal point of the battle, while others collected the zombie cores. After one round of killings, everyone took up the bombs. The chubby man handed over the cores, which numbered over 200, with a few distinct pale yellow ones. The chubby man hesitated, and Xiao Bei understood, taking more than half of the cores, including the yellow ones. He left the rest, not wanting to cause any discomfort. The chubby man was delighted. As they continued to kill in advance, they arrived at the designated location. Some stayed behind to hold off the zombies while others planted the bombs. Xiao Bei looked into the distance and saw the zombies gathering and rushing towards them, their continuous wails and roars echoing in the air. The zombies seemed organized, leading Xiao Bei to suspect there were mutants among them. Recalling the time with Yi Ling, where a high-level zombie directed the attack, Xiao Bei shivered, unsure of who was human and who was a zombie. What's wrong? Han Yang's face was dirty, his glasses smeared with dirt. Nothing, Xiao Bei shook his head. He was about to voice his suspicions when a signal flare shot up, and everyone tightened their grip on the bombs. Xiaobei checked the system map, noticing a shimmering point within the zombie circle, but he couldn't determine the color. Just like when they encountered Yiling before, was it the zombie leader? Xiaobei tugged at Han Yang's sleeve. Let's sneak in that direction, the zombies seem strange. Han Yang squinted and nodded, also sensing something amiss. While the bombs were powerful, they couldn't eradicate all the zombies. Observing the efficiency of the zombie attacks, Xiaobei felt they needed to venture deeper into the enemy's territory. They had to find the source to scatter the zombies and push them back. Everyone understood that bombing alone wouldn't solve the problem. After discussing with the others, a few of them seemed hesitant. After all, the level of safety on the outskirts was different from being surrounded by thousands of zombies. Being surrounded meant certain death. And my idea sounded too outlandish, too unbelievable. The fat guy and a few others felt this way, but the few with the highest combat skills, while hesitant, nodded very seriously. We don't have time, we need to go. I frowned as the zombies kept moving, and the central figure they needed to find and eliminate was also on the move. They had to find him and take him out as quickly as possible. Taking out the person controlling the zombies was like crushing the heart of the zombie horde, directly relieving the pressure on the base. At least the zombies wouldn't be commanded to attack the city anymore. Jean Feichen, when we get to the convoy later, go inform the captain to delay the explosion for a bit, to buy us some time. Once we've taken out the zombie leader and escaped the danger zone, I'll set off a bomb as a signal. Han Yang followed without hesitation. Xing Pang looked at Jean Feichen, who nodded firmly. The four of us didn't hesitate, carrying our things and heading towards the center of the zombies. Jean Feichen, on the other hand, held her whip and ran towards where the captain was. The rest of us quickly left, leaving the few remaining individuals looking at each other, unsure of what to do. The fat guy stamped his foot. I don't have any family left anyway, might as well give it a shot. With that, he followed suit. The others hesitated but ultimately did not join. The second signal flare ignited. There wasn't much time left before all the bombs were set to go off. I gritted my teeth and waved my gun to push away the surrounding zombies. He didn't have the time or energy to kill the zombies now. He needed a clear path to get to the rear of the zombie encirclement as quickly as possible. The four of us, along with the fat guy who followed behind, slashed our way through, our clothes and faces splattered with blood and gore. Xing Pang led the way with strength, while Han Yang and I cleared out the surroundings. Jean Feichen's whip took care of any stragglers, and the fat guy, at the rear, used his baseball bat to shatter any zombies that managed to get back up after being knocked down. After advancing for a while, we were getting closer to the command vehicle. I instructed Jean Feichen to stay safe and sent the fat guy with her to charge ahead. Moving from here to the command vehicle was relatively safe. With Jean Feichen's abilities, there shouldn't be much danger, especially with a helper. Sending Jean Feichen was a bit selfish on my part, as I always felt uneasy around the other person and wanted to keep them at a distance. Besides, only the three of us knew about what happened with Yiling last time. Han Yang and Xing Pang trusted me, but it wasn't the same for Jean Feichen, especially with the fat guy who didn't know anything. It was necessary to keep them apart. With only 3 people left in the group, the journey became even more challenging. Although the closer they got to the strange zombie, the fewer zombies there were around, the higher their level of evolution, making it difficult for the 3 to handle. Soon, they were surrounded by zombies, and the strange zombie that caught their attention was not far away. We have about 5 minutes until it detonates, we need to hurry. I panted. They were now racing against time, battling against death itself. You go first, we'll hold them off. Han Yang slashed at the zombies surrounding us, pushing me out of the encirclement. He and Xing Pang fought back to back. I steadied my footing, the gap behind me already filled with incoming zombies. The sound of blades and bats hitting flesh inside the encirclement was chilling. I gritted my teeth, using my long spear to push through the approaching zombies towards the strange one. As I got closer, I realized that the strange zombie was actually a young girl, around 7 or 8 years old, wearing a pink down jacket. Are you human or a zombie? I stopped in my tracks. Strangely, the surrounding zombies also ceased their attacks on her. The girl had a rosy complexion and bright eyes, nothing like a typical zombie. Who are you? How did you spot me? The girl turned her eyes, her voice clear and crisp. Little sister, where are your parents? Aren't you scared to be in the midst of so many zombies? I softened my tone. Why should I be scared? They all listen to me. The girl said proudly, pointing towards the zombie horde when asked about her parents, my mom and dad are in there too. My heart skipped a beat, another yeeling? How many people in this world can command zombies like this? Can you tell me, why did you send them to attack the city? I tried to smile gently. Why? The girl pouted, because the prince is there. The prince? It was the second time I heard this term. The first time, it was Yi Ling, also referred to as the prince. What does your prince look like? I don't know what the prince looks like, I just know that when we break that city, the prince will come out. The girl stubbornly declared. When your prince comes out, what will you do? I started to feel anxious, with Han Yang and the others still struggling to hold off the zombies. He didn't have time to waste. Can you tell these zombies to retreat? No. Then. I thought of the mission at hand. How about you and your brother go? Your brother has a pretty sister over there. Regardless, with the current explosives, they couldn't possibly eliminate all the zombies, but capturing this little girl could potentially solve everything. My actions matched my words without needing to consciously think. I hoisted the girl onto my shoulders, not even considering if she was comfortable or not. Let me go, you meanie. The girl pounded my back with her fists. Despite her young age, her strength far exceeded that of children her age, nearly making me cough up blood. But at this moment, there was no time to consider anything else. If he couldn't bring her back, they might all end up getting blown up in the encirclement. Even as the girl hit me with all her might, I clenched my teeth and refused to let go. She was too young for him to harm, and she didn't seem like a zombie either. My left hand held the girl tightly, while my right hand swung the long spear, dispersing the zombies blocking our path. Perhaps because their leader was in his grasp, these zombies seemed hesitant in their attacks, only obstructing instead of going in for the kill. The girl continued to cry and struggle on my back. In the midst of being surrounded, I finally made it back to Han Yang and the others. How's the situation? Han Yang pushed back the approaching zombies, supporting my exhausted self. As for the child I was carrying, he seemed to not have noticed her at all. What about Xiao Bei? Is he the leader? Xing Pang wasn't questioning out of disbelief, but rather out of sheer shock. Although he knew Yi Ling and the possibility existed, he couldn't bring himself to believe that a little girl was the one commanding the zombie attack on the city. I was too tired to speak, just nodded in response. Compared to me, Han Yang and Xing Pang seemed relatively relaxed. Taking advantage of the distraction, Han Yang quietly used his powers, while Xing Pang's iron rod became more agile as he gained control over his abilities. Just as Xing Pang was about to say something, a loud bang sounded in the distance, indicating that the final signal flare had been fired. What's going on? I asked in surprise. He was already rushing against time, even sending Jean Feichen and Fatty to buy time, but the final assault was happening even earlier than the time announced by the captain. Could it be that something happened to them? But it was too late to try to escape the bomb encirclement now, with 3 grown men carrying a child running towards the center. The sound of explosions surrounded us, Han Yang pulling me along while Xing Pang held the little girl. The 4 of us dodged zombies in the flying debris caused by the explosions, being careful not to get caught and avoiding getting injured. It was safe to say that they had never been in such a dire situation, even during the previous zombie siege. There was no time to worry about being exposed now. I took out a pistol from my pocket and started shooting at the zombies blocking our path. Fortunately, despite not having fired a gun before, the system had activated firearm skills, making my shots accurate. 6 shots later, I had taken down 6 zombies blocking our way, and we continued running forward. We had now moved away from the center of the zombie encirclement due to the explosions. Many zombies had been affected by the bombs, and the area without the base attacks was now empty, except for a group of high-level zombies that were still chasing us. As the 3 of us were nearly exhausted from running, we noticed a factory not far ahead, with its towering building and large iron gate looking welcoming. I quickly changed the magazine, fired 2 shots at the lock on the door, and broke it open. The 3 men, along with the little girl, rushed inside. Han Yang swiftly inserted a steel bar through the door handles on the ground, while Xing Peng placed the girl to the side and pushed an old machine tool to block the door. The girl, who had been swaying on Xing Peng's shoulder for such a long distance, was completely dizzy with her eyes spinning. Just as the high-level zombies were about to surround them again, I felt a sudden chill next to me. I turned around to see Han Yang glaring at me, with a gun in his hand. How can Big Brother be a bad guy? I gave a wry smile. That Big Brother is not a bad guy. Xing Fong took over the task of looking after the girl. At most, he just doesn't look very much like a good person. Perhaps Xing Fong has really developed a good brother aura after taking care of his younger sister for so many years. The girl really stopped making a fuss. There was just grievance on her little face. Han Yang was silent on the side. If he was really in the same situation as Yiling, then sooner or later he would also be found by that person. But before that, Han Yang came forward and pushed aside my hand and looked at me wordlessly. She is just a little girl. I tilted my head and thought for a while before I understood that Han Yang was jealous again. After that pure experience of masturbating together, he set a bunch of rules for me. One of them was that I was not allowed to provoke women. Women are not allowed either. Han Yang said domineeringly and hurtfully. He had made it so clear. Why was I so unconscious? I didn't have any sense of being a lover at all. All right, I nodded. It seems that I can only be close to Big Brother Xing in the future. While coaxing the girl, Xing Fong looked at me with contempt. We have no enmity in the past and no feud recently. Don't harm me, okay? We breathed a sigh of relief temporarily. Except for the weapons in our hands, all other things were lost during the battle and escape. Even food and water were gone. The zombies outside the door were still hitting the door. If it weren't for the strong door and wall, it would have been broken through long ago. Nevertheless, there were scratches on the iron door by the zombies. We caught a person, but the other party was a little girl. We couldn't strangle her or slap her to death. Because no matter how you look at her, she doesn't look like a zombie. Both Xing Fong and I had held her. There was no doubt that she was a human being or a zombie. Moreover, through Yiling's example, we knew that these people who could control zombies were not bad people and were not against humans. It was just. Xing Fong and I took turns. I took out a piece of chocolate from my body. This was obtained from Brother Su before. I put it in the system package. When I took it out, Xing Fong was shocked. Why do you carry this thing with you every day? Xing Fong didn't understand. Although his piece hadn't been eaten either, he had long forgotten where it was. Cough cough, of course. I couldn't explain, so I had to acquiesce. Come and tell Big Brother what your name is. I'll give you the chocolate to eat, okay? The girl looked at me with a hint of contempt, but finally couldn't resist the temptation. Her little hand reached for the chocolate in my hand. Name. I raised my wrist. Zhang Yuding. Good. Then Big Brother will call you Xiaoyu. I gave the chocolate to Yuding. How long have you been here, Xiaoyu? Not for long. With the chocolate, Yuding seemed to become more talkative. I came here with my parents before. Later, my parents both turned into those people who can't talk. Were they caught by zombies or? I asked. I don't know. But at first, Mom and Dad still recognized me. Gradually, they were no longer by my side. When Yuding mentioned the grievance, she was originally very young. After encountering so many things, she had already become somewhat numb. But once she returned to human society, tears couldn't be held back. Good, don't cry. Xing Fong seemed to have become a full-time good brother. Even Yuding, who had only been with him for a while, couldn't help but take the initiative to throw herself into his arms. Poor child. Should we take her back to the base? I thought for a while and felt that this was the only feasible way. Such a small child is outside. Even if she can control zombies, sooner or later it will be a dead end. After all, most zombies have lost their own thinking. No one can predict what they will do. Moreover, it's cold and hungry outside. Where can we find food to fill our stomachs? Zombies can go without eating, but humans must eat. Xiaoyu, do you want to go home with Big Brother? Big Brother has hot meals at home, as well as a lot of vegetables and meat, and there's also chocolate. I tempted. There's no problem with other things. It's really a lie about the chocolate. Let's deceive people first. I tried to be as kind as possible. Who knew that after I finished speaking, Yuding looked at Xingfang instead? Hey. Am I so untrustworthy? I was frustrated. Why are you fussing with a child, big child? Xingfang laughed. Do you all despise me? I made a depressed expression. I don't despise you. Han Yang spoke seriously to me. I despise you. I cursed in my heart, but I didn't dare to show it on my face. He still had a record that hadn't been settled. I only hoped that Lord Han would see his good performance and let him go. Accompanied by the sound of zombies scratching the door outside, the three of us, two big and one small, were chatting one sentence at a time while finding joy in bitterness. Without food or drink and unable to escape, we couldn't think of a good way for a while. We only hoped that someone could rescue us. Xiaoyu, can you make those zombies stop hitting the door? Xingfang said worriedly. Although the door is made of iron and very thick, it can't withstand the continuous impact of zombies. Yuding was about to speak when she was startled by a huge explosion and shrank into Xingfang's arms. From a distant place came a series of violent explosions. The sound was much louder than the explosion sound of the liquid bombs they carried. Along with it was deafening gunfire. Xingfang was furious. Although the three of them were relatively deep in, at a glance, there were still many people lurking around. According to the captain's previous intention, it is best to ensure that each bomb can exert its maximum effect. Moreover, the base leader's emotional mobilization in the auditorium the day before made everyone put their personal lives aside. But now starting a general attack before they retreat, what does it mean? If there can still be troops with complete firearms after them, doesn't that mean that they are the vanguard? Cannon fodder? Abandoned pieces? The hearts of the three men cooled down. Although they came out to fight for a living, it was also out of a love for life. So many people lost their lives here in order to ambush zombies. If it is just a trap set by the base to accumulate and kill zombies, then what the base has done is really too cruel and inhumane. The distant artillery fire seemed to be gradually weakening, but a new crisis appeared on our side. Although the door of the factory building is made of iron and the wall is strong enough, they overlooked one of the most important issues. This is a factory building, and the roof doesn't mean it is also solid. Perhaps this factory has been abandoned for too long. There are actually several large holes corroded on the roof of the factory building. When they heard a suspicious sound from above and looked up, the roof was already covered with zombies. There were even several zombies falling from above. Make them stop attacking us. I shouted at Yuding, but Yuding pursed her lips and didn't speak. Bastard. We have become turtles in a jar. I cursed and picked up a long gun on one side and swept it at the zombies. Naturally, Han Yang and Xingfang also raised their weapons and attacked. No way. There are more and more zombies. We must get out. The three men fought back to back. There was no need to worry about Yuding. These zombies didn't mean to attack her before. Little girl, do you want to see us die here? Do you want to see big brothers die here? Xingfang shouted at the girl. Yuding had a confused expression on her face. She wanted to say something but couldn't say it. A zombie that slipped through the net rushed straight at Yuding. Seeing the jet black nails were about to scratch Yuding's face. No. Xiaoyu. Run. Xingfang and the others all saw that something was wrong. Obviously, these zombies were no longer under her control. Unfortunately, the little girl was completely frightened. Standing in front of her and reaching for her face was none other than her father, who loved her the most before. This person had always given her the safest and most reliable feeling. Even after turning into a zombie, he still retained a faint trace of consciousness. Coupled with Yuding's awakened ability to communicate with zombies, although their communication was much less and more difficult than before, their family of 3 did not separate. Couldn't be destroyed. Phew. Fortunately, you are here. Sister Jean. Hey, fatty. I gasped for breath and greeted the 2 newcomers. But while talking, I didn't dare to stop. These zombies that chased us were originally of a high evolutionary level. Now trapping us in this factory building is really a situation where there is no answer when calling for heaven and no response when calling for earth. Where did you come from? We didn't meet the captain. The command vehicle couldn't approach. We had to tell the person who stopped us the plan. Then we rushed towards your side. Who knew there were so many zombies? We didn't catch up here until just now. Jean Fachin said everything in one breath. Her long whip was waving, rolling away the zombies approaching us. The zombies here are highly evolved. The strength used to deal with those ordinary zombies before basically doesn't do much harm to them. This journey is exhausting me. Fatty sighed. He had the worst combat effectiveness. In the encirclement formed by the others, he was responsible for taking care of the frightened Xiaoyu. The zombies we encountered on the road all went towards the troops. But we found that some zombies were chasing this way. Miss Jean guessed if these zombies were chasing you. So we followed. Hey, I didn't expect it to be true. You are so charming. I think these zombies are attracted to you because they are hungry. Humph. Han Yang snorted. His knife stopped in his hand. He let a zombie pass by him. Maybe you also have this charm. Big brother, I was wrong. I have charm. I have charm, okay? The zombie let in by Han Yang rushed towards Fatty and the 2. Frightened, Fatty picked up Yuding and turned around and ran, with snot and tears on his face all the while. Help! He will never tease these scheming guys again. Han Yang snorted disdainfully and raised his hand to destroy the zombie chasing Fatty. I was so scared, Fatty wiped the sweat off his face. Although he came with the determination to die, he didn't want to be tricked. Looking at Han Yang's cold yet handsome face with sharp features, he shook his head in pain. You really can't judge a person by their appearance. Little brother, your companion has a really bad temper. Hee, I laughed twice and didn't say anything. The zombies in front of me didn't allow me to chat. It was Xing Feng who couldn't help teasing. Fatty, if you get too close to him, you will die even more miserably. Fatty, upon hearing this, pulled Yuding back 2 steps, looking incredulous. I couldn't help but give a wry smile. Big brother Xing, what you said makes me seem like a scourge. Xing Feng glanced at Han Yang with an expressionless face and smiled. It's almost the same. Fatty didn't say anything and found a corner and sat down. His strength was too weak. Going up would only cause chaos. Jean Fachin was able to bring him here all the way because the zombies along the way ignored both of them and only rushed towards this place. Otherwise, he didn't know how many times he would have died. The 3 men and 1 woman fought. Without having to worry about anything behind them, they felt much more relaxed. After killing all the zombies that jumped in, several people pushed out several machines and beds and arranged them to make a simple partition. No matter how powerful zombies are, they haven't reached the point where they can easily break through such large iron blocks. They can hold on for a while. They need rest. Fortunately, Jean Fachin's backpack wasn't lost. Xing Feng took the backpack and simply distributed the food and water inside to everyone. Fortunately, there were still a few liquid bombs in it. In the intense running, they were surprisingly well preserved. Han Yang placed a bomb not far from the hole in the factory building and then forced me with his eyes to voluntarily contribute my pistol and several boxes of bullets. This was almost all my stock. After that battle just now, 2 or 3 boxes had been used. I looked at Han Yang with endless resentment as he took the pistol with his beautiful and skillful hands and twirled it around in his hand. How could this person know everything? It's too abnormal. This isn't scientific. God, take him away quickly. Everyone ate silently, striving to restore the most physical strength in the shortest time. Perhaps Yuding was frightened and remained silent. It wasn't until Fatty felt a chill on his chest that he realized that the child in his arms had actually cried and soaked a large area of his clothes. Little sister, what's wrong? Fatty himself also had a daughter who was a bit older than Yuding. But after the end of the world came, all happiness turned into nothing. The disaster came so quickly that he didn't even have a single photo left with him. At this moment, seeing a girl not much older than his daughter crying in his arms immediately brought back his sadness. Xingfang silently watched everything. His heart was so that he couldn't control himself. He knew what Yuding was crying about. From that moment on, she really lost her parents. She really felt the arrival of the end of the world. No one could comfort her in this kind of matter. She could only figure it out on her own. Xingfang gently patted Yuding on the back and handed her the only piece of meat in Jean Feichen's backpack. Don't shake your head. Even if your parents are dead, they must hope that you can live well. Xingfang watched Yuding take the food while sobbing. In his heart, he thought of Tian Tian. This carefree younger sister before the end of the world, he will always protect her. He hopes that she can always live under his protection without sadness. Before a few people could rest for a long time, the zombies attacked again. Han Yang was the first to stand up and take out the pistol. You rest for a while longer. I'll hold on first. Han Yang arranged without looking back. The remaining few people all trusted him very much. They returned to their original positions, sat down, closed their eyes and leaned against the wall. I looked at Han Yang worriedly and was about to stand up. Han Yang seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. Without looking back, he said, "Don't worry about me." Listening to Han Yang's voice would make people unable to help but rely on him. In fact, Han Yang's strength was also very reliable. I unconsciously showed a smile and leaned my head against the corner and closed my eyes. Han Yang stood still and looked at these zombies. This time, there were even more zombies jumping down than before, but obviously they were much weaker in strength. Han Yang was a bit dissatisfied, but at this time he couldn't wait for more zombies. He aimed the muzzle of the gun at the bomb on the ground and fired. There was a muffled sound. Then came the huge sound of the bomb exploding, which was even more shocking in the spacious factory building. Under the huge power of the bomb, the zombies were blown to pieces. Although it wasn't fatal, with Han Yang adding a few bursts of flames later, the remaining zombies were easily cleaned up. Looking at the zombies that were no longer wriggling, Han Yan walked to that open space, found a flat place, and placed another bomb. But this time the position was much farther forward than before. Han Yang frowned. According to the endless attacking state of zombies, their situation was not optimistic. After arranging everything, Han Yang retreated to the small space we separated with mechanical lathes and other things. You rest for a while. Let me take over. Xingfang patted Han Yang on the shoulder. Let me do it. I have used a gun before. I said calmly. I have a marksmanship skill. There is an error rate for each shot, but basically there is not much difference. Be careful. Han Yang looked at me and gave me the gun. After using his supernatural power, he would be very tired mentally and had to rest first. Xiaobei, I'll be with you. Xingfang quickly spoke. Seeing me nod, Xingfang was relieved. These two people are both his brothers and companions. They are like relatives just like Tian Tian. He is not at ease with any of them. We have been trapped here for 2 days. Except for Yuding, 2 people take turns going out to resist zombies in groups. Several people have reached their limits. Moreover, food and water can't keep up. For a bottle of water, several of us drink it. Everyone doesn't dare to take a big sip. They just hold it in their mouths gently to moisten their dry throats. On the contrary, food is not particularly important anymore. Under too much exhaustion, we can't feel hungry anymore. Moreover, we are all people who have survived in the end of the world for some time. Going without food for a day or two is not a big problem. There is water in my system package, but this kind of water that can't be explained where it comes from at all can't be taken out. Will someone come to rescue us? Fatty said weakly. I don't know. I hope so. Xingfang also replied weakly. Jean Feichen and the girl hugged each other to keep warm and neither of them was willing to speak. Outside, Han Yang and I were blocking. The roars of zombies were getting closer and closer to us. Xingfang struggled to stand up. His two legs had already become weak due to excessive exertion, and his movements of standing up had become sluggish. I'll go out and take a look. I'll go too. Jean Feichen stood up and dragged the long whip that was originally easy but now extremely heavy beside her. The situation outside was indeed not optimistic. But from the very beginning, we knew that this was already the safest choice. If we left the factory building and went to an exposed place, the danger would probably increase exponentially. There seemed to be more and more zombies. What should we do? I was unsure. I had a map, so I could see the zombies coming in groups. Why on earth are these zombies chasing us relentlessly? And why did the zombies that originally wouldn't harm Yuding suddenly change their temperament? These are all doubts. Finding the reasons for these doubts is also the reason for our survival. There was another cracking sound from the roof. Everyone's heart sank. Zombies are already difficult to deal with. If another wave comes, will we be eaten today? I came just in time. A voice came from the roof. The voice sounds familiar. Xingfang said. Han Yang nodded and kicked away several zombies. Yiling jumped down and waved his hand to make the zombies move more slowly. Everyone took the opportunity to destroy them. Who are you? Jean Feichen stopped Yiling. I am. Yiling raised his hand. Yiling. Guo Xiaobei was pleasantly surprised. Your Highness, I have come to save you. Yiling smiled. Han Yang pulled Guo Xiaobei behind him and looked at Xingfang. This person looks familiar. Xingfang rolled his eyes. Guo Xiaobei broke free from Han Yang. I have something to ask Yiling. Ask. But don't get too close. Han Yang said with a straight face. You promised not to be overly familiar with people. Guo Xiaobei almost spat out blood. When did I promise that? Guo Xiaobei ignored Han Yang and called Yiling to the partition. Let Yuding come over and ask Yiling in a low voice, what do you feel is the same between you and her? She is also. Yiling was surprised. How did you? Yiling was puzzled. Guo Xiaobei understood. We haven't been in contact with her. Why are you here? I joined the guard team. Yiling distributed food and water. I saw you, but it was too far away. Why has the fighting style changed? Why did the army come? Xingfang asked. Yiling sighed. The doctor has come. Everyone's expressions turned ugly except for Fatty and Yuding. Guo Xiaobei understood why Yiling came. Last time, the doctor wanted to take Yiling away. It must not be a good thing. Guo Xiaobei felt that the doctor was related to Yuding and might be coming for her. We can't go back. Yiling said. At least we can't take her back. Yiling didn't say. The zombies suddenly attacked the base. He felt something was wrong. Zombies have strong instincts, but they have never organized an attack. The base's mission was hasty. The hunters balanced the zombies in the city wall. The base was out of control. The zombies attacking the city is indeed one of the reasons for the base to send out troops, but not all. Yiling wanted to dig deeper, but he had limited information. He hadn't been in the base for long and hadn't contacted many people. He couldn't get close to the secrets of the high level. Yiling won the trust of the captain with his supernatural power and was often near the command vehicle. But he didn't expect that there was still a conspiracy behind this operation. When he saw the officer sent from above and overheard astonishing news from the people around him, he quickly packed up the necessities and ran away. Unfortunately, he knew too late. The plan had already begun to be executed. Yiling took the risk to come because he overheard part of the plan with his supernatural power and was worried about Guo Xiaobei, so he hurried over. Xingfang asked, "Where can we go?" He was worried about his sister in the base. Yiling said, "Find a place to hide first and wait for them to retreat." He knew that these people had other tasks and wouldn't stay here all the time. Xingfang introduced Fatty and Jean Feichen. Yiling anxiously said, "We have to leave quickly. There are more and more zombies." Everyone nodded. Although Xingfang was worried about his sister, he could only suppress his anxiety and pick up Yuding to follow. Although Fatty was slow in action, he had experience in taking care of children and his physical strength was still okay. Although the others had good physical strength, they were also very tired and about the same as Fatty. Yiling led everyone to retreat, but he didn't know a safe place, so he could only run towards the mountain. There was little cover on the mountain, but zombies relied on instinct and smell. Cover or not didn't matter. They found a cave and felt lucky. It was easy to defend and hard to attack. The cave was very deep and it was dark inside. Everyone found dry firewood and tidied up the cave. Han Yang made a torch with branches and cloth strips and asked who had a lighter. Fatty took out universal matches. He loved smoking, but his wife didn't allow him to bring a lighter, so he brought universal matches. Han Yang lit the torch and entered the cave. It wasn't dark yet, but it was very dark in the cave. Han Yang held up the torch and walked in. The others lit a bonfire and roasted food. Han Yang walked in. Guo Xiaobei was worried about him and followed. The cave was low. Han Yang couldn't hold up the torch high. Guo Xiaobei couldn't see the road clearly and slowly chased after him. Guo Xiaobei felt a breeze. He was hugged into someone's arms and smelled a familiar smell. Knowing it was Han Yang, he was relieved. Han Yang hugged him domineeringly. Guo Xiaobei wriggled awkwardly until Han Yang snorted. Then he stopped. Han Yang softly scolded, "Be good." Guo Xiaobei quieted down. Han Yang smiled in the firelight. The two got closer and closer. Han Yang's arm always blocked Guo Xiaobei like a young couple. Guo Xiaobei grabbed Han Yang's clothes. Han Yang satisfiedly kissed him. Guo Xiaobei was startled. Han Yang laughed. The two walked close to each other. The cave was deep and they couldn't see clearly. The branch was almost burned out. They decided to go back. Han Yang threw away the branch. Guo Xiaobei grabbed him even tighter. Suddenly there was a gust of wind and the torch went out. Guo Xiaobei trembled. Han Yang comforted him. A fireball appeared in his hand, illuminating the surroundings. Guo Xiaobei found something wrong on the opposite side and asked Han Yang to look. "Who? Come out." I vigilantly scanned the surroundings and quickly pushed Guo Xiaobei behind me. "Otherwise, I will attack. There couldn't be zombies here. Whether the other party is an ordinary person, a supernatural being, or something else, I have to find out. I can't leave any hidden dangers. Don't kill me." A woman's panicked voice came. Guo Xiaobei frowned and felt the voice was a bit familiar. Along with the voice, a woman appeared in our sight. You are." A thought flashed through Guo Xiaobei's mind. Isn't this Su Ji's lover? When we first arrived in City L, she had spoken. Guo Xiaobei still remembered her indifferent tone. It's you, it's you." When the woman saw us, she was first surprised, then had a pleading expression. "I know we were wrong to you before, but that was for survival. I'm just a woman. Don't hold it against me. Save us." "What's wrong with you?" I stopped Han Yang from speaking and asked, "You had so many supplies before. Why are you here? What's your name?" I'm Chang Wei. Not long after Su Gu and I entered the base, our supplies were used up. The base deducted a lot. My younger brother is not up to par. Su-go and I don't know how to do anything. We used up everything in a few months. We had to join the defense team. Chang Wei said while crying. Han Yang was impatient. Then why are you here? Why are you asking for help? If it weren't for this woman blocking the way, he would have gone to check the source of the wind long ago. The fireball in his hand also consumed a lot of mental energy. Su-gu and I were originally out to fight, but we found that someone was chasing us. Chang Wei was panicked. We fled here and hid in the cave. But Su-gu was shot in the thigh and lost a lot of blood. Han Yang and I looked at each other. Take us there. If Chang Wei wasn't lying to us, the people chasing them might have special abilities. Han Yang reduced the small fireball to illuminate the way and let Chang Wei walk in front. Han Yang and I exchanged glances. Why are they chasing you? Aren't you surprised to see the fireball in my hand? Don't you suspect that we are the ones chasing you? No. Because I am also a supernatural being. Chang Wei hesitated. The people chasing us seem to be specifically catching supernatural beings. Su-gu was injured to protect me. You are supernatural beings. You can't be the ones chasing us. We knew each other a few months ago. If it were those people, they would have attacked long ago. Chang Wei's tears fell again. As a woman, it was difficult to live in the end of the world. Now it was even more miserable. You are a supernatural being? What about Su-gu? Han Yang raised an eyebrow but didn't speak. Looking at Han Yang's expression, I knew he didn't want to speak, so I had to ask for him. He is just an ordinary person, an ordinary man. Chang Wei said softly, as if sighing. We didn't walk far when we saw a person lying on the ground. By the firelight, it was Brother Su Chunshan. He was lying on the ground in pain, his face looking ugly. The smell of blood was strong around, showing that a lot of blood had flowed. I checked and nodded to Han Yang. It's a gunshot wound. The bullet was stuck in his thigh. It was estimated that it had penetrated something. But Han Yang's attention was elsewhere. When walking here, the wind was more obvious. There should be an exit ahead. Do you have any food? Han Yang looked around and found a backpack not far away. Chang Wei's face was tense. Su Chunshan pulled Chang Wei's clothes with difficulty, his lips trembling. Give them the things, you stay with them. What about you? Chang Wei held back her tears. I can't live. Su Chunshan's lips were pale. The wound was bound with a cloth strip, but the blood was still seeping. The wound was not big, but the location was fatal. It was only like this because it wasn't bandaged in time. No, I won't give up on you. Chang Wei threw herself beside Su Chunshan. You love me so much. How could you bear to leave me? In my life, actually, I love no one. But I have a person I'm most sorry for, Su Chunshan spoke with difficulty. Since the end of the world, I have been regretting. I know. It's me who is sorry for them, mother and son, Chang Wei cried bitterly. The person her beloved was thinking about before dying was still his wife and child. This was also the pain of her life. If the two of them hadn't died, you would. Su Chunshan couldn't catch his breath and his head drooped. Ashan, the mournful cry echoed in the cave. Han Yang silently walked to one side and walked in the direction of the wind. I closed my eyes silently beside. Someone had died before my eyes. Su Chunshan's character wasn't very good, but at first he helped me and took me on the road. Otherwise, if I were alone, the road wouldn't be easy. After Han Yang inspected for a while, he came back holding a small fireball. I helped up the sobbing Chang Wei and picked up the backpack. Let's leave here. Han Yang. I ask you one thing. Chang Wei remembered Han Yang's name. Say it. Han Yang had no expression on his face. Please, burn Ashan's body. Chang Wei pushed me away and tidied her hair. Guo Xiaobei was startled by Chang Wei's request. He had thought she would ask for Su Chunshan to be buried. Unexpectedly, she asked for cremation. Han Yang nodded in agreement. This was a small matter for him. He quickly gathered the fireball and threw it at Su Chunshan's remains. The body soon turned to ashes. Chang Wei is holding back her grief. With great grief and carefully wrapped the ashes with the handkerchief Su Chunshan gave her and treasured it in the closest place. Guo Xiaobei gently patted her on the back to express his condolences. They understood Chang Wei's feelings. In the end of the world, carrying the ashes of a loved one with them might be the only comfort. When the three of them returned, Chang Wei was silent, her eyes were red and swollen. Guo Xiaobei and Han Yang didn't know how to comfort her, so they walked in front to lead the way. Han Yang suddenly poked Guo Xiaobei and asked him if he would burn him into ashes and put them in the closest place to his heart if he died. Guo Xiaobei replied no. Han Yang immediately excitedly questioned him why. Was he interested in someone else? Guo Xiaobei helplessly explained that there was no one to help him burn into ashes. Only then did Han Yang let him go and promised that he would burn himself into ashes. Back at the camp, Xing Feng, Jin Feichen and Fatty had tidied up everything. Yi Ling and Yuding were whispering on one side. When Guo Xiaobei saw the food, he immediately forgot his fatigue and sat down and started eating steamed buns. Everyone gathered around the fire to eat. Xing Feng asked Jin Feichen about the food situation and learned that there wasn't much food left and they could only eat for 2 more meals. Yi Ling expressed his apology because he had carried as much food as possible. Xing Feng thanked Yi Ling for his help. Yi Ling then glanced at Guo Xiaobei and said it was what he should do. Han Yang noticed Yi Ling's gaze, but Guo Xiaobei was only focused on eating steamed buns and didn't look up. Yi Ling proposed that everyone discuss serious matters after eating. Food? Guo Xiaobei looked up and pointed at the backpack beside him. There's still some here. I didn't look carefully, but it should be able to last a few more meals. Chang Wei's backpack was much larger than Yi Ling's and was fully packed. Obviously, there was a lot of food. Yi Ling shook his head and turned to Chang Wei and stretched out his hand. Sister, what's your name? Chang Wei. Chang Wei shook hands politely with a flat tone. What's Sister Chang's supernatural power? Yi Ling asked faintly. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Chang Wei immediately became nervous and asked coldly, How do you know? Yi Ling, how do you know? Guo Xiaobei was also curious. He believed that Yi Ling wouldn't harm him, but there was no evidence. It was just his intuition telling him. Yi Ling smiled. What I want to say is exactly this. If I guess correctly, everyone here should be a supernatural being. Oh, except for Brother Fatty. Fatty's shocked expression turned into embarrassment. What are you going to say? In the end of the world, people are very guarded against each other. Now that the biggest secret has been revealed, everyone's expressions are not good. Before I say this, let me tell everyone about my supernatural power first. Yi Ling said with a smile. My supernatural power is reading. For people who have physical contact with me, I will read what they are thinking in their minds under subjective consciousness. These words made everyone's expressions even worse. Who doesn't have some secrets in their hearts? Knowing that there is someone around who can read minds, everyone is a bit scared. Especially those sitting next to Yi Ling unconsciously moved aside. The only one who didn't move was Han Yang. Guo Xiaobei glanced at Han Yang with an expressionless face and secretly despised him in his heart. This person's heart must be as dark as his face and is not afraid of being seen. So what I want to tell everyone is that we are all supernatural beings. We are facing a common crisis, a crisis of life. Yi Ling scanned everyone and slowly said, There is a doctor in the military. Let's call him Doctor for now. He is capturing supernatural beings. This is what I read from the officer sent to the base from above. This operation is a trap they set up. You mean? Everyone looked at each other.